Chapter 2281. The clouds broke, the moon came, and the flowers turned into shadows. Xiao Chen muttered to himself on the demon blood vulture. Perhaps this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. After searching for 3 days in this vast snowy region, he had not found anything. Now that the change was sudden, there had to be something strange about it. That is, Xiao Chen looked to the front. He vaguely saw a dreamy palace bathed in moonlight at the limits of his vision. Without overthinking, Xiao Chen got the demon blood vulture to rush over at full speed. Only scattered snowflakes drifted in the air. The gentle moonlight warmed one's heart like fire. The chill in the night lessened significantly. The originally vast and boundless snowy region, which lacked life force, suddenly turned somewhat chaotic. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "It looks like there are many people like me hiding in this snowy region." Suddenly, 3 figures appeared from the left and unexpectedly ran into Xiao Chen. On the demon blood vulture, Xiao Chen showed a calm expression, showing a relaxed gaze. The other 3 felt slightly stunned and kept their guard up. However, when they saw Xiao Chen on the demon blood vulture, their expressions immediately relaxed. Xiao Chen. The oldest of the 3, the gray-clad, middle-aged man smiled faintly and said softly, "I've heard of you. You were the one who ruined the first prince's wedding. You even fought against the 3 princes in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion by yourself. These 3 were the 10th prince's guests. The 10th prince's strength was below average. On the surface, he looked about the same as the 9th prince. It looks like rumors are just rumors. Even if a 2-veined sovereign emperor can overturn the heavens, how strong can he be?" The gray-clad man originally felt wary, thinking that he had run into a strong enemy. When he saw that it was Xiao Chen, his expression immediately eased up. Xiao Chen looked up. The moonlight turned brighter, and the ancient palace in front slowly became clearer. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the aura of the ice great Tao was hidden under its white exterior. Without needing to guess, he knew that this was the inheritance land. However, it only showed itself under the moonlight. Hence, there were no signs of it during the first 3 days. Xiao Chen looked at the gray-clad man before him, a peaked 3-veined sovereign emperor. There were flames hidden in his eyes, and a terrifying power was brewing in his body, giving off a strong sense of oppression. "So?" Xiao Chen said lightly. "It's not good to get into a conflict with this person now. I'll decide what to do after I reach the inheritance ground and meet up with the 10th prince." One of the 3, a white-haired old man, secretly transmitted his voice to the gray-robed man. The gray-clothed man's eyes were slightly disappointed. He had a strong desire to fight and wanted to trample on Xiao Chen on the spot. But in the end, he felt that the inheritance was more important, so he endured it for now. Such an attitude was not strange. Xiao Chen was just a 2-veined sovereign emperor, yet he could become famous in the imperial capital. There would always be some people who felt dissatisfied. If he could trample on him, his reputation would become even more prominent. In one's life, fame and fortune were all that mattered. Naturally, those who wanted to fight for it would fight for it. Even sovereign emperors could not avoid it. "Count yourself lucky. Let's go." The gray-robed man didn't want to waste his breath on Xiao Chen. With a cold snort, he turned around and left. How boring, Xiao Chen felt speechless. The demon blood vulture he sat on flashed with a red light. In this ancient Yan Emperor tomb, Xiao Chen possessed a great desolate Ian bloodline and the 10,000 dragons art. The pressure he faced was 70 to 80% less than the others. Xiao Chen increased his speed slightly. The 3, who were walking in front, heard the sound of wind behind them. When they turned their heads back, they only saw an afterimage left by a flash of scarlet light. When the 3 quickly turned their heads back, they saw Xiao Chen sitting on the demon blood vulture, about to leave their vision. This startled the 3. They had not expected Xiao Chen to be so fast. In the eyes of the person who recalled, Xiao Chen's actions were undoubtedly mocking him, so he immediately felt enraged. "Damn it! How dare you, Xiao Chen? You were acting like a coward earlier. I was not paying attention, and you took advantage of me. Chase after him. The gray-robed man took the lead. His divine energy surged, and his entire body released a fiery light as his figure flashed wildly. However, even after 15 minutes, he still did not see Xiao Chen's figure, which made him feel uncertain. This Xiao Chen must be hiding. The gray-robed man looked around helplessly when he did not see Xiao Chen's figure. Never mind, never mind. Since he is hiding, there is no need to fight with him. The white-haired old man and another person rushed over and consoled the gray-robed man when they saw the situation. The gray-robed man took advantage of the situation and said coldly, "Count him lucky. I hope I don't run into him again." The ancient palace looked magnificent under the moonlight, giving off a faint fluorescent light, looking dreamy. However, in front of the palace, there were two ice statues blocking the entrance. The ice statues gave off the aura of a four-veined sovereign emperor. As they connected with the moonlight, they merged into one, deterring rash actions. Not far away, a prince dressed in luxurious clothes looked at the ancient palace with excitement on his face. However, the guest at the side advised softly, "10th Prince, it is best not to act rashly for now. It will not be too late for us to enter after Senior Rome arrives." The 10th Prince nodded. These two ice statues are somewhat strange. Indeed, we cannot act rashly. Aside from me, the guests of the other princes in this snowy region are all scattered soldiers. When Senior Rome arrives, this ice inheritance will be mine. Whoosh! Right after the 10th Prince spoke, a strong wind blew behind them. The two turned their heads to look and shouted, "Who is it?" Amidst the snowstorm, no one responded. There was only a flash of burning blood light, which was like a fleeting glimpse. It was so fast that the two ice sculptures didn't even have time to react. Then, it turned into a scarlet beam of light and entered the palace. Ah! The 10th Prince happened to see this scene when he turned around. His expression immediately changed drastically as he roared, "Damn it! Who is so bold to snatch the inheritance that I want?" Seeing that the 10th Prince was about to charge in, the expert at the side quickly supported him and said anxiously, "Your Highness, don't be rash. Those two ice statues are not dead." Whoosh! The eyes of the two ice statues sensed the 10th Prince's figure and flickered with bright light. Two cold intents assaulted the 10th Prince, scaring him into retreating. Inside the palace, Xiao Chen sat on the demon blood vulture's back. He watched coldly as the surrounding ice statues came to life. Then, he leaped down from the air. The instant Xiao Chen landed, he activated his alloy dragon armor, and his aura changed drastically. A sharpness burst forth from his forehead. Dragon motifs adorned his silver armor, and electric light flickered. Xiao Chen reached for the scabbard on his back. Just as the ice statues were about to pounce over, he drew his saber. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the man and the vulture charged madly through the ancient palace, completely unbridled. Xiao Chen swept through everything in his way, not stopping at all. Everywhere he passed, there were all sorts of strange treasures. However, Xiao Chen only glanced at them and did not pay them any more attention. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen charged to the core hall of the ice palace and stopped. Many ice-attributed treasures were casually placed on the surrounding walls. Natural treasures covered the ground. This was simply a dreamy treasure trove. Everything that Xiao Chen wanted could be found here. However, Xiao Chen did not show any wild joy on his face. Along the way, Xiao Chen felt very confused. This inheritance was at the periphery. After the succession race, it should not have been emptied out. At the very least, there should not be such treasures left. It looks like your rationality did not get to your head. Congratulations on passing the test. Whoosh! The ceiling seemed transparent. When one looked up, they could see the bright moon. Under the dazzling light, a middle-aged man dressed in white with an elegant temperament seemed to have descended from the moon. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he found that this person looked somewhat similar to the Yan Emperor. Xiao Chen vaguely guessed that this should be the remnant will of the Yan Emperor who left behind the inheritance. The treasures on the ground are all fake? Xiao Chen asked. The white-clad Yan Emperor smiled warmly and replied, "Wrong. They are all real. However, there is only one. It contains the ice inheritance that I left behind. Everyone who comes in has only one chance to choose. As long as one makes the wrong choice, not only will one not obtain any treasures, but one will also be forcefully sent out. This inheritance of mine will also close and await the next opening of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. That is to say, no one has chosen the right one even after 10,000 years. I have a question. If I choose that supreme treasure containing the inheritance, can I obtain the other treasures? Xiao Chen asked without changing his expression. The white-clad Yan Emperor smiled and said, "You seem very confident. However, you cannot. If you find the right one, you will have two choices. One is the ice inheritance that I left behind, and the other is the other treasures containing dragon essence." Disappointment flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. After some thought, he said, "That is really unfortunate." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he walked straight to an item. The white-clad Yan Emperor's expression immediately changed slightly. Intense surprise flashed in his eyes. However, this surprise mostly contained a wild joy that he had suppressed for thousands of years. However, Xiao Chen did not even bother looking at the treasures. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and a beautiful, blood-red rose by the wall appeared in his palm. The white-clad Yan Emperor asked softly, "How did you guess it?" "I thought that you would need to think about it for a while before making a decision. The answer was given long ago. After entering this palace, anyone who still needs to think would not be able to guess it." When the white-clad Yan Emperor heard that, he smiled faintly and said, "That's right. The clouds break the moon, and the flowers show the shadows. Only the rose is red in the snow." Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he continued calmly. "If you are not a soulmate, don't enter this door." Ha ha ha. Delightful. Unfortunately, you and I are not in the same era. Otherwise, I would not be so lonely. I should be able to guess your choice. I hope that some of my insights will be useful to you." Outside the ancient palace, the gray-clad man's group finally arrived, panting from exhaustion. "10th Prince, fortunately, we did not let you down. We rushed over at our fastest speed. No one in the entire snowy region should be faster than us." The gray-clad man was incredibly fatigued, but his eyes showed pride. Along the way, he had shaken off the many guests, leaving them in the dust. The 10th Prince showed an embarrassed expression, not saying anything. The person at the side said, "Senior Rong, someone already entered. That person is very mysterious. Aside from a flash of scarlet light, I did not notice anything else." "What?" The gray-clad man's heart immediately trembled like lightning struck him. He cried out hoarsely, "It's Xiao Chen. To think that Xiao Chen did not hide. He went ahead of us. How can this be? Senior Rong, it is too late. We need to move quickly." The gray-clad man startled awake from his daze. After some thought, he said, Right. Quickly charge in." With the 4 guests gathered, the 10th Prince's confidence soared. With the gray-clad man leading the way, they charged at the 2 statues. Boom! However, all of a sudden, without any warning, the entire ancient palace exploded. Shock waves surged, and the few people went flying. The gray-clad old man bore the brunt of the explosion. Blood trickled down a corner of his lips, and he appeared incredibly pale. After he landed, he tumbled a few times. Chapter 2282. The 10th Prince and the other 3 guests immediately revealed looks of joy in their eyes. They knew very well that this was not the case. They knew very well that this gray-clad man did not erupt with power. Once he did, the surging energy would be like a 10,000-year-old volcano. Even a 4-vein sovereign emperor would not be able to endure it. This punch was called summoning the dragons. However, as the 10th Prince looked at Xiao Chen's unchanging face, he could not help sweating profusely. However, Xiao Chen wore the alloy dragon armor, and his combat prowess soared. He did not intend to hold back at all. The surrounding space fluctuated vaguely as if many cultivators were about to cross space and arrive. The 10th prince endured the intense pain and looked up at Xiao Chen, meeting Xiao Chen's arrogant gaze. The 10th prince felt like a mountain separated the two, and a boundless pressure pressed down on him. Clang! Pa! Just as the 10th prince felt confused, a beam of red light shot out from the churning dust cloud. After defeating one person with one punch, the 10th prince's remaining 3 guests could not resist at all. The 10th prince's bodies trembled, and his internal organs shattered. His divine seal exploded and turned into flowing light. A terrifying saber wound, about 1 centimeter long, appeared on the 10th prince's chest. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Xiao Chen had at least 100 ways to make the other party take the initiative to give up. The 10th prince felt very dissatisfied. However, what else could he do if he did not agree? Let go of me first. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The 10th prince wanted to gather all his guests to surround and suppress him. Roar! Don't! 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 Damn it! My ice snow inheritance, no one can take it away from me. After thinking hard, the 10th prince thought of the only way to make Xiao Chen let him off. Half. The force that erupted out was indeed startling. To think that it allowed him to block Xiao Chen. The 10th prince goggled, flabbergasted. He showed a stunned expression as he watched Xiao Chen charge over. He actually felt somewhat stupefied. As he circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist and supported by the 10,000 Dragons picture, Xiao Chen brought out the Heaven Dragon's mysteries to their fullest. The surging fiery energy in Xiao Chen's body was like an erupting volcano. At that time, he would be the first to be eliminated miserably in the eyes of the feudal lords and noble clans' clan heads. The image of a dragon coiled around the sword, and with the support of the draconic luck, the spatial pressure in this area actually weakened significantly. After drawing the tyrant saber, a dazzling saber light flashed out. This completely eclipsed the light of the 10th prince's Yen imperial sword. Then, he mercilessly chopped down. If he could choose again, he would definitely not meddle in other people's business. He would just watch Xiao Chen fly away from him. Every prince had their own luck stored in the Yen imperial sword. The dragon essence collected by the guests would eventually gather in the prince's Yen imperial sword. The emperor essence would the Zhao's dragon. The heavens dragon spirits Chen's star. And the spatial pressure even more. The jade strip in his palm was sparkling and translucent, like a peerless piece of jade. The jade strip flowed like a spring, nourishing the image of a dragon. Heaven Chen dragon. Mu dragon. Xiao Chen to say, Heaven Ling by no. The 10th prince's Yen imperial sword had already fallen from his hand. At this moment, he felt so much pain that he could not think. When the 10th prince landed on the ground, he could not get up in time. Just the 2 4-veined sovereign emperor ice sculptures in front of the palace gates showed how horrifying the energy would be when they exploded. The 10th prince thought about the 2 4-veined sovereign emperor ice statues in front of the palace gates. Clang! Boom! I have dragon essence. In the past few days, Senior Roan and the others helped me kill many ferocious beasts in the snowy domain. I managed to collect some dragon essence. If you are willing, I can give them all to you. Many thanks. The 10th prince felt terrified just thinking about it. Such an embarrassing matter was hard to accept. When he thought about how he might be the first person to be eliminated from the succession race, he felt terrified. When Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, moonlight shone on his saber. It looked like clear spring water flowing in the air. This stomp landed on the 10th prince's chest wound, producing an unbearable shriek. Golden dragon images swam in Xiao Chen's divine energy sea. A supreme dragon might spread out from his body. All right, I promise you. Stop him. Stop him. When I gather all the guests, it will be the time of his death. As the 10th prince watched Xiao Chen knock away the gray-clad man with one palm strike and leave without pausing, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, he waved his hand and executed the Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. A murderous intent burst out from Xiao Chen's forehead. He had already gone far away. The instant the 10th prince let go, he quickly stood up and took out a medicinal pill to consume. Dragon essence was the materialization of the Son of Heaven's luck. In other words, it was dragon luck. Xiao Chen spread his arms, and his voice spread through the air like a dragon soaring in the sky, appearing elegant and tyrannical. When the 10th prince landed, a scarlet light streaked across the sky and caught him. Then, it turned into a beam of scarlet light and flew away with the wind. Never mind. I can give you 1/5 of the dragon essence in my Yen Imperial Sword, no more than that. 1/4, damn it. 1/3 is fine, right? Horror flashed in the 10th prince's eyes as he shouted anxiously. When the 10th prince transferred half of the dragon essence in his Yen Imperial Sword to Xiao Chen's jade strip, the 30-meter-long dragon image on the 10th prince's sword immediately shrank by half. Don't scram. Just take the initiative to give up. Pa. The 10th prince did not give the gray-clad man any space to dodge. Xiao Chen did not fear the 10th prince going back on his word, so he waited quietly. A well-preserved ancient palace exploded, and all the restrictions and formations within it collapsed in an instant. The world is unfair, and the evil dragon rules the world. How can one be respected? Luck is not on one's side, and one's life is as fragile as paper. What is supreme? Xiao Chen drew his Yen Imperial Sword, and a flash of sword light illuminated the room. Whoosh! What's going on? The gray-clad man bore the brunt of the attack and got blasted into the air, sustaining significant injuries. Boom! Before the gray-clad man could look at Xiao Chen smashed him down with a palm strike. Xiao Chen, stay behind. Xiao Chen withdrew his fist and grasped the scabbard on his back with his right hand. Then, he drew his saber expressionlessly. The gray-clad man on the ground immediately became enraged. The surging energy in his body burst out at full force. Boom! Whoosh! Whoosh! A saber intent burst out like a tsunami, directly shattering the 10th prince's armor. However, there were no ifs in this world. The 10th prince's desire to gather his guests to surround and suppress Xiao Chen caused him to experience pain and fear that he had never felt before. The 10th prince wiped the sweat off his forehead, drenching half his sleeves. Half of the sky was dyed red by the raging flames. This sudden burst of power could be said to be vast and mighty. The 10th prince immediately understood that the dragon essence could reduce the spatial pressure. As time passed, the advantage of the great desolate Ian bloodline would vanish. Scram! Its senior roams magma Dao domain. Immediately, thousands of saber wounds appeared on the 10th prince's body. Electric light flickered on every saber wound as they entered his body. They came like flowing water and disappeared like the wind. Vast and mighty dragons wandered the world, entering the sky and the sea. Who was honored? Boom! Xiao Chen gently clenched his fist, and warmth filled his entire body. The chill from the snowy region vanished. Imperceptibly, the other retainers of the 10th prince all felt the spatial pressure they were facing suddenly increase sharply. The instant the 10th prince turned around and soared into the air, he left behind a purple electric mark. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the 10th prince out of nowhere. However, on the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen sniffed the fragrance of the roses. His expression remained calm, not changing at all. In theory, if a prince did not take the initiative to give up, no one could make him leave. However, the 10th prince now lay at Xiao Chen's feet. Clang! The 10th prince fell to the ground. The wound on his chest no longer hurt, but he did not know when the shadow in his heart would disappear. Since entering the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, Xiao Chen had not stopped cultivating the 10,000 dragons art. The 10,000 dragons art erupted from the 10th prince's mouth. The remaining 3 guests appeared in front of the 10th prince, trying to help him block Xiao Chen's attack. The gray-clad man, who was smashed deep into the snow, screamed like a wolf's, in so much pain that he wanted to die. Of course, Shao Chun could not kill the princes. At the very least, he could not kill the 10th prince. However, letting the 10th prince off so easily was not Shao Chun's style. Shao Chun said calmly, "If you are not willing, I will send you away now." This punch was called leaderless dragons. The rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon crossed time and space, descending in all directions. A gigantic hand shot out electric light from its palm. With the support of the Tao domain, the 5-element divine lightning materialized a small world. Shao Chun. The 10th prince went berserk, feeling extremely dissatisfied. He was the first to arrive at the ice inheritance. The moment he saw it, he had already determined that the ice inheritance belonged to him. This is endless. Chapter 2283. A good show played out in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. A huge light screen in the imperial palace's drill ground showed the scenes there. Under the control of the imperial ancestral temple's imperial patriarchs, the various feudal lords and powerhouses could see what was happening on the light screen. The 13th prince is really incredible. He split his forces into 3 groups and already conquered 4 inferior grade inheritances. Wang Yi's guests were all outstanding talents with great desolate Aeon bloodlines. They held a huge advantage when they first entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The other prince's guests endured the spatial pressure and did not dare to clash head-on with the 13th prince for now. Most of them chose to avoid the spatial pressure. The spatial pressure in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb was simply too great. The ever-present great desolate Aeon aura prevented people from bringing out even 50% of their strength. They could only wait until they gathered sufficient dragon essence and gradually adapted to the spatial pressure. The first prince is really lucky. To think that he found a superior grade inheritance. The light screen showed that the first prince was leading Zuiyu and the others in attacking an inheritance whose dragon luck was clearly stronger than that of the other places. However, whether the first prince was lucky or the imperial ancestral temple's imperial patriarchs provided sufficient insider information, everyone understood. Ha ha ha. The 4th prince is really unlucky. He could not find an inheritance and can only hunt demonic beasts. I don't think he can last this round. Hey, what's wrong with the 10th prince? His luck actually decreased by half. He is in the snowy region. If I recall correctly, no one has entered the ice inheritance there. It is one of the most complete inheritances in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. What's going on? The ice inheritance is gone. When the light screen showed the 10th prince, Shao Chun happened to have already left, so no one noticed. The light screen only showed the 10th prince's pale face and dispirited face, as well as the collapsed ancient hall behind him. What a fellow! Who exactly got such a great bargain? Although this ice inheritance is a medial grade inheritance, it is complete. If one can obtain it, it will be even more valuable than a superior grade inheritance. Although a superior grade inheritance was of a higher grade, it was hard to say for sure that no one managed to enter it in the succession race. It was hard to say how many things could be left for the later generations. Given this, the value of a complete inheritance became clear. At the summit of a snowy mountain in the vast snowy region, Shao Chun stood on the summit, facing the wind and snow as he looked at the scarlet blood rose in his hand. He had to choose between the ice inheritance and the ice great Tao. Without a doubt, Shao Chun chose the latter. Let's take out the dragon jade first. Any treasure in the inheritance contained dragon essence. Furthermore, it contained more dragon essence than the average demonic beast. When the jade strip absorbed the dragon essence in the scarlet rose, Shao Chun felt that the dragon essence in the jade strip had increased by half. The rose contained dragon essence, which was slightly more than the dragon essence that the 10th prince had given him. In the jade slip, the dragon essence was sparkling and translucent like an immortal spring. In the next moment, the dragon essence that was being nurtured within suddenly took form and leaped out. It swam up and down around the jade scroll. Shao Chun reached out and held the jade strip in his hand. He immediately felt the spatial pressure of the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb vanish. I didn't expect to collect a dragon's shadow so quickly. Shao Chun revealed a look of joy on his face. Being able to collect dragon essence so quickly was indeed a great surprise to him. As far as he knew, it should be rather difficult to collect a dragon's shadow. Dragon shadows would appear only when the amount of dragon essence reached a certain level. The more dragon shadows around the jade strip, the more luck there was. It's time to absorb the ice great Tao in it. Xiao Chen muttered to himself after putting away the jade strip. Compared to the dragon essence, the ice great Tao that the scarlet rose represented filled Xiao Chen with even more anticipation. Right now, Xiao Chen's ice great Tao had already reached the second layer. He looked forward to absorbing this scarlet rose to see how much it would improve. Of course, the most important thing was to comprehend the white-clad Yan Emperor's understanding of the ice great Tao. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grasped the rose tightly. The thorns on the rose pierced his palm, connecting with his blood. The bright red roses, watered by the blood, were as beautiful as blood, giving off a strange light in this vast snowy region. Boom! Suddenly, the rose disappeared, turning into bright flower petals that filled the air, flying together with the snow. The wind was unclear. Would it be a rain of roses or a bloodbath? Xiao Chen closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. Then, he slowly spread out the ice Tao domain, filling the air with rose petals and snow. The rose petals turned into motes of light and entered Xiao Chen's body. While Xiao Chen refined the ice inheritance, the other prince's guests did not remain idle. Yellow sand flew everywhere, and sand dunes rose and fell. The mysterious black-clad man, who had parted ways with the first prince, wandered aimlessly in a sea of sand. This black-clad man wore half a mask, and his strange left eye flickered with a deep blue light. No one dared to look directly at him. It felt like if one looked at him for too long, one's soul would sink into it. Many ferocious beasts lived in the sea of sand. Occasionally, one could see guests who could not find the inheritance hunting them. Stop right there. Hand over all the dragon essence you collected. Just at this moment, two people rushed out from behind, and one of them shouted loudly. The many princes' guests came from all walks of life. After coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, they revealed some of their bad habits. The black-clad man remained expressionless when he heard that. He silently turned around and glanced at the two. The scarlet cross in the depths of the black-clad man's left eye flickered with a weak light. The two three-veined sovereign emperors preparing to rob the black-clad man immediately felt a chill in their faces. Horror inexplicably welled up in their hearts. Plop! Plop! The heart of the short-haired man on the right beat increasingly fast, so fast that he could not control it. He felt something choking his throat. His breathing turned ragged, and he could not speak. Suddenly, without any warning, blood oozed out of that person's 7 orifices, and his heart leaped out of his chest. That person died on the spot, his eyes wide open. Before he died, he seemed to have suffered boundless torture, his eyes filled with boundless horror. Ah! The remaining 3-veined sovereign emperor screamed in fright, trembling as he looked at the black-clad man. Such a scene was completely beyond his understanding. Boom! In his desperation, the black-clad man's aura surged, hating that he could not use up all his divine energy. The black-clad man ruthlessly threw a palm strike. The force of this palm strike gathered his divine energy, soul energy, and Tao domain, turning it into a fiercely burning eagle claw. This claw tore through the sky, and intense flames surged into the sky. Even a 4-veined sovereign emperor had to deal with it cautiously, not getting careless. This was the peak strike of this black-clad man out of extreme fear. He wanted to use this to buy himself some time to flee. Whoosh! The scarlet cross in the depths of the black-clad man's left eye spun frantically. In the next moment, something strange happened. The blazing eagle claw that seemed to be able to tear apart a small world got swallowed up by the black-clad man's left eye. There was no sound, no trace left. That black-clad man was utterly stunned. He even forgot to flee. When that black-clad man startled awake, he screamed and turned around to flee. However, just as he turned around, a strong suction came from him, and his entire body moved back. No matter how he struggled, he could not resist. That black-clad man could only grab at the air helplessly. Then, the wild, berserk energy pulled him into the black-clad man's left eye. Crack. Crack. The black-clad man's left eye seemed to contain a powerful ferocious beast. After it swallowed up that black-clad man, it gave off cracking sounds. The surroundings were so quiet that it made one's hair stand on end. If someone heard these cracking sounds, they would definitely be horrified, not understanding what was going on. 3 vain sovereign emperors died silently in the eyes of the black-clad man called Shi. One was frightened to death, and the other was swallowed alive. However, all this seemed insignificant in the black-clad man's eyes. The black-clad man's expression did not change at all. He turned around and continued strolling through the desert, heading for the place where the sun set. After a while, under the afterglow of the huge setting sun, the black-clad man finally saw the person he wanted to see, Yan Sangming. Jin Yuan stood at Yan Sangming's side, hugging a saber as he stood at the side with his eyes half closed. Jin Yuan did not look at the black-clad man, not even glancing at him out of the corner of his eye. The afterglow still shone on his face. "Brother Yan, we meet again." The black-clad man's expression finally changed when he saw Yan Sangming. Then, he revealed a faint smile. "Lord Shi." Yan Sangming performed a cupped fist salute and bowed slightly, expressing his respect for this person. "Brother Yan, you are still as polite as before. You know when to advance and when to retreat. How about it? Have you considered what I told you before you came?" The black-clad man asked indifferently, not minding it. Yan Sangming said after some thought, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Lord Shi. I will not give this ethereal immortal palace key to anyone. However, I have never been disrespectful to Lord Shi, much less dare to be an enemy." Boom! The black-clad man's gaze sank, and his eyelids drooped slightly. Immediately, it felt like the sky pressed down heavily under his gaze. Even the huge setting sun seemed small above his head. Jin Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, which had been closed all this while. Jin Yuan's right hand inadvertently grasped his saber's hilt. Mysterious black patterns appeared on Yan Sangming's face, looking like dragon scales and looking somewhat sinister. Black death chi spread out from Yan Sangming's body, squirming like it was alive. However, Yan Sangming's expression did not change, and there was no hostility in his eyes. All of a sudden, all the pressure was swept away. The black-clad man's lips curled up. With this smile, the demonic clouds for 5,000 kilometers around scattered, and the setting sun turned bright. "Brother Yan, I have always treated you as a friend. How can you say such a thing? Even if you hold enmity for me, you will still be my friend. It is normal for friends to misunderstand each other." The black-clad man paused for a moment. Then, he suddenly shifted his gaze to the sky and said, "However, this friend, there is no point in hiding. Hey, where are you looking at?" "I'm behind you." The black-clad man's expression changed slightly. When he turned around, he saw a person leaping out of the setting sun. This person appeared out of nowhere with an indistinct smile on his face. He had a calm expression and carried a sword on his back. Chapter 2284. The appearance of this person in the sun surprised the black-clad man. To think that he could not grasp the other party's position. The black-clad man could not help showing some doubt. The black-clad man was very confident in his perception. In that case, did this person teleport in an instant, or had he been hiding in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb's sun from the start to the end? Jin Yuan and Yan Sangming exchanged glances. They both saw shock in each other's eyes. At the same time, they somewhat understood why the black-clad man suddenly stopped. It must be because of this person. The black-clad man's background and strength were extremely horrifying. This was especially so for his eye technique, which inspired despair. "I am certain that you are not among the prince's guests. Who are you? I am really curious." The black-clad man quickly recovered his calm as he spoke indifferently. The Xuewu dynasty's first prince has been missing for more than 100 years. In the past decade, he appeared in the demonic Dao Hall. Rumor has it that he was born with a demonic eye that can plunge one into boundless fear. It can swallow up everything in the world, even bloodlines and souls. The person who arrived did not answer the black-clad man. Instead, he enunciated every word before continuing, "This prince's name is Shi. The demonic Dao Hall has already designated him as the Xuewu dynasty's crown prince. However, he remains extremely low profile. Even within the Xuewu dynasty, few people know about him." Haha. It looks like you understand a lot about me. The black-clad man did not deny it. He smiled faintly and said, "However, I already know who you are. You are the universe origin sex Dao Scion, Chu Chaoyun. A shocking genius who comprehended the primal chaos great bandit. You have answered my doubts about why I could not determine your location. Might I ask out of turn? Your primal chaos great Dao can confuse space, but can it confuse time?" Chu Chaoyun smiled and countered, "Why don't you guess?" "There's no need to guess. If you cannot, you can just die." A scarlet cross appeared in the black-clad man's eyes. Chu Chaoyun's expression immediately changed, and his figure slowly turned blurry in the air. Yan Sangming felt slightly stunned. Then, he suddenly understood something and looked around. He saw Chu Chaoyun's figure appear where the black-clad man first determined Chu Chaoyun's location. However, the moment he appeared, his figure turned blurry again. Where is he? Yan Sangming looked around. He discovered that every time he locked onto Chu Chaoyun, space would turn chaotic for some reason, disappearing from his vision. His figure continued to blur as he went further and further away. Hee, you can't escape. Since I've discovered your secret, there's no reason for me to let you go. The man in black snorted coldly and turned his gaze to the front. The blood-colored cross in his left eye flickered with light and started to spin crazily like a cross on the ground. Whoosh! The space in the surroundings twisted, and the space in the sky, the ground, the front, the back, the left, and the right, there were no blind spots, were all sucked in by his left eye. No matter how Chu Chaoyun's figure flashed in the distorted space, he could not avoid it. In the distorted space, blurry figures were being sucked toward the left eye of the man in black. Because there was no dead angle at all. The black-clothed man stood on the spot, and everything in the space around him was devoured by his left eye. Chu Chaoyun's expression changed slightly, and he stopped running. The thousands of figures in the distorted space merged together, revealing his true body. At the same time, Chu Chaoyun quickly formed hand seals with both hands, showing a grave expression. At the critical moment, Chu Chaoyun's body released a weak light. That was the primal chaos Dao domain. The instant this weak primal chaos Dao domain was brought out, divine characters appeared in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. His eyes shone with an extremely resplendent golden light. The heavenly flame covering Chu Chaoyun's body looked like glass, resplendent and crystalline. That flame gave off an ancient aura, breaking through the barriers of countless epochs. Whoosh! The flame flowed through the distorted space like silver light, surging into the black-clothed man's left eye. The surrounding distorted space instantly recovered. Blood leaked out of Chu Chaoyun's lips as he took the opportunity to flee. The black-clothed man's expression did not change as he looked coldly in the direction that Chu Chaoyun had taken. Everywhere the black-clothed man passed, space turned chaotic and layered over. The black-clothed man could not lock onto Chu Chaoyun's figure at all. Consider yourself lucky. The black-clothed man looked around and fixed his gaze on Yan Sangming and Jin Yuan, who were not far away. Then, his expression immediately changed. He smiled and said, "How embarrassing. I could not even trap an insignificant primal chaos Dao disciple. I've embarrassed myself in front of Brother Yan." The strength that Chu Chaoyun displayed earlier was not an ordinary kind of horrifying. Just that technique of distorting space alone was enough to make Chu Chaoyun tremble. Just that move alone gave Yan Sangming a headache. However, before the black-clothed man, he could only flee. Although it was embarrassing, Yan Sangming and Jin Yuan did not think that Xiao Chen was weak. Yan Sangming said softly, "Lord, she really knows how to joke." This primal chaos Dao disciple could not even retaliate before Lord Shi. He could only flee. Lord, she probably did not even bring out 1,000th of his strength. When the black-clothed man heard that, he guffawed endlessly. This strange laughter was completely unfathomable. Yen Sungming smiled embarrassedly. However, he felt somewhat uncertain in his heart. He did not know what this black-clothed man was up to. Brother Yen, you are a smart person. That's why I like making friends with you. It is understandable for friends to have some misunderstandings. The black-clothed man stopped smiling and looked meaningfully at Yen Sungming. Yen Sungming nodded and said, Lord, she is right. Good. In that case, I will not beat around the bush. I will not insist on the ethereal immortal palace key in your hand. There is no need for me to tell you how to express yourself, right? The black-clothed man said calmly, giving off an unquestionable air. After some thought, Yen Sungming said, if the ethereal immortal palace appears, I will definitely stand on Lord Shi's side. The black-clothed man smiled faintly and did not say anything more. Then, he looked around and fixed his gaze on Jin Yuan. The black-clothed man revealed a playful expression as he said softly, I sense fear in you. How interesting. After saying that, the black-clothed man shook his head and turned to leave. The black-clothed man's final words shocked Yen Sungming. Yen Sungming sent a voice projection, Jin Yuan, did he discover your secret? It's hard to say. However, he is skilled in the fear Tao, even fear itself. It is hard to say if he discovered anything. However, he will definitely not discover the Black Dragon King's secret. That's good. Did you notice? Huh. He is injured. Jin Yuan's expression changed slightly. Then, he looked at Yen Sungming and frowned. Are you sure? Yen Sungming's earlier respectful attitude vanished. He said coldly, I saw it very clearly. Earlier, that primal chaos true sun did not fluster in the face of danger. At the moment of life and death, he forcefully drove his primal chaos Tao domain and brought out the might of a true god's true flame. Shi's heaven-swallowing demonic eye is said to be able to consume everything in the world. However, that primal chaos true flame is also said to be able to burn everything in the world to ashes. Jin Yuan's eyes lit up. That is really good news. I keep feeling that he is an undefeatable existence. Even if I bring out my full power, I can only severely injure him. Yen Sungming said seriously, this is one of his means. He wants to portray himself as undefeatable, planting the seed of fear in the hearts of everyone who comes into contact with him. The longer one interacts with him, the harder it is to defeat him. We have to thank this primal chaos true sun for breaking the seed that she planted in our hearts. Jin Yuan sighed, fear is truly incomprehensible. Haha. There is no need to care about that. The two of us only need to know that he has openings as well. Come, let's meet up with the sixth prince. Right. Yen Sungming and Jin Yuan immediately left, not wanting to linger. Chu Chaoyun, on the other side, the distant black-clad man muttered to himself with his eyes closed and the yellow sand filling the air. Black blood dripped down from his left eye along the half of his mask. Drip. The instant the blood landed on the yellow sand, all the spiritual energy and life force within 5,000 kilometers were swallowed up by this drop of black blood. Following that, the yellow sand filled the air, losing all life force. The surrounding 5,000 kilometers turned into a black desert. At a glance, one would think that the black blood had assimilated the desert. When the black-clad man opened his eyes again, a golden flame came out of his left eye. The black-clad man's pale complexion slowly recovered its color. As he looked at these flames, he revealed a look of disgust. Yen Sungming, I hope you don't think too highly of yourself. The black-clad man snorted coldly and soared into the air, turning into a black cloud that vanished into the horizon. Chapter 2285. 2 days later, at the summit of a snowy mountain, Shao Chen, who had already completely refined the scarlet rose, opened his eyes, and his Tao might immediately soared. First layer, second layer, third layer, fourth layer. Shao Chen's ice Tao domain rose by 2 layers, reaching the 4th layer. The boundless benefits of the ice inheritance far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations, allowing him to gain a lot. Flowers bloomed before Xiao Chen's eyes, and heavy snow drifted before him. With a thought, the radiating Dao domain turned into a cold light and withdrew. The Dao domain condensed in Xiao Chen's hand, turning into a glistening scarlet rose. Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the rose scattered, turning into petals dancing in the air. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a satisfied smile. By relying on the white-clad Yan Emperor's inheritance, Xiao Chen could instantly control the strengthened fourth-layer ice Dao domain as he pleased. With a thought, he could condense the fourth-layer ice Dao domain into a rose on his palm. With another movement, he could easily spread out the fourth-layer ice Dao domain, turning it into a rain of petals, forming a special field. It's time to search for other inheritances. After tasting the benefits, Xiao Chen decided to continue searching for inheritances. Either he did not search or he went to superior grade inheritances. Only then could he gain something. However, he would probably have to go to a huge battle after this. 5 days had passed in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Most of the guests had already adapted to the spatial pressure here, and with the dragon essence they had collected, furthermore, they had collected dragon essence and could no longer bring out less than 50% of their strength. Xiao Chen executed the heavenly eye, and a vertical eye flew out from his forehead and hovered in the air. Xiao Chen used the heavenly eye to look into the distance. He saw many things that others could not see. Others were conquering those inheritances, and no one was interested in those inheritances. He could also see it clearly, which could avoid a lot of trouble and save him a lot of time. After a while, Xiao Chen withdrew the heavenly eye. Then, he grasped the jade strip and checked the map of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The inheritances in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb were left by the previous Yan Emperors. The closer one was to the center, the more dangerous it would be. However, the level of the inheritances would also increase. Most importantly, the native ferocious beasts were stronger. Aside from this, there were many forbidden lands in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The so-called forbidden lands were places that even the imperial ancestral temple could not figure out. 9 out of 10 people would die after entering. Where should I go? Unlike the jade slips of the other princes, Xiao Chen's jade slips did not contain much additional information. For example, the first prince knew of some superior legacies that others did not know about, so he could easily make his choice. If it were Xiao Chen, things would not be so simple. How to judge was crucial. Let's do it here. Our target is the Thunder Flame inheritance. Just now, I saw some of the prince's guests coming out with dejected expressions. I think they failed to break through. Xiao Chen made his choice based on the information he saw with the heavenly insight god eye. All the previous Yan emperors of the Yanwu dynasty were swordsmen. Most of them were good at the fire Dao. There were also many geniuses who grasped 2 types of great Daos at the same time and could combine them perfectly. The Thunder Flame inheritance was such a place, the Thunder Dao and the Fire Dao. The demon blood vulture appeared, and Xiao Chen leaped into the air and landed on it. 4 days later, the Thunder Flame inheritance appeared before Xiao Chen. From the outside, it looked like a vast and imposing palace. There were many signs of battle nearby. Clearly, this Thunder Flame inheritance was a juicy piece of meat that several princes intended to occupy. However, it did not seem that easy to deal with. Thunderclouds covered the ceiling of the palace. Occasionally, lightning bolts descended. When the lightning landed, it immediately burned, scorching the surrounding 5,000 kilometers around the palace. Without a certain level of strength, it would be difficult to enter. Someone is coming? Xiao Chen frowned slightly. In the next moment, he turned into a purple electric mark and instantly vanished. Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon, 3 figures descended from the sky. A horrifying emperor's might instantly spread out. Xiao Chen saw from the shadows that the 13th prince's guests had also charged into this inheritance. 2 of the 3 middle-aged men gave off the aura of a golden dragon. They were horrifying 4 vain sovereign emperors. These 2 were called Qin Yu and Qin Liang. They were the dragon god Crown Prince Qin Ming's paternal uncles. The other person was even stronger, actually a five-veined sovereign emperor. This person's eyes filled with wildness. He was the Heavenly Wolf Empire's expert, Tuo Baiyun. The 13th prince's guests split into 3 groups, sweeping through everything before them. The 3 of them were one of the groups. They had already conquered several inheritances. Then, they targeted the Thunder Flame inheritance, which had already troubled several princes. There seemed to be someone earlier. Tuo Baiyun showed a calm gaze as he cautiously sized up the surroundings, using his soul energy to sense. After some thought, Qin Yu said, I saw it as well. However, I only saw a vague figure that looked like someone. A sinister light flashed in Qin Liang's eyes. He snorted coldly and said, It's Shao Chen. He is the person that the purple gold dragon emperor wanted to kill. He should have sensed us coming and entered first, or he is hiding. In that case, there is no need to care about him. He is just a mere 2-veined sovereign emperor. He is not a threat. As a 5-veined sovereign emperor, Tuo Baiyun was qualified to say that. Right. If he dares to show himself, the 3 did not say anything more. They ignored the descending thunder flame as they strode towards the palace. This is somewhat problematic. Shao Chen frowned slightly. The 3 were all great perfection sovereign emperors. This was especially so for Tuo Baiyun, a 5-veined sovereign emperor. The most crucial thing was that there were 2 golden dragon race great perfection sovereign emperors. Shao Chen had a deep grudge with the golden dragon bloodline, nearly to the point where they would not rest until one side was dead. Everyone in the golden dragon bloodline viewed Shao Chen as a thorn in their flesh, wishing to get rid of him as soon as possible. Never mind. I have to obtain the Thunder Flame inheritance. A cold look flashed in Shao Chen's eyes. As for the 2 golden dragon race great perfection sovereign emperors, he had to kill them once he made a move. Shao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and entered within 5,000 kilometers of the palace. Moving as light as a swallow, Shao Chen weaved through the thousands of thunder flames as he pleased. Soon, he entered the palace. Indeed, there was a world inside. Only a metal bridge connected the 2 ends of the vast space. The bottom was a horrifying, pitch-black abyss. The end of the bridge led to an unknown place. Dang! 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 The sound of the metal chains reverberated endlessly in the dark space. Thunder roared endlessly in the depths of Shao Chen's sea of consciousness, shocking him. Fortunately, Shao Chen's divine seal was strong and did not get affected. He walked steadily on the bridge, not flustered. After he was done, he entered another passageway. Using the light from the lamps on the walls, Shao Chen turned his head back to look. He discovered that the bottom of the metal chains was filled with green thunder flames burning endlessly. Piles of white bones floated on the surface of the thunder flames. These were all sovereign emperors who had fallen from the metal chains. This looked like a simple path, but so many people died during experiential training. Bona fide sovereign emperors died here. This was truly lamentable. Sovereign emperors had tested it before, and it was already comparable to divine materials. After being burned by the thunder flames for thousands of years, it gave off a jade green light. There's sound. Soft footsteps rang out, startling Shao Chen slightly. Damn it. We actually ran into the 8th prince's guests at the final step after much difficulty. Let's go. These 3 great perfection sovereign emperors are pretty good for not robbing us. Hee. I guess it is because they have conquered too many inheritances. That's why they do not care about our gains. After a while, a group of people appeared in front of Shao Chen. This group was bustling with dispirited expressions, clearly in a bad mood. There were quite a number of people, at least a dozen of them. After failing to break through the Thunder Flame inheritance in a few one-on-one battles, the mercenaries from different factions decided to team up. Who could have imagined that they would run into Tuo Baiyun's group of 3 and be chased out? Before strength, they had no choice but to submit. Shao Chen. Someone recognized Shao Chen and was slightly stunned. clearly stunned. Nearly all the prince's guests had heard of Xiao Chen's name. It was not strange for someone to recognize him. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and said, "Excuse me." Then, he continued walking forward. Just as Xiao Chen was halfway there, someone suddenly shouted coldly, "Stop. What advice do you have?" "Nothing much. I heard that you have a medial-grade soul tool. You must have gained a lot in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, right? We would like to take a look." The one who spoke was a purple-clad, middle-aged man. Greed flashed in his eyes. Right after that person spoke, the others showed playful expressions. Although they belonged to different factions, they had formed an alliance before death. Even if Xiao Chen had a medial-grade soul tool, it would still be easy to deal with a two-veined sovereign emperor. Wasn't it a piece of cake? They had the advantage in numbers, and it wasn't a problem at all. Chapter 2286. The purple-clad, middle-aged man's name was Zhang Ping. He was the 18th prince's guest, a peak three-vein cultivator. Those who could cultivate to sovereign emperor before 500 years old were incredible existences. Those who could cultivate to three-vein sovereign emperor could be considered outstanding talents, considered experts in Yen City. However, among the many prince's guests, Zhang Ping could only be considered average. After being chased away by the 13th prince's three guests, Zhang Ping felt frustrated. When he suddenly saw Xiao Chen, he immediately had a bad idea. Zhang Ping immediately had a bad idea. Under Zhang Ye's instigation, the greed in these people's hearts stirred. Relying on their numbers, they became even more ferocious. What's wrong? Is young Master Xiao not willing? In that case, don't blame us for bullying you. You are still young and should not be willing to leave the ancient Yan Emperor tomb so early, right? The purple-clad, middle-aged man, Zhang Ping, smiled mischievously. He thought that he had grasped Xiao Chen's weakness, certain that Xiao Chen would not dare to resist. When Xiao Chen heard that, he smiled instead of getting angry. After some thought, he said, "With your delay, I probably will not be able to obtain much benefit from this Thunderflame inheritance. Never mind. I'll just take some losses from you." "Brat, you must be dreaming." A two-veined sovereign emperor with a fiery temper charged out of the crowd. This person was a three-veined sovereign emperor with a stocky build. With one look, it was clear that he cultivated a special body-tempering cultivation technique. "This grandpa will teach you a lesson." Star-breaking fist. Boom. The instant the man clenched his fist, an explosive force shot out. A strong wind howled like a saber. However, this man's fist light was even faster than the strong wind. He moved like lightning as he punched. As its name suggested, the star-breaking fist could shatter an average-sized star in the outside world when practiced to its peak. Given this man's cultivation, he had clearly practiced this fist to its peak. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he could shatter a star in the outside world. Flickering lantern flames appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes as he instantly executed the candle dragon eyes. A candle dragon head image behind Xiao Chen opened at the same time. Then, a formless ice flame entered the man's body. The man's explosive speed slowed down before Xiao Chen. "Kneel." When he got close, Xiao Chen let out a cold shout and lifted his leg to crush his knee. With a miserable shriek, the burly man fell to his knees in front of Xiao Chen. The ice flames swept through his limbs, bones, internal organs, and soul pool, causing him so much pain that he wished he were dead. Xiao Chen, who already possessed the fourth layer Ice Dao domain, executed the candle dragon eyes. Its might was already incomparable to before. Xiao Chen subdued a three-veined sovereign emperor with one kick. Horror flashed in the eyes of the other guests. Their hearts trembled. Xiao Chen's strength clearly surpassed their expectations. "I forfeit." The man kneeling on the ground couldn't stand the pain of the ice flames, and he couldn't focus on healing in front of Xiao Chen, so he was forced to give up. "Everyone, hand over a treasure and transfer half of your dragon essence to me. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving." Xiao Chen swept his gaze across the crowd of guests who wanted to rob him and shouted coldly. Everyone, don't panic. No matter how strong he is just one person. If we attack together, even if a few of us die, we can still subdue him. The purple-clad, middle-aged man who spoke first shouted when he saw the situation, trying to boost morale. That was not wrong. Xiao Qin could not defeat so many sovereign emperors. However, the purple-clad, middle-aged man forgot one thing. If Xiao Qin wanted to leave, even if there were twice as many people, they could not stop him. Xiao Qin was born undefeatable. However, this group of people belonged to different princes. How could they dare to risk their lives to surround and attack Xiao Qin? Wishful thinking. Damn it. Zhang Ping raged in his heart. He knew that if he did not take the lead and delay Xiao Qin, the others would not make a move. Xiao Qin, don't be arrogant. Whoosh. A saber light appeared, and Zhang Ping took the lead to charge at Xiao Qin. A sharp saber light instantly encased Xiao Qin. Zhang Ping did not dare to be careless, not holding anything back. He merged his divine energy, soul energy, and Dao domain. He brought out everything he learned in his life into these saber lights. Whoosh. 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 However, Xiao Qin should not have executed his saber techniques before someone who comprehended the saber great Dao. This was simply making a fool of himself. You have not even comprehended the saber Dao domain, and yet you dare to draw your saber before me? Who gave you the courage? Xiao Qin mocked. He did not make a move, just casually walking around the saber lights that he saw as full of openings. Immediately, the boundlessly ferocious and tyrannical saber technique that others saw as boundlessly tyrannical moved. Xiao Qin looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll, not even staining his clothes. Seeing that someone was fleeing quietly, Xiao Qin stopped wasting time with them. He placed his right hand on the scabbard on his back and said coldly, "The saber is not for you to play with." Clang! Xiao Qin drew the tyrant saber with the support of the saber Dao domain. It easily shattered Zhang Ping's vast saber technique. Then, the tyrant saber hacked down heavily. Clang! The saber in Zhang Ping's hand flew away. Zhang Ping could not resist the huge force at all, instantly falling to the ground. Lie down for a while longer. Without even looking at Zhang Ping, Xiao Qin spun the tyrant saber around and stabbed it back. The tyrant saber pierced Zhang Ping's chest amid a startled cry, pinning him to the ground. At the same time, the god's shadow bow appeared in Xiao Qin's hand. He released his divine seal, drew back the bowstring, and released an arrow. The arrow pierced the hearts of the two sovereign emperors who had already stepped onto the metal chains, causing them to fall. Even 5 vain sovereign emperors could not block the horrifying thunder flame below. Naturally, only death awaited the two. Is there anyone else who wants to leave? The bow in my hand is called God's shadow. Even a great perfection sovereign emperor would find it hard to block this arrow of mine. There is only one way out. If you dare, you can give it a try. Xiao Qin spoke with a relaxed tone. His tone did not sound like that of a too vain sovereign emperor. The group of guests was stupefied when they saw this. With a raise of his hand, Xiao Qin easily took down 2-3 vain sovereign emperors. The combat prowess he showed already rivaled that of 5 vain sovereign emperors. Let me go, and I'll give you a treasure. This is my jade strip. Zhang Ping grasped the tyrant saber with both hands. Electric light flickered on the saber, but he could not pull it out of his chest. He fell into utter despair. The first to submit to Xiao Qin was to say that Xiao Qin was unwilling to leave the ancient tomb. However, the one who was truly unwilling was Zhang Ping himself. With the example of Zhang Ping and the body-tempering man and the deterrence of the god Shadow Bao, this group of people had no choice but to submit. This group of people felt so regretful that their intestines turned green. They even cursed Zhang Ping's 18 generations of ancestors in their hearts. Everything was fine. Just let Xiao Qin walk over. Why did you stop the other party? After this group of people left, Xiao Qin looked at the watery and heavy jade strip and revealed a satisfied smile. Another dragon image swam around the jade strip. As for the treasures, there was an even greater pile. There were rare great desolate Aeon herbs, ancient divine materials, and ferocious beast souls. Even if Xiaochen could not obtain the Thunder Flame inheritance on this trip, he had already profited greatly. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If others offend me, I will repay them tenfold. Xiaochen put away these treasures with a peace of mind. Then, he tightly grasped the jade strip and turned to head into the depths of the palace. After looking at the god's shadow bow in his hand, Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then, he took out the death god mask and wore it. In that instant, Xiaochen's aura vanished, becoming one with the darkness. There were 2 4-veined sovereign emperors and 1 5-veined sovereign emperor. They had the noblest backgrounds and outstanding talent, possessing great desolate Aeon bloodlines. The motley crew from earlier could not compare to these 3. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. If Xiaochen could deal with or severely injure one of them, it would be much easier to fight. In the depths of the Thunder Flame inheritance, Tuo Baiyun, Qin Yu, and Qin Liang fought a group of Thunder Devils and Flame Devils. The Thunder Devils and Flame Devils did not have bodies of flesh and blood. They were spirits born in the world and did not have high intelligence. However, they were hard to destroy and possessed horrifying destructive power. The most troublesome thing was that if one could not kill these Thunder Devils and Flame Devils in one strike, they would quickly revive. Hence, the Thunder Flame inheritance blocked the attacks of the many princes, not breaking through. However, it was hard to say now that the 3 met Tuo Baiyun's group. These 3 truly lived up to being elite sovereign emperors carefully selected from the 8 great empires. They did not show any fear when facing the many Thunder Devils and Flame Devils. Nearly all of them killed in one strike. Occasionally, an expert could not kill in one strike. Another person would quickly make up for it, working well together. As for the Heavenly Wolf Empire's Tuo Baiyun, he was even more incredible. He was currently fighting a mutated ferocious spirit alone. This ferocious spirit seemed to be a combination of a Thunder Devil and a Flame Devil. Half of its body flickered with electric light, and the other half was filled with surging flames. When the two merged, the ferocious spirit could switch between them as it pleased. With the support of the 2 Dao domains, it could bring out a Dao might close to the 9th layer. Even so, Tuo Baiyun dealt with it very easily, appearing calm and at ease. It seemed like Tuo Baiyun did not want to spend too much effort. He wanted to wait for Qin Yu and Qin Liang to finish off the other ferocious spirits before the 3 worked together to kill it. As the 3 fought intensely, they did not notice a figure merging into the darkness and observing for a long time. Tuo Baiyun cannot move. Clearly, he is holding back. The god's shadow bow might not be able to hit him. I can only target Qin Yu or Qin Liang. Xiaochen, who had been observing for a long time, already made up his mind. He drew the bowstring, and the heart flame burned, filling the arrow with arrows. Chapter 2287. Xiaochen released his divine seal and infused his soul energy into the bow. The instant the heart flame filled the arrow, he let go. Whoosh! Nearly at the same time Xiaochen let go, Qin Yu, who was preparing to kill a lightning fiend, felt his chest explode. A bowl-sized hole appeared in Qin Yu's chest, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The heart flame in the arrow entered the wound and corroded Qin Yu's entire body. His mind shook, and the divine seal in his soul pool flickered and dimmed. A large amount of soul energy leaked out uncontrollably. Pa! The lightning fiend fighting Qin Yu did not even think before throwing a palm strike. The instant the wriggling purple palm struck Qin Yu's head, lightning fell from the sky at the same time. Boom! The severely injured Qin Yu, who was already on the verge of death, died on the spot. His soul scattered, and he no longer showed any signs of life. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The pitiful Qin Yu did not even have time to bring out his great desolate Aeon bloodline or his many life-saving treasures. He died just like that. Second brother. Not far away, Qin Liang was stunned for a long time when he saw this scene. Everything happened too quickly. From the moment Xiaochen let go to Qin Yu's death, only 2 breaths had passed. Qin Liang could not save Qin Yu in time even if he wanted to. He could only watch as Qin Yu's corpse turned into a pile of mush. The lightning fiends continued to strike Qin Yu, a tragic sight to behold. After this arrow was shot, unless Xiaochen left immediately, he would definitely expose himself if he remained here. Xiaochen took off the death god mask and slowly revealed himself from the darkness. Qin Liang, who startled awake, narrowly dodged the attacks of the lightning fiends and the flame fiends. When he saw Xiaochen's true appearance, he was enraged. Xiaochen! You mixed blood dragon, how dare you kill my second brother? The alloy dragon armor appeared. Xiaochen showed a calm expression, unperturbed. Back in the Divine Dragon Empire, the Golden Dragon bloodline had nearly driven him into a corner. After he managed to escape with great difficulty, he still suffered 2 fatal assassinations. Each time, his life hung by a thread. Since Xiaochen met this Golden Dragon expert, how could he show mercy? Should he wait for the other party to kill him? Impossible. Don't worry, you'll be accompanying him soon. Electric light flickered as silver battle armor covered Xiaochen's entire body. Purple dragon patterns adorned the armor, and a reverse scale pendant hung on his forehead. After activating the alloy dragon armor, Xiaochen's aura surged, and his entire aura changed. The withdrawn sharpness was completely revealed. Dragon might spread out, looking solid. I didn't come looking for you, but you actually delivered yourself to me. You're courting death. Seeing that not only did Xiaochen not run, but he was charging towards him instead, Qin Liang laughed sinisterly. A set of golden dragon armor appeared. It looked dazzling with golden light, and dragon silhouettes flew around. However, compared to Xiaochen's combined dragon armor, it was clearly much weaker. Tuoba Yun, who was currently fighting the Thunder Flame Devil, frowned slightly. He wanted to help. However, he could not be careless with the Thunder Cliff demonic fiend before him. It was not something that he could escape just because he wanted to. If he left and waited for it to return to its peak, all its previous efforts would have been in vain. With this thought, Tuoba Yun stopped holding back and attacked with all his might. He planned to quickly deal with the Thunder Flame Devil before helping Qin Liang deal with Xiaochen. Furthermore, in Tuoba Yun's opinion, if not for a sneak attack, Xiaochen might not have been able to kill Qin Yu. At the very least, Xiaochen would not lose to Qin Liang in a head-on clash. One thought could change many things. With this thought, Qin Yu's fate was already decided. Emperor Dragon Fist. Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiaochen and Qin Yu quickly clashed. Dragon roars rang out, and dragon images flew everywhere. One side executed the Golden Dragon race's Emperor Dragon Fist, and the other executed the Supreme Dragon Fist. The Emperor Dragon Fist was known as the Dragon race's top offensive technique. Among all fist techniques, no one could match it. However, the prerequisite was that the Supreme Dragon Fist did not appear. In a few breaths, the two exchanged 100 moves. With every punch and every move, Qin Yu actually ended up at a disadvantage. No matter what he did, he could not reverse the situation. The most crucial thing was that Xiaochen completely suppressed his Golden Dragon might. The Golden Dragon in his body did not even dare to raise its head. Qin Yu immediately felt somewhat flustered. The Golden Divine Dragon was the strongest of the Divine Dragon bloodlines. Aside from the Heaven Dragon, what other dragon race bloodline could suppress it? However, Qin Yu did not know that Xiaochen had the Blue Dragon bloodline. Furthermore, he had the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline conferred by the royal genealogy. You are just an insignificant mixed blood dragon, and you dare to be impudent? Back off. Qin Yu shouted, giving up on fighting Xiaochen with his fist technique. Then, he took out a sword radiating an Emperor Dragon might. This was an inferior grade soul tool. The most crucial thing was that it contained the Divine Dragon Empire's Emperor Dragon might. This sword was far from what an ordinary inferior grade soul tool could compare to. The dazzling sword gave off a bright light. A vague image of countless dragon images kneeling and worshipping appeared amid the light, recounting the tens of thousands of years of glory of a legendary race. With the support of the Emperor Dragon Might, Xiaochen felt a mountain-like pressure. He actually felt an urge to submit. This was the reverence the dragon race bloodline had for their race's dragon emperor. When facing this sword, it is like a dragon race disciple personally descending. You insignificant mixed-blood dragon, why are you still not kneeling? Qin Yu revealed a cocky expression. He thought to himself, you are quite capable to be able to force me to draw this sword. However, it ends here. Ignorant. Xiaochen smiled coldly in his heart. It is just a fake holy land, not the true Emperor Dragon sword. Instead of dodging, Xiaochen advanced instead of retreating. Before Qin Yu's shocked gaze, he drew the soul tool, Heavenly Slayer. Dang! The saber and sword clashed. Qin Yu, who wanted to salvage the situation, vomited a mouthful of blood and took another 3 steps back. His right hand, which held the sword, exploded. He lost all feeling in his arm. This is Heavenly Slayer, the soul tool of my dragon race's treasure trove. It has been missing for a long time. How did it end up in your hands? You speak too much. Qin Yu, who was already at a disadvantage, panicked. However, Xiaochen did not give him a chance to speak. Using the might of Heavenly Slayer, Xiaochen unleashed a sharp saber move. Oh no! Tuoba Yun, who was dealing with the Thunder Flame Devil, sensed the might of Heavenly Slayer. Then, he looked at the two's battle. Tuoba Yun goggled. Qin Yu, a bona fide 4-vein sovereign emperor with the Golden Dragon bloodline, actually ended up in such a sorry state. Not to mention Qin Yu's body riddled with injuries, he even activated his bloodline. His situation did not change at all. However, during this moment of distraction, the shock waves of the Thunder Flame Devil's attack struck Tuoba Yun, shaking his soul and making his qi and blood surge. Damn it! Qin Yu felt helpless. The more anxious he became, the more chaotic he became. He was about to deal with the Thunder Flame Devil, but it ended up injuring him instead. Brother Tuoba, save me. The Emperor Dragon's sword flew out of Qin Yu's hand. Frightened out of his wits, he called out loudly. Resolving the mundane. Regardless of whether Tuoba Yun decided to make a move or not, Xiaochen did not intend to let Qin Yu live. Even if Xiaochen had to endure one of Tuoba Yun's attacks, he had to kill this person today. Since the mundane was resolved, it was eternal. Heavenly Slayer released an eternal and inextinguishable saber light. Xiaochen remained expressionless as he turned into an ancient Buddhist venerate. He had transformed into an ancient Buddha, and the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures had all vanished. All his obsession was in this saber strike. Die. After losing the Emperor Dragon's sword and facing a killing move executed by a medial grade soul tool, even if he had 9 lives, he would not be able to survive. The instant the saber light chopped down, Qin Yu's defenses shattered layer by layer. Dissatisfaction filled Qin Yu's face, and horror filled his eyes. However, he could not do anything, only watch as the saber descended. The saber completely shattered Qin Yu's physical body and soul. Xiaochen sheathed his saber and unhurriedly picked up the Emperor Dragon's sword replica and the jade strip containing the dragon essence the two left behind. Ka-Cie. At this moment, the Thunder Flame Devil finally died at Tuoba Yun's hands. Tuoba Yun grabbed a primal chaos pearl flickering with lightning and flame. It was very difficult for the Thunder Flame Devil and the Flame Devil to merge. Furthermore, they merged so perfectly. The Thunder Flame Devil left behind was definitely a supreme treasure. After Xiaochen put away the Emperor Dragon's sword and the jade strip, he happened to meet the eyes of Tuoba Yun, who had turned around. There was no fear in Tuoba Yun's eyes at all, only calmness. It was like killing 2 4-vein sovereign emperors was nothing to be proud of in Xiaochen's eyes. There was no joy or sorrow, just calmness. Tuoba Yun felt shocked in his heart. What a terrifying mental state. Fortunately, he did not take the risk to save Qin Yu earlier. Otherwise, if he had been severely injured by the Thunder Flame Devil's counterattack before its death, it would have been very difficult for him to face this youth. However, now, Tuoba Yun no longer had any worries. No matter how stunning the other party was, he had no chance of victory before his deep cultivation. Furthermore, Tuoba Yun still had many trump cards that he had not used yet. Earlier, you had the chance to attack me, Tuoba Yun said indifferently, not in a rush to attack. Tuoba Yun did not rush to make a move. At the same time, he calmly observed every detail of Xiao Chen's body. Tuoba Yun was referring to the instant Xiao Chen killed Qinyu, before he finished off the Thunder Flame Devil. However, Xiao Chen did not grasp this excellent opportunity. Instead, he went to pick up the Emperor Dragon's sword and the jade stripped the two left behind. There is no need. You have been holding back. Even though you decided to quickly kill the Thunder Flame Devil, you still have trump cards that you have not used. If I make a move, I will instantly suffer a lightning quick strike from you. As a 2-vein sovereign emperor, I cannot endure a peak strike from a 5-vein sovereign emperor. Xiao Chen spoke with a calm expression, showing no openings. Tuoba Yun's expression changed slightly as he said coldly, since you know that you cannot defeat me, why are you still not scramming? Is that so? I did not say that. Naturally, I am not leaving because I want the Thunder Flame inheritance. You are very naive to think that you can monopolize it. Xiao Chen saw through the other party's thoughts, revealing a mocking expression. The instant Xiao Chen spoke, he opened his right hand, and a scarlet rose slowly bloomed on his palm. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's peak 4th layer ice Dao domain instantly spread out. As snowflakes drifted down, a chill assaulted him. It's not over yet. The instant the snowflakes landed, resplendent electricity burst out of Xiao Chen's body. The lightning patterns on his alloy dragon armor lit up. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, Xiao Chen's peak 5th layer Thunder Dao domain broke through 2 layers, reaching a startling 7th layer Dao Might. Ice and lightning layered over each other. His Dao Might soared again, approaching the 9th layer. The instant Xiao Chen opened his palm, his aura soared. He was no weaker than Tuoba Yun, even slightly stronger. Come, let me see what ability you have to make me scram. Fighting spirit blazed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He remained calm as he stared at Tuoba Yun, taking the initiative to challenge him. Chapter 2288. Come, let me see what ability you have to make me scram. The calm expression in Xiao Chen's eyes and his calmness enraged Tuoba Yun. Since when did a junior dare to be so arrogant before him? 4th layer Ice Dao domain, 6th layer Thunder Dao domain, pretty good fusion. However, you are too naive if you think that you can fight me with this. I'll show you what a 5-vein sovereign emperor is. Tuoba Yun felt like his dignity was being challenged. If he could endure at this moment, he would be letting down his heart of the martial Dao. Boom! Right after Tuoba Yun spoke, 5 rings of light burst out behind him. Each ring of light represented a divine vein. Furthermore, these rings of light were dense and vast, giving off an ancient feeling of being one with the heavens. This fully revealed Tuoba Yun's deep cultivation. This showed that Tuoba Yun's divine energy was not something an ordinary sovereign emperor could compare to. Like Xiao Chen, Tuoba Yun had used up a lot of resources to refine it several times. His cultivation technique might not be as good as the 10,000 Dragons art. However, given the Heavenly Wolf Empire's accumulations, it should not be too far off. Tuoba Yun came from an empire's royal clan, had outstanding talent, a strong bloodline, abundant resources. It was no exaggeration to label Tuoba Yun with all these things. Tuoba Yun was the kind of outstanding talent that was born with a higher starting point than others and could persist in bitter cultivation. With hundreds of years of accumulation, even without any fortuitous encounters, such a person would be much stronger than an ordinary 4-vein sovereign emperor. Bang! Vast divine energy surged like the sea, giving Tuoba Yun a strong aura. After he snorted coldly, he brought out his Thunder Dao domain as well. Tuoba Yun's Thunder Dao domain was only at the 5th layer. However, with the support of his divine energy, it was no weaker than Xiao Chen's. A strong wind howled, accompanied by thunder. Crack! Crack! Tuoba Yun's aura surged out like a surging wave. Just the shock waves blasted the many thunder devils and flame devils in the area into pieces. What a strong emperor's might! Withdraw, Shao Chen said softly as he withdrew the 2 Dao domains that he radiated. When the other party's overwhelming aura arrived, Shao Chen punched out. Lightning and ice surged. Shao Chen broke a hole in his opponent's momentum. Moving like a dragon, Shao Chen leaped out of the opening and dodged the attack. This is just the beginning, kid. When Tuo Baiyun saw that Shao Chen did not dare to clash head-on with Shao Chen, he smiled coldly and filled the entire space with his Dao domain. 5 light wheels flickered behind him as he closed in on Shao Chen and slammed his palm down. Roar! The moment he thrust out his palm, the 5 light wheels behind him condensed into a howling white wolf. Heavenly wolf shatters the sun. Supreme dragon fist, raging at the unfair heaven. Shao Chen did not show any fear in the face of danger. He circulated the 10,000 dragons art, and dragons emerged from his divine energy. Boundless divine energy turned into raging flames that blasted out. Bang! Bang! Immediately, thousands of dragon images leaped out of Shao Chen's fist light, forcefully blocking Tuo Baiyun's attack. Die! Tuo Baiyun revealed a sinister smile. The instant Shao Chen's attack came into contact, he immediately changed his move. After a feint, he clenched his left hand into a fist and punched at Shao Chen's chest. You are still too inexperienced to fight me. This is my true killing move. Dang! When the fist light landed on the alloy dragon armor, it produced a loud sound as if it had struck a metal mountain. Electric patterns flickered on the alloy dragon armor, looking dazzling. Blue dragon war body, awaken! Shao Chen shouted and activated the divine dragon body tempering art. His body awakened inside the alloy dragon armor, and the blue dragon war body materialized a layer of inner armor, negating most of the force from Tuo Baiyun's punch. Candle dragon eyes. The lantern flames in Shao Chen's eyes flickered, and the icy demonic flame instantly landed on Tuo Baiyun's body, burning fiercely. Whoosh! Tuo Baiyun grunted and quickly retreated. Electric light flashed in his body. Then, he released a strand of extreme electric light from his body. Tuo Baiyun used a large amount of divine energy to force out the thousands of icy flames. After suffering a small loss, Tuo Baiyun felt enraged. He roared, heavenly wolf swallowing the moon. The light wheels of the 5 divine veins formed a huge heavenly wolf. It opened its huge mouth and leaped out, heading for Shao Chen. That huge mouth was boundlessly vast. It could swallow a river, the setting sun, the stars, and the bright moon. Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Shao Chen's figure moved like the cool breeze, moving up and down. As he waved his hand, a painting unfurled. Bang! It was a ferocious dog that dared to swallow the sun and the moon. When it crashed into the painting, it was like a ferocious beast crashing into a steel plate, knocked back. One painting separated life and death. No matter how much you swallow the moon, what can you do to me? What the heck? Blood leaked out of a corner of Tuo Baiyun's mouth. He felt an incredible toothache. Earlier, the heavenly wolf was connected to his soul. When Tuo Baiyun crashed into the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, he felt like an ordinary person crashing into a steel plate. The pain made him grimace and look miserable. Tuo Baiyun tumbled a few times in the air. When he tried to see the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram clearly, he discovered that Shao Chen had already withdrawn it. Thunder Monarch Spear. Shao Chen opened his palm. With the support of the Thunder Dao domain, the 5-element divine lightning formed a short spear shining with bright light. Whoosh! 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 The many Thunder Monarch spears in Shao Chen's hand shot out like arrows. As Shao Chen executed the Divine Firmament 9 variations, the Thunder Monarch spears formed by the 5-element divine lightning covered the place. When the spears landed on the wall with restrictions, they stabbed deep into it, creating spiderweb-like cracks. After suffering repeated setbacks in his attacks, he suddenly faced such a thunderous attack that covered the sky and covered the earth. Tuo Baiyun wanted to dodge, but he could not. Several Thunder Monarch spears stabbed him. Electric light exploded, causing Tuo Baiyun to cry out in pain. Although Tuo Baiyun looked miserable, he was not truly severely injured. After all, he still had his vast cultivation as a 5-veined sovereign emperor. If it were another 3-veined sovereign emperor, one spear strike would have killed him, scattering his soul. Such torture nearly drove Tuo Baiyun crazy. He wanted to execute a killing move several times to fight to the death with Xiao Qin. However, he discovered that Xiao Qin moved around. Aside from leaving behind purple electric marks, he could not determine his true body. Damn it! If you have the guts, stop hiding. Tuo Baiyun roared as he shattered the Thunder Monarch spears, flustered and exasperated. As you wish. Thousands of electric images gathered in the air. The instant Xiao Qin revealed his true body, he drew the soul weapon, Heavenly Slayer. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber, entering hell. Xiao Qin used a medial-grade soul tool to execute the powerful killing move, entering hell. In that instant, an Azura hell descended upon the world. Xiao Qin held a hellish evil dragon materialized by Heavenly Slayer as it descended, wanting to swallow up the world. F***CK. The might of the world breaking and hell descending truly startled Tuo Baiyun. He couldn't help but curse. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a wolf-tooth mace with sharp saw-teeth that flickered with a black light. He used it to meet Xiao Qian's saber. As the light spread out, all sorts of mysterious phenomena shattered. The entire space turned hazy. When everything vanished, Xiao Qin stood in the air, clad in the alloy dragon armor and carrying the tyrant saber on his back. Tuo Baiyun stood on the ground, holding the mace glowing with dark light. He panted heavily as he looked helplessly at the calm and collected Xiao Qian in the air. He felt that he was clearly stronger than the other party, but he was at a disadvantage, unable to hurt the other party at all. Instead, he ended up in a sorry state, covered in injuries. Tuo Baiyun felt helpless. I give up. Let's do it this way. You and I will jointly obtain this Thunder Flame inheritance, but I want 70% because I was the one who killed that Thunder Flame devil. Tuo Baiyun said coldly as he looked at Xiao Qin. Sure. Give me the Thunder Flame Pearl, and you can get 70%, Xiao Qin said softly with a calm expression. Scram. In your dreams. This is a rare primal chaos pearl. 60-40, then. I will get 60%, and you get 40. Otherwise, there is no need to discuss it. You can continue trying and see if you can injure me. Xiao Qian's expression did not change, appearing somewhat cold and inhumane. 60-40, you get 60%, and I get 40. Tuo Baiyun's heart crumbled. Since when could a 2-veined sovereign emperor say such things to him in such a righteous and confident manner? However, when Tuo Baiyun saw Xiao Qian's cold expression, he sighed in his heart. If I continue fighting, I might not gain an advantage. In any case, I already obtained the Thunder Flame Pearl. I'll just leave it at this for now. After consoling himself, Tuo Baiyun said after some thought, all right, I agree. Open a path. Xiao Qin pointed to the depths of the inheritance, at the final bronze door with restrictions. That's it for now. In the end, this Tuo Baiyun was a 5-veined sovereign emperor. Although Xiao Qin did not fear the other party, it would be hard for him to truly kill the other party. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb had just begun. There was no need to take such a risk. It was already sufficient for Xiao Qin to gain some advantage over the other party. One should never let greed blind one's heart. Tuo Baiyun, who was holding his mace, felt very sullen. He felt that he was an expert of the Heavenly Wolf Empire's royal family. He felt like a bona fide expert of the Heavenly Wolf Empire's royal clan, but before Xiao Qin, he was like a dog being ordered around. Chapter 2289. In the center of the ancient bronze gate was a mysterious lightning pattern. Tuo Baiyun stepped forward and smashed the door with his mace without saying a word. Xiao Qian's spiked club was a peak inferior grade soul tool, even stronger than Qin Liang's false emperor dragon sword. The bronze door shattered, stirring up a cloud of dust. Goo goo. Goo goo. At the same time, a strange sound rang out, and endless black-armored insects surged out like a wave. Scarab? Xiao Chen and Tuoba Yun both recognized this ferocious beast. It was an ancient wondrous insect that was close to a consummate technique in the Great Thousand Realms. It could chew on divine materials, swallow soul treasures, and spit out poison. It was impervious to fire and water, and weapons would find it hard to injure it. The two's expressions changed slightly. Not daring to be careless, they quickly dodged. Oh my God! Why are there so many sacred beetles? I can't go in. Tuoba Yun sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the sacred beetles pouring out of the entrance like waves. Clang clang clang. The two of them were naturally unwilling to give up, so they each took action to kill the sacred beetles. It was barely effective and could only push him back, not kill him in one strike. At this rate, if he didn't leave, he might even fall into it and die a horrible death. Tuoba Yun frowned heavily as he observed Xiao Chen's expression, trying to figure something out. The sudden situation left him at a loss as to what to do. He wanted to see if Xiao Chen had any way to deal with these sacred beetles. However, he noticed that the other party's complexion was slightly unsightly, even worse than the others. For some reason, Tuoba Yun felt joy in his heart when he saw Xiao Chen struggling so much. In the end, you are just a too-vain sovereign emperor. Tuoba Yun, I will leave first. This inheritance is yours. It was more important to stay alive. It was not easy to deal with these great desolate mutants. Even with all his martial techniques and divine weapons, he felt helpless, his killing power limited. What was even more terrifying was that the sacred beetles were still pouring out of the broken gate and letting out strange cries. F***CK. Seeing Xiao Chen vanish right after he spoke, Tuoba Yun cursed. Ha ha ha. This brat really wanted to kill him. Hurry up and leave. Boom boom boom. Tuoba Yun brandished the dark spiked mace in his hand and roared. Then, he forcefully carved out a path and fled. After a while, he confirmed that Tuoba Yun had truly left. A figure slowly appeared in the darkness. Xiao Chen took off the death god mask and reappeared. So he hadn't gone far at all. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. This sudden change had helped him a lot. Demon blood vulture. Xiao Chen shouted, and a scarlet light flashed. The demon blood vulture covered in scarlet flames appeared. Roar. It seemed to have endured for a long time. The moment it was summoned, it opened its mouth. Suddenly, a blood-colored vortex appeared in his mouth. It was like a black hole, devouring the desolate era's strange species. The sacred beetles, which were initially problematic for Xiao Chen and Tuoba Yun, became a delicacy for the demon blood vulture. Furthermore, it was an extremely rare species of the Great Thousand Worlds, the sacred beetle. Crunch. Crunch. The demon blood vulture chewed continuously as it swallowed, giving off crunching sounds. G.A. 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 How awesome. How awesome. I feel that I can make another breakthrough this time. The demon blood vulture appeared very excited as it did its best to devour these sacred beetles. The scarlet flames on its body burned fiercely, looking like holy flames. With the demon blood vulture here, these sacred beetles were no problem for Xiao Chen. Furthermore, he could use this to shake off Tuoba Yun, the old fogey. This was simply great. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he entered the back of the ancient, bronze doors. Boom! The berserk thunder flames turned into waves that flowed like water, filling this space. What delighted Xiao Chen was that these thunder flames contained incredibly pure dragon essence. It looked like the thunder flame inheritance was here. Congratulations, you have successfully passed my test. A portion of the flowing thunder flames formed a figure, the previous owner of this place. Like the white-clad Yan Emperor that Xiao Chen came into contact with before, this person was a strand of remnant soul that managed the inheritance here. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and did not say anything, waiting for this person to continue. You only grasp the Thunder Great Tao and cannot obtain my entire inheritance, only half, the remnant soul said softly as it sized up Xiaochen. Xiaochen did not feel surprised. This was just like the previous ice inheritance. If not for that person's appetite, he would not have obtained the entire inheritance. Clearly, the owner of this inheritance would have a similar request. I'm not interested. Many thanks, Senior. Xiaochen did not argue. He just accepted it calmly. Whoosh. The remnant soul formed hand seals with both hands, and resplendent electric light burst out from its 10 fingers. It flowed like water, looking very beautiful. What pure Thunder Great Tao energy! Xiaochen felt startled. This Thunder Great Tao energy was as pure as origin liquid, truly astonishing. After forming the hand seals, the remnant soul took out a jade bottle and poured in the purple electric liquid. Then, it handed it to Xiaochen. How heavy! Xiaochen could not help sighing softly as he received the bottle. This is the Thunder Immortal Dew for you. It has the same effect as origin liquid, directly improving your Thunder Great Tao. After the remnant soul finished speaking, it pointed with one hand and handed a secret manual to Xiaochen. After some thought, it said, "This is the Thunder Flame art that I created myself. Anyone who passes the test will obtain it." Thunder Flame art. Xiaochen felt somewhat bored. If only it were the Thunder Ice art. There is one last inheritance treasure for you. The Great Desolate Aeon Fruit, Heavenly Cloud Fruit. After the remnant soul handed the brocade box to Xiaochen, it vanished, turning into lightning and flames that merged into the water-like thunder flame. Xiaochen was not in a rush to leave. He took out a jade strip and started collecting the dragon essence that was everywhere. At the same time, Tuoba Yun rushed back with a depressed expression. This trip was incredibly frustrating, especially when he could not do anything to Xiaochen at the end. Furthermore, Xiaochen ordered him around like a dog. Damn it! Don't let me catch that brat. That's not right. I have been walking for so long, but I do not sense any aura left behind by that brat. Tuoba Yun was a wily old fox. He suddenly came to a realization and noticed that something was wrong. After all, Xiaochen was a two-veined sovereign emperor. Unless he intentionally hid, he should have left behind some aura. Furthermore, Tuoba Yun had fought with Xiaochen before and was very familiar with his aura. Dong! 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 Just as Tuoba Yun felt uncertain and wondered if he should go back to take a look, footsteps came from ahead. Tuoba Yun immediately collected his thoughts and showed a cautious expression as he looked ahead with an unfathomable expression. In mere moments, 3 people appeared in Tuoba Yun's vision. The leader wore blue and white robes. He had a cold expression and a faint sword intent, exuding a pressing baleful aura. Brother Dao Yen. Tuoba Yun felt a chill as he unknowingly drew his spiked club. Tuoba Yun? The leader was the 8th prince's strongest guest, Dao Yen. Unexpectedly, Tuoba Yun met him here. Dao Yen clearly recognized Tuoba Yun, knowing that he was the 13th prince's strong subordinate. A murderous intent flashed in Dao Yan's heart. The 8th prince and the 13th prince were strong enemies. However, the murderous intent vanished in an instant. This was only the first round. The 8th prince and the 13th prince were far from fighting. Furthermore, the first prince was a common enemy. It was not good for the two to clash so early. Dao Yen smiled and said, "It looks like Brother Tuoba already took away this inheritance. We came here for nothing." Tuoba Yun was a 5-veined sovereign emperor with a great desolate Aeon bloodline. He was not someone a regular 5-veined sovereign emperor could compare to. Since Tuoba Yun made a move, there was no hope for this Thunder Flame inheritance. However, Tuoba Yun was alone. His companions had either died or left. Perhaps, with one glance, Tuoba Yun knew what Dao Yen was thinking. He said calmly, "Given the 8th prince and the 13th prince's alliance, if I obtain the inheritance, logically speaking, I should share some benefits with Brother Dao Yen. At least I won't make Brother Dao Yen come here for nothing." Dao Yen thought to himself, Tuoba Yun is very reasonable. This is for the best. This will not hurt the friendship and make me feel better. However, I did not obtain the inheritance of this place. I will explain this later. Right now, I just want to ask, along the way, did Brother Dao Yen see the Heavenly Alliance's Xiaochen? Tuoba Yun asked seriously as a bright light flickered in his eyes. Xiaochen. A murderous intent flashed in Dao Yan's eyes as he asked softly, is he here? I did not see him. Damn it. This brat played me. Tuoba Yun's expression changed drastically when he heard that. Not bothering to explain, he turned and fled. Follow. Dao Yan's expression flickered as he quickly followed. Chapter 2290. The place where the Thunder Flame inheritance was, after the jade strip in Xiao Chen's hand reached 3 dragon images, it stopped increasing. There was clearly still a lot of dragon essence in the water-like Thunder Flame, but it could not increase. Perhaps that remnant soul could be controlled and wanted to preserve the dragon essence for the next successor in the succession race. This is enough. The Thunder Flame inheritance was a peak superior grade inheritance. With some small tricks, Xiaochen managed to fool Tuoba Yun away and monopolize the treasures and resources of this place. This was already a great harvest. What else was there to be dissatisfied with? I nearly forgot. Xiaochen took out 2 jade strips from his storage ring. The jade strips were heavy, and they also contained incredibly vast dragon essence. These were left by Qin Yu and Qin Liang. Earlier, these two relied on their bloodline advantage to move about without fear with Tuoba Yun. After breaking through many inheritances, they clearly gained a lot. Whoosh! Xiaochen transferred the dragon essence in the 2 jade strips to his own jade strip. In that instant, his jade strip gave off a dazzling light. It was crystalline and resplendent. The dazzling light moved people's hearts. Another dragon image swam in the surroundings, causing Xiao Chen to reveal a joyful expression. The further one progressed, the harder it was to collect the dragon images in the jade strips. This jade slip with 4 dragons was equivalent to 10 jade slips with only 1 dragon roar. With such a harvest in less than 10 days, Xiao Chen's dragon essence definitely surpassed everyone else's. It's time to go. After putting away the jade strip, Xiao Chen left the inheritance hall. Crack. The instant Xiao Chen stepped out, the shattered bronze door reformed. Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he stared at the mysterious thunder pattern in the center of the ancient bronze door for a while. Without any warning, Xiao Chen attacked ferociously, striking the thunder pattern. Bang! Xiao Chen bounced back. Interesting. Xiao Chen was certain that the force of his strike was no weaker than Tuoba Yun's earlier strike. Since Xiao Chen could not break the door again, it could only mean that the thunder pattern did not work earlier. Xiao Chen gently stroked the thunder mark and closed his eyes. He could feel a strong and powerful force condensing within the thunder mark. Unable to understand it for the time being, Xiao Chen took out the stone slab and copied the lightning pattern. If he thought about it in the future, he might be able to gain something. When Xiao Chen turned around to look, the sacred beetles that were everywhere had disappeared without a trace. The demon blood vulture probably treated it as a great nourishing pill and directly consumed it. In the center of the hall, a blood cocoon was burning fiercely, and a wave of divine might was faintly discernible. When he focused his gaze, there seemed to be the silhouette of an ancient vermilion bird at the center of the blood cocoon. It looks like the demon blood vulture had a pretty good harvest. When it wakes up again, it should be able to make a breakthrough. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen placed the blood cocoon into his storage ring. Dong dong dong. Hurried footsteps approached from afar, and a figure appeared like a gust of wind. It was Tuoba Yun, who had returned. You're really here. Tuoba Yun felt enraged. When he looked around, he saw the bronze doors behind Xiao Chen recover. Tuoba Yun immediately felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. You bastard. To think that you dared to trick me, monopolizing the Thunder Flame inheritance. Xiao Chen's expression did not change, ignoring the enraged Tuoba Yun. He sensed an even more terrifying aura behind him. Whoosh. Indeed, the moment Tuoba Yun finished speaking, Dao Yen appeared with the other two divine sword pavilion experts. Dao Yen? Xiaochen thought for a while and recalled this person. He had met this person once outside the palace. This was the strongest guest under the 8th Prince Wang Feng, the Divine Sword Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master. The Divine Sword Pavilion expert who tried to assassinate Xiao Chen in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion might be this person. What a coincidence. Brother Xiao, unexpectedly, we meet here. Dao Yen said sinisterly when he saw Xiao Chen, showing a smile that did not seem like a smile. When Tuoba Yun saw this scene, he could not help feeling nervous. Could this Xiao Chen be on good terms with Dao Yen? However, Tuoba Yun relaxed in the next moment. Do you intend to give up on your own, or do you want me to let you go? Dao Yen threatened in an indifferent tone. It looks like you are definitely the Divine Sword Pavilion expert who tried to assassinate me in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion back then. Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he stared at Dao Yen. Monarch Yu is one of my final disciples. As his master, it is not a big deal for me to seek justice for my disciple. However, I do not wish to dwell on these grudges. Hand over the Thunder Flame inheritance and the jade strip in your hand, and I can let you off for now. Strength reigns supreme in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Dao Yen did not have any qualms, so he could not be bothered to keep up the pretense. Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot agree to that. Die, then. Dao Yen snorted coldly, and a strand of sword chi appeared out of nowhere, shooting at Xiao Chen. Whoosh! In that instant, Xiao Chen turned into an ice sculpture, maintaining his earlier posture, not moving at all. Everywhere the sword chi passed, a pillar of ice condensed, looking like it would never melt. Tuoba Yun's expression changed dramatically in shock. 10th layer Dao domain, ice small world. To think that this Dao Yen comprehended the ice Dao domain to the 10th layer. The flowing shadows turned into ice, never melting. Dao Yen frowned slightly. Then, he looked around and discovered Xiao Chen in a different direction. The one that froze earlier was the afterimage that Xiao Chen left behind. Without saying anything, Dao Yen flicked his finger. More than 1,000 sword images with a chilling aura shot out from behind him, looking like flowing light. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chen's figure turned illusory, continuously flickering. The many afterimages got sealed in ice. In mere moments, hundreds of afterimages were sealed in ice in the hall. The ice pillars formed by the sword images crisscrossed in the air, looking very scary. Crack! Xiao Chen could not dodge in time. In the end, a strand of sword chi struck him. The cold penetrated the dragon armor and injured his physical body. Fortunately, Xiao Chen had awakened his blue dragon divine body once, so he would not die instantly. As Xiao Chen looked at the frost-encroaching alloy dragon armor, he did not get flustered or surprised. While the other party was talking to him, he had already spread his small world of ice soundlessly throughout this space. It was only a matter of time before Xiao Chen got struck when fighting in this small world. Dao Yan's cultivation was only one grade higher than Tuoba Yun's. However, the combat prowess that he displayed was worlds apart. A 10th layer Dao domain and an ice small world could indeed inspire despair. You can only blame your greed for meeting me so early, overestimating yourself and wanting to monopolize a superior grade inheritance. I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to give me the Thunder Flame inheritance or not? Dao Yen threatened again when he saw that he had already injured Xiao Chen. Dao Yen feared that Xiao Chen would give up and leave the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. If that happened, he would not gain any benefits at all. Overestimating myself? I have many flaws, but I have never been arrogant. Dao Yen, you can't scare me. Xiao Chen's body trembled. As electric light flickered, he scattered the frost on his body. The divine lightning talisman in his palm slowly appeared under the sea in his soul pool. The talisman formed by the immortal epoc's 10,000 tribulation divine lightning revealed a tip of the iceberg. With just a tip, the strongest divine lightning of the previous epoch burst out with horrifying lightning-attributed energy. Boom! The divine lightning talisman in Xiao Chen's palm soared into the sky and instantly broke Dao Yan's small world. Then, it did not lose momentum. As boundless electric light flashed, the talisman broke the small world of the Thunder Flame inheritance. Ka-Xie. Ka-Xie. In that instant, chaos reigned. Dao Yan's ice small world shook. The eternal ice pillars in the air shattered, turning into a terrifying storm of ice and snow wreaking havoc. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he leaped up through the hole the divine lightning talisman broke. You want to leave? It's not that easy. The sudden situation startled Dao Yan. He gave chase with a ferocious roar. Fiendish saber inheritance, water droplet breaking the firmament. Saber intent gathered in Xiao Chen's entire body. He flicked his finger, and a water droplet shot out. This water droplet looked unremarkable amid the many berserk ice storms. The raging Dao Yan did not notice it. He only had eyes for Xiao Chen. Bang! This water droplet landed silently on Dao Yan's chest, and the water droplet exploded. Immediately, an unparalleled berserk saber intent shook the entire palace. Before the saber intent that spread out, the surrounding ice storms only lasted for a moment before shattering into ice shards. Dao Yan vomited blood and fell heavily to the ground, breaking the restrictions there. Amidst the rumbling, a huge pit appeared in the ground, and a terrifying, water-like thunder flame crazily overflowed. Dao Yan held his hand over his chest. Then, he looked at his hand, at the blood on it. Dao Yan found it unbelievable that Xiao Chen managed to injure him. Furthermore, the injuries were not light. Senior brother, the inheritance's self-destruct restriction has been activated. We have to leave quickly. The expressions of Dao Yan's two junior brothers changed drastically as they looked at the thunder flames scattering everywhere. As for Tuoba Yun, the saber intent had knocked him back. When he saw the scattered thunder flames, he fled in fright. Damn it! However, Dao Yan seemed to have gone mad. He roared with all his might, and his fine black hair instantly turned snow-white. A boundless cold light burst out of Dao Yan's body. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, the thunder flames that even Tuoba Yun found horrifying were sealed in ice. If someone looked from outside, the entire palace would be covered in frost. The endless lightning bolts in the sky looked like spears sealed in ice. This startled the two from the Divine Sword Pavilion. They had not expected their senior brother's true strength to be so strong. Xiao Chen, don't let me see you again. Dao Yan said through clenched teeth with a sullen expression, enunciating every word. However, no matter how sullen or furious Dao Yan felt, Xiao Chen had already left with the Thunder Flame inheritance. Chapter 2291. With the Divine Lightning Talisman supporting his Thunder Dao domain, Xiao Chen broke through two small worlds and left the inheritance palace. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and he left a purple lightning mark in the air as he quickly flew away. An hour later, after confirming that no one was chasing after him, Xiao Chen lightly tapped the air and landed steadily like a swallow. Maintaining high-intensity flight in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb drained divine energy. Since there was no longer any threat, there was naturally no need to waste divine essence. The ground was a wasteland, with sporadic ferocious beasts moving about. Occasionally, some hanger-ons could be seen searching for inheritances in the distance. This place could be considered safe. So. Rising and falling, Xiao Chen leaped continuously, and after a while, he landed on a barren mountain. He used his divine sense to scan the surroundings, and after confirming it carefully, he set up a simple camouflage array according to the surrounding environment. At this point, Xiao Chen was completely relieved. Lightning flashed, and the alloy dragon armor turned into a mercury-like flowing light that entered the gloves. Looking at the wound on his chest that had yet to heal, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. A sovereign emperor who condensed a 10th-layer Dao domain was far stronger than Xiao Chen imagined. One strand of sword chi equaled a peak strike from a regular person. With the 10th-layer Dao domain, one's great Dao energy already underwent a qualitative change. Without reaching that level, it would be hard for others to truly understand the horrifying might of a 10th-layer Dao domain. Unfortunately, it became increasingly difficult to raise one's Dao domain. Dao Yan could be considered extremely talented. He had an exceptional understanding of the Ice Dao, but he had spent more than 300 years before he had a major breakthrough. Without a great fortuitous encounter, Xiaoqun wanted to advance to the 10th-layer Dao domain and form a small world. He could only rely on time, 100 years, 1,000 years to slowly grind and slowly comprehend. However, there would be no more than 3 experts like Dao Yan in the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Let's take a look at the harvest first. A great desolate Aeon heavenly essence fruit, a bottle of lightning immortal dew, and a peak divine vein cultivation technique, thunder flame art. Heavenly origin fruit. The pure white heaven origin fruit was adorned with green leaves. Its radiance was reserved, and it contained an incomparably surging spiritual energy. However, not a single trace of it leaked out. When Xiaoqun sent his spiritual sense into the fruit, he found that there was a universe inside. It was enormous and vast, and traces of the passage of time could be seen everywhere. It was crystalline, translucent, and suffused with a pure primordial aura. Xiaoqun vaguely sensed that this mutated fruit could help him break through to peak 2-vein sovereign emperor. This might even allow his 10,000 dragons art to break through to the 3rd layer. The great desolate Aeon Qi contained in it was the key to the 10,000 dragons art's breakthrough. The cultivation of the 10,000 dragons art sought the source, reversing the bloodline to its ancestor, improving one's bloodline step by step. After breaking through to the 5th layer, it could be upgraded to the ancestral dragon art. After withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiaoqun thought to himself, what a pity. If the 3rd palace master had refined this into a medicinal pill, he would have been able to perfectly display its medicinal properties. It would be a waste to refine it on the spot. However, Xiaoqun had no choice. If he wanted to survive in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb, he had to continuously strengthen himself. Especially after encountering Dao Yan, it made Xiaoqun feel that his own strength was insufficient. He didn't want to encounter the other party again and be forced to go far away. Outsiders might think that to be able to escape from Daoxuan's hands was an incredible thing. However, in Xiaoqun's eyes, it was not worth being proud of at all. Xiaoqun stopped hesitating and directly swallowed the heavenly yuan fruit. The mutated fruit melted in his mouth, and vast spiritual energy erupted wildly, surging in his body like a raging river. If one's cultivation was insufficient, one's physical body would not be strong enough. The instant one swallowed this fruit, one's body would explode, dying on the spot. Xiaoqun had the blue dragon divine body and dual cultivated divine and demonic. Naturally, he did not fear this. Xiaoqun calmly sensed the explosive energy coming from the heavenly yuan fruit. He circulated the 10,000 dragons art calmly, circulating the 10,000 dragons art. As the 10,000 dragons art circulated, the spiritual energy and great desolate Aeon Qi in the mutated fruit entered Xiaoqun's divine energy sea through his 2 divine veins. Boom! The instant the spiritual energy from the heavenly yuan fruit landed, the raging sea surged, and the rocks shattered. Shocking waves surged in this divine energy sea. A horrifying aura erupted from Xiaoqun's body. Crack! A certain shackle in Xiaoqun's body broke, and a brand new divine vein appeared in his body. Xiaoqun should have broken through back at the Black Mountain Range. Now, he finally became a 3-vein sovereign emperor. However, the spiritual energy and great desolate Aeon Qi in the heavenly yuan fruit did not stop, continuing to pour in. Xiaoqun held his breath and focused, not daring to relax at all. Xiaoqun's breakthrough in cultivation was expected. He had long since broken through the shackles of a 2-vein sovereign emperor. Now, it was just a matter of time. The most important thing was the 10,000 dragons art's breakthrough. This was the crux. If Xiaoqun did not grasp this opportunity, he might not find another opportunity to make a breakthrough in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. As Xiaoqun refined the mutated fruit, the depressed Tuoba Yun returned to the 13th prince's side. Tuoba Yun, you came back at a good time. What happened to my 2 uncles? The dragon god crown Prince Qin Ming immediately asked when he saw Tuo Baiyun. They were both royal members of the Golden Dragon race, so their bloodlines were connected. Qin Ming vaguely sensed that something had happened to his two uncles. Seeing that only Tuo Baiyun returned, Qin Ming's expression immediately turned somewhat gloomy. Sorry, brother Qin Yu and brother Qin Liang died at Xiao Chen's hands. Tuo Baiyun was rather magnanimous. The two's deaths did not have much to do with him. As for Tuo Baiyun's agreement with Xiao Chen, it was a temporary cooperation after the two died. It was not a big mistake. Aside from this matter, he told Qin Ming everything else in detail. They died just like that? My two uncles were 4 vain sovereign emperors. Furthermore, they had the Emperor Dragon Sword. Even if they could not defeat Xiao Chen, they should not have died. Clearly, Qin Ming had not expected Tuo Baiyun to bring him the worst-case scenario. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Tuo Baiyun felt very depressed in the first place. When he saw Qin Ming's attitude, he immediately felt upset. You are the Dragon God Crown Prince and hold a noble status in the Divine Dragon Empire. However, I am a member of the Heavenly Wolf Empire's royal clan. You cannot control me. Qin Ming stared at Tuo Baiyun with a sullen expression. Then, the pressure of a golden emperor dragon pressed over. This fellow, Tuo Baiyun felt some pressure, feeling incredibly shocked in his heart. He had not expected Qin Ming to be so young. Unexpectedly, Qin Ming possessed such a terrifying dragon might at such a young age. Sikong Shu, who was dressed in a straw raincoat, frowned and said, Brother Tuoba should be telling the truth. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not dare to openly attack him in Yen City. However, he will not be able to be arrogant in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The 13th Prince Wang Yi smiled faintly. After some thought, he said, Brother Qin, there's no need to get angry. I'll help you take revenge. Qin Ming startled to his senses. He knew that this was not the time to get angry. Sorry, Big Brother Tuoba offended me earlier. Your Highness, there is no need to mobilize so many people for such a small matter. I can deal with it myself. It's just a small matter. In the end, I am somewhat responsible for Qin Yu and Qin Liang's deaths. Tuo Baiyun released his bated breath and apologized when he saw the situation. However, Wang Yi did not intend to leave the matter at that. He smiled and said, That's not the case. Brother Qin, think about it. Is there a chance to kill him after we leave the ancient Yen Emperor tomb? Qin Ming thought to himself as he looked around. It would be very difficult to kill Xiao Chen outside. This was clear from the 2 previous assassinations that failed. Your Highness, do you have a good plan? It is not easy to find a person in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Seeing Wang Yi's solemn and confident look, Qin Ming took the opportunity to ask. Let's hear what this person has to say. Wang Yi took 2 steps forward and said, It is not easy to find guests, but it is easy to find a prince. Qin Ming's eyes lit up in understanding. Whether the princes drew their Yen imperial swords in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb or not, they all contained vast luck. They all contained vast amounts of dragon luck, which was clearly different from ordinary guests. As long as we find the 9th prince, we don't have to worry about Xiao Chen not showing up. At that time, Qin Ming will not have a chance to make a move. The moment Wang Yi said that, Bai Yunfei and Xiahou Zun, who were beside Qin Ming, felt excited. Such a plan was indeed an opportunity to force Xiao Chen to show up. Wang Yi continued, Even if Xiao Chen does not show up, it does not matter. We can use this opportunity to destroy that Wang Yan and collect his dragon essence. Perhaps this was Wang Yi's true purpose. Qin Ming did not say anything. He, Bai Yunfei, and the others all looked at Sikong Shu. This plan is feasible. Sikong Shu slowly opened his mouth and only said 4 words. Chapter 2292. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed in the succession race in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The fierce competition had reached a white-hot stage. After the first round, 1/3 of the princes would be eliminated. Even if one had no intention of becoming the crown prince, surviving a few more rounds would increase their chances of obtaining valuable treasures in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Obviously, no one was willing to be eliminated in the first round. In the ancient pine forest, the ninth Prince Wang Yan, the heavenly book scholar, Hao Kai, and Senior Feng worked together, calculating the dragon essence they collected. Your Highness, the dragon essence we've collected is enough to last us through this round. The heavenly book scholar took inventory of the dragon essence the others collected. Wang Yan nodded. In that case, there is no need to take too many risks in the remaining time. Ninth Prince, I've felt that something is wrong for the past few days. There are always people approaching us in the dark, as if they are purposely searching for us. Elder Feng's expression was grave, and worry could be seen on his face. The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai said calmly, I sensed it as well. However, Senior Feng's attainments in the Wind Great Dao are pretty good. It seems like he managed to shake off these people. I'm just lucky. With such repeated searches, it's only a matter of time before I'm exposed. Elder Feng did not try to claim credit for himself. Instead, he spoke honestly. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly as he said, I also sensed it. Hence, I did not want to compete for the inheritance for the rest of the time. To be safe, we should find a secluded place and hide for a while. Changji, what do you think? When the heavenly book scholar saw that Shao Chen was asking him, he replied calmly, I still do not know what the situation is. I also do not know who the enemy is. It is best to remain still. Then it's settled. After the ninth Prince Wang Yan made up his mind, he asked, right now, which guests are still in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb? The heavenly book scholar thought for a while before saying, something unexpected happened to several people. Right now, only Xiao Sua, Qin Zhuolan, Wu Meng, and the lone Shao Chen are still around. Your Highness, are you planning to summon them here? He had already sensed that someone was spying on him. Gathering these guests was undoubtedly the safest method. Unexpectedly, Wang Yan only asked casually and did not agree. There's no need. The fortuitous encounters in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb might change their lives. I haven't reached a critical juncture of life and death, so there's no need to summon it back. Moreover, forcefully summoning it back will consume a lot of dragon essence. Wang Yan glanced at the heavenly book scholar and said, I'll leave my safety to the three of you. Your Highness, please rest assured. Wang Yan had already sensed that a prince was secretly searching for him. However, he did not know who it was. He wasn't too nervous in his heart. He was rather calm and had a trace of the calmness of a king. Somewhere on a desolate mountain in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, as Shao Chen refined the heaven essence fruit on the spot, the image of a blue dragon almost overlapped with his physical body. Around the blue dragon, the dragon roar rang out endlessly. This was the 10,000 dragons picture manifested with his own blue dragon as the leader. The great desolate Yin Qi surged in Shao Chen's body. The breakthrough of the 10,000 dragons art's second layer had already reached the crucial moment. All of a sudden, a strange phenomenon occurred. The great desolate Yin Qi from the heavenly yuan fruit poured into the blue dragon. The originally faint dragon image gradually became more substantial. Azure light flared, and dragon might soared. Boom! Aside from the blue dragon, the other 10,000 dragon images shattered, turning into drops of spiritual blood. The drops of spiritual blood looked like rain, hovering in the air. In the next moment, the thousands of drops of spiritual blood entered the only remaining azure dragon image. The faint dragon image slowly turned solid and lifelike, looking like it came to life and filled with spirituality. An ancient great desolate Aeon aura transcended time and space, descending from the distant past to the present. There seemed to be an ancient dragon domain behind Shao Chen, hidden in heavy fog. The group of dragons roared. 10,000 dragons roared. The moment he opened his eyes. The instant Shao Chen opened his eyes, the fog scattered, and a blue dragon's head peeked out. The dragon's eyes stared at Shao Chen. If anyone else were here, they would feel heavy pressure. Shao Chen vaguely felt a force calling out to him. The blue dragon bloodline buried deep in Shao Chen's body awakened. A hot berserk energy spread throughout his body, making his bloodline as hot as lava. Amid the call of that ancient dragon voice, Xiao Chen's dragon blood surged, burning fiercely. Xiao Chen could no longer hold back. He opened his eyes and saw the sky shattering. In that shattered corner, Xiao Chen's vision seemed to transcend time and space, seeing an ancient dragon nation. Dragons roared. 10,000 dragons roared. Berserk dragons filled the sky and the ground. The many living dragons materialized a mythical nation. Suddenly, one of the dragons raised its head from the sea of dragons. That dragon's gaze traveled from the past to the future, then met Xiao Chen's eyes. Immediately, Xiao Chen's heart trembled. The depths of his soul stirred, and his entire body trembled. Then, he suddenly startled awake. Everything was normal, there was nothing. It was like everything from earlier was an illusion, fleeting and fleeting, disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, that scene was simply too shocking. With just one look, it was imprinted in the depths of his soul. At this moment, Xiao Chen seemed to understand why many of the dragon race seniors wanted to start a divine dragon dynasty. It was because the dragon race had a glorious history, once shining like the many stars in the sky, illuminating an era. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen stopped thinking about the shock he just experienced. After returning to reality, Xiao Chen muttered to himself, the 10,000 dragons art should have broken through to the third layer. However, the mental cultivation method for the third layer is missing, so I can't cultivate it for now. However, the change that it brings is beyond my expectations. 10,000 dragons picture. With a thought, a dragon picture appeared behind Xiao Chen. However, this dragon picture was very different from before, completely different. Originally, it was a picture of the blue dragon, a vast picture of 10,000 dragons contending for the top. Now, the vast background remained, but only the blue dragon remained. In the past, there were too many dragon images. Even the blue dragon was just a blurry silhouette, only a rough outline. Now, the blue dragon's figure appeared clearly, down to the smallest detail. The dragon scales, dragon claws, and dragon spirit could be seen at a glance, without missing any details. The dragon's eyes had spirituality, and its charm was withdrawn. It was like a living blue dragon. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and circulated the 10,000 dragons art. Then, the picture immediately shattered. The blue dragon leaped out of the vast picture, looking like it had descended from ancient times as it circled around Xiao Chen. Dragon might spread out from Xiao Chen's body. This was the true divine might of the blue dragon from the ancient great desolate Aeon. The cultivation of the 10,000 dragons art traced its origins step by step, reversing one's bloodline and returning to one's ancestry. One could cultivate it with any dragon race bloodline. When one reached the third layer, one would materialize a divine dragon unique to one's bloodline. With one more step, the divine dragon would return to its ancestry and become a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. Xiao Chen felt satisfied with the current divine dragon might. He said softly, given this, it will be much easier for me to execute the god-demon body unsealing technique. One heavenly essence fruit allowed Xiao Chen to break through to 3-vein sovereign emperor and the 10,000 dragons art to the third layer. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, greatly improving his strength. After taking out the lightning immortal dew, Xiao Chen did not think too much and poured it in. It was as that remnant soul said. This lightning immortal dew had a similar effect to origin liquid, pure and without any side effects. Xiao Chen poured in 1 cubic meter of lightning immortal dew to strengthen his Dao domain. Then, Xiao Chen felt his peak 5th layer thunder Dao domain expand at a visible rate. Then, it suddenly erupted, breaking through peak 5th layer and advancing to the 6th layer. Xiao Chen's cultivation technique, and Dao domain all made breakthroughs. Everything felt like a dream. However, it was not too exaggerated. After all, this was before he entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiao Chen's cultivation technique, and Dao domain had already been stuck at bottlenecks for a long time. Now that his strength had made consecutive breakthroughs, it would not be easy for his strength to soar within a short period. There were so many benefits to monopolizing a superior grade inheritance that surprised Xiao Chen. There was still the thunder flame art, which conflicted with his cultivation technique. So, Xiao Chen did not intend to comprehend it. However, there was no harm in taking a look. The instant Xiao Chen flipped open the title page, he frowned slightly, feeling stunned for a moment. The first thing that entered Xiao Chen's eyes was a lightning pattern, exactly the same as the mysterious lightning pattern on the ancient bronze doors. As Xiao Chen flipped through the pages, his expression turned increasingly grave. After a while, he suddenly closed the book. This lightning pattern was the outline of a seal called the Thundercloud Lock. One could grasp this seal and condense this lightning pattern only by grasping the Thunder Great Tao and the Fire Great Tao. I do not need to grasp this lightning pattern. However, since I understand the principles behind it, can it help me open that bronze door again? Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he thought of a possibility. I'll try it out first. Xiao Chen immediately took action after thinking about it. He soared into the air and rushed back to the Thunder Flame inheritance. Chapter 2293. Xiao Chen's strength soared. He advanced to 3-veined Sovereign Emperor. His Thunder Dao domain broke through to the 6th layer, his Ice domain reached the 4th layer, and his 10,000 Dragons art broke through to the 3rd layer. Compared to when Xiao Chen first entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, he could be said to have undergone a complete transformation, looking completely different. If Xiao Chen fought Tuoba Yun again, he would not have to worry about severely injuring him and could suppress him at will. As for someone like Dao Yan, he could fight boldly and bring out all his trump cards. It would be hard to say who would win or lose. His figure soared into the air. 4 hours later, he returned to the Thunder Flame inheritance. Then, he fell in through the hole he made. Before the surrounding ice scattered, Dao Yan attacked in a rage before he left, sealing the Berserk Thunder Flame in ice. In the main hall, many weird ice pillars were formed. Footprints covered the ground, turning the place into a mess. It was not hard to guess that during this period of time, there would be other guests who would come here one after another. However, they had all been blocked by the ancient bronze door and had to return empty-handed. Whoosh! After observing for a while, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, appearing like he teleported to the ancient door amid a flash of electric light. Then, he stretched out his hand and touched the mysterious lightning pattern. According to the records in the Thunder Flame art, one had to cultivate this cultivation technique in order to grasp this seal. Xiao Chen only cultivated the lightning-attributed Great Tao and the ice-attributed Great Tao. Clearly, he could not cultivate the Thunder Flame art and grasp this seal. This seal sealed an area. Even Dao Yan could not break it. Forcefully breaking it would not succeed. He could only use his wits. Xiao Chen let go, and the Thunder Great Tao energy circulated in his body. Circles of Tao patterns spread out, and electricity crackled and flickered continuously. The Tao might shook the area. The Tao might spread out, and the surrounding ice pillars sealing the Thunder Flame trembled slightly. Then, ice shards fell off. Whoosh! Xiao Chen used his Thunder Dao domain to support it. Then, he simulated the same lightning pattern on his fingertip before gently touching it. Xiao Chen touched the center of the ancient bronze door, and a loud sound rang out. Blood leaked out of Xiao Chen's mouth as he went flying, nearly crashing into the ice pillar. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's movement technique was agile, allowing him to change his position. Whoosh! Xiao Chen moved like a phantom, weaving through the strange ice pillars. Then, he landed before the ancient bronze door. It failed. What's wrong? Frowning, Xiao Chen fell into deep thought. He took out the Thunder Flame art and started reading it again. Thud, thud, thud. He tried a few more times, but all of them ended in failure. Instead, he suffered some light injuries. No wonder even Dao Yan had chosen to give up. Even though he had grasped the Thunder Flame art, it was still so difficult. If this still doesn't work, then we really have to give up. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. He planned to use the Universe Origin True Flame to replace the Fire Dao domain and imitate this seal together with the Thunder Dao domain. Suddenly, a wisp of primordial true fire rose from his palm. Xiao Chen's expression was solemn as he stared straight at this wisp of flame. Xiao Chen used the Thunder Flame Art's secret technique to drive the Thunder Dao domain. In an instant, thunder and lightning crackled around the flames on his palm. The instant the thunder and flames merged, the mysterious thunder mark appeared on Xiao Chen's palm, disappearing in a flash. Pa! In 1/10,000th of a second, Xiao Chen grasped that fleeting opportunity and pressed his palm on the ancient, bronze door's thunder mark. The thunder mark radiated light, and talisman scripts appeared on the ancient, bronze door. Then, surging lightning-attributed energy spread out from the ancient door. Rumble. A loud sound rang out, and the entire Thunder Flame Hall shook endlessly, looking like it was on the verge of collapse. The originally frozen thunder flame came to life, and ice shards fell like snow. Crack. Crack. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as the ancient, bronze door opened. He gently pushed off with his feet, breaking the rules of this body's owner and charging back. Whoosh! Before Xiao Chen could do anything, the remnant soul that he saw earlier appeared before Xiao Chen. However, this remnant soul's figure was dim and incredibly weak. It did not react much to Xiao Chen's appearance. What's wrong? Xiao Chen asked seriously when he saw that the remnant soul's state was not right. The remnant soul replied calmly, when you fought with that person from the Divine Sword Pavilion, you already broke the restrictions that I left back then. Before that person left, he sealed the rampaging thunder flame in ice. That will only stabilize it for a while. Xiao Chen thought very quickly, and he soon understood. The thunder flame inheritance would be like the ice inheritance, completely collapsing. After that, he would no longer be able to enter. However, that white-clad Yan Emperor had taken the initiative to destroy the inheritance before giving it to Xiao Chen. This remnant soul before Xiao Chen was passive. The collapse of the Thunder Flame inheritance was not under its control. Since that is the case, why don't you give me all the treasures of the inheritance, the medicinal pills, and the secret treasures? Xiao Chen thought, the hall is going to be destroyed. Rather than dying with it, I might as well be a good person and give them to myself. You are not the person I chose. Even though you entered this hall twice, you are not the person I am waiting for. The remnant soul remained calm when faced with Xiao Chen's somewhat shameless request. It said indifferently, aside from the dragon essence, which I cannot leave behind, the other treasures will be destroyed. Take care. Boom. Right after the remnant soul spoke, it vanished completely. At the same time, the entire hall went out of control. The thunder flame's berserk charge caused the neighboring halls to explode. The explosions looked like fireworks in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, attracting everyone's attention. Xiao Chen felt somewhat depressed. If he were a prince, perhaps the result would be different. However, since he came, he could not leave empty-handed. The result was within Xiao Chen's expectations. What caught his eye was the vast dragon essence hidden in the thunder flame. The dragon essence in this hall far surpassed the other inheritances that Xiao Chen knew. Back then, the remnant soul had controlled it, preventing Xiao Chen from absorbing too much. Now, he could accept it without any worries. Rumble. The thunder flame inheritance was a superior grade inheritance, and it exploded. When many people saw this, they felt that it was unfortunate. In the future succession race, this inheritance would be removed from the list of inheritances. No one knew that Xiao Chen was happily collecting vast amounts of dragon essence amid the tragic fireworks explosion. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb was boundlessly vast. Many princes and guests could see the shock waves from the thunder flame inheritance's explosion. However, even more princes and guests could not sense it. For example, the 9th Prince Wang Yan and the Heavenly Book Scholar, who accompanied him, did not know. Your Highness, this is Black Wind Ridge, a forbidden land of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Aside from the lingering sinister winds and baleful aura, there are no inheritances or dragon essence here. This is a rather ideal place to hide, the Heavenly Book Scholar said to Wang Yan as he pointed to the surroundings. It would be hard to find such a desolate place in an ancient blessed land like the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Dark clouds covered the place, and sinister winds blew endlessly. The spiritual energy here was thin, and weeds grew everywhere. Wang Yan showed a calm expression as he looked into the distance. The sinister winds howled like ghosts in the boundless darkness. Wang Yan showed a calm expression as he looked into the distance. The sinister winds howled like ghosts in the boundless darkness. If this person really wants to kill me, he will still chase me even in this horrifying forbidden land. Wang Yan did not show any worry or anxiety on his face. He only felt confused. Who in the world is in such a rush to eliminate me in the first round? The Heavenly Book scholar remained silent for a while. He knew that Wang Yan was right, so he consoled, "Your Highness, there is no need to worry. Given our current strength, there is no need to be so cautious. However, there is no need to expose our strength in the first round and suffer losses." Wang Yan smiled faintly and said, "You might think that, but others might not. The more we try to avoid it, the more they will push their luck. I understand those brothers of mine too well." Just at this moment, Senior Feng frowned slightly and said, "Your Highness, I'm afraid we will have to leave again." The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai looked around. After some thought, he said, "I sense some strong auras." Wang Yan showed a grave expression as he shifted his gaze from the depths of Black Wind Ridge. Then, he said indifferently, "We're not leaving. I want to see who is so overbearing." Wang Yan's repeated concessions had already crossed Wang Yan's bottom line. Wang Yan frequently guarded the borders, charging into battle, taking the lead. He had never been someone afraid of death. He had always been very reserved in the imperial capital, not competing with others. However, some people seem to have forgotten that he cultivated one of the most cold-blooded and emotionless Great Tao, Massacre. Chapter 2294. I'm not retreating anymore. Aside from pushing Wang Yan's bottom line, the other princes would catch up to me sooner or later. The other princes would definitely sense Wang Yan holding the Yan imperial sword in the ancient Yan emperor tomb. No matter where Wang Yan hid, unless he gave up on becoming the crown prince, someone would catch up to him sooner or later. Since that was the case, Wang Yan might as well face them head-on. Right after Wang Yan spoke, the churning dark clouds in the sky scattered without any warning. A flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes and looked over. When everyone looked over, there was indeed a golden dragon image soaring through the sky. Its tyrannical dragon might layered over the sky, encasing this space. In an instant, a heavy pressure descended on everyone, causing their hearts to sink. The dragon god crown prince, Qin Ming. Hao Kai said softly, his expression changing slightly as he immediately recognized the figure in the air. "What's wrong?" Senior Feng asked, not knowing much about this Qin Ming. Hao Kai replied after some thought, "This Qin Ming is the purple gold dragon emperor's proudest son. He possesses a grade 7 golden dragon bloodline. Practically no one in the younger generation of our 8 great empires can outshine him. He is considered the person most likely to become the next dragon emperor. Hence, he is called the dragon god crown prince." Boom! Before Hao Kai finished speaking, a wolf howl rang out in the north. Tuo Baiyun held the mace in his hand and walked over with heavy footsteps, one step at a time. Rumble. With every step, the ground trembled. Tuo Baiyun brought out his 5-veined sovereign emperor cultivation to its limits. From a distance, he looked like a tall mountain, giving off heavy pressure. Pu Chi. 10,000 miles ahead, the ground suddenly exploded, and a white snake with a body as large as a mountain appeared. A white snake the size of a mountain flickered with resplendent electric light as it burrowed out of the ground. A handsome white-clad person stood on its head. Roars came from the south. When one looked over, a huge great desolate Ian holy beast image soared into the sky. It was the Hound Lion Empire's crown prince, Xiahou Zun. He had used his bloodline to force out the Hound Lion's ferocious might. Little 13. Wang Yan frowned slightly. Although he had not seen the 13th Prince Wang Yi yet, these 4 people appeared. The person hiding behind the scenes, who had been forcing him to the Forbidden Land, Black Wind Ridge, was also on the verge of appearing. Aside from the 13th Prince Wang Yi, no one else could send these four to be the vanguard. So. Qin Ming was bathed in golden light. Dragon shadows revolved around him as he slowly descended from the sky. Bai Yunfei, Xiahou Zun, and Tuoba Yun stood side by side, looking down at Wang Yan and the others from the air. Xiao Chen is not here. The Heavenly Book scholar, Wang Yan, and the other three at Black Wind Ridge were clearly visible. Xiao Chen was nowhere to be seen. Disappointment immediately flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. He looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yan. Then, he said, "Attack." He did not waste any time. After confirming that Xiao Chen was not around, he immediately made his move. Protect His Highness. This caused the Heavenly Book scholar's expression to change. His figure flashed, and he shielded Wang Yan. Can you protect it? Qin Ming took the lead and punched with the Emperor Dragon Fist. As his dragon might soared, a golden dragon image appeared resplendent and dazzling. Pu Ci. The Heavenly Book scholar barely managed to block this fist technique, which was known as the most ferocious offensive technique. Then, he vomited blood. The Heavenly Book scholar's cultivation was not low. However, he was skilled in the Fate Dao. In a real fight, there was a clear gap between him and a heaven-defying outstanding talent like Qin Ming. Rumble. On the other side, Tuoba Yun faced off against Senior Feng. These two great perfection sovereign emperors quickly started fighting. They unleashed their Dao domains and emperor's might. After exchanging 3 moves, the battle turned incredibly intense. Every single move was earth-shattering. This was especially so when the two used soul tools. Tuoba Yun held a spiked club made of dark light, and Senior Feng held a black whip that could control the wind. The two were about equal in strength. Furthermore, they both had soul tools. Mysterious phenomena appeared, shaking the world. The might of the commotion was flabbergasting. As for the strongest, Hao Kai, he was surrounded by Xiahou Zun, Bai Yunfei, and the white python with the strength of a great perfection sovereign emperor. Hao Kai was a 6-veined sovereign emperor with the golden crow holy beast's bloodline. Although he held a slight advantage, he could not free himself to help the others. Strong winds howled in Black Wind Ridge, and dragon roars rang out. The clouds in the sky scattered. The vast starry heavens looked incredibly clear, as if one could touch it with one's hand. Hao Kai and Senior Feng fared better in the 3-way battle. The Heavenly Book scholar found it the hardest. He faced the Dragon God Crown Prince's pressure alone. After a while, he was already riddled with wounds. He clearly knew that he could not defeat the Dragon God Crown Prince, but he could not fight. The Heavenly Book scholar needed to buy time for Wang Yan to use his dragon essence to summon Xiao Chen and the others. Given the Heavenly Book scholar's intelligence, he could naturally tell that the 4 before him were just the vanguard. The 13th Prince's true strength was still on the way. At that time, the Heavenly Book scholar would be like a turtle in a jar. I need to hold on. Bang! Emperor Dragon Fist, unparalleled under the heavens. Qin Ming showed an indifferent expression, not showing any emotion in his eyes. Then, he threw another Emperor Dragon Fist. The dragons bowed their heads as Qin Ming turned into a golden divine dragon. Then, he leaped up from the heads of the dragons. The instant the fist light exploded, the light became even more dazzling than the sun. The Emperor Dragon's dragon might erupted to its limits, forcing the bowing dragons to kneel. This fist was unparalleled under the heavens, making all the dragons kneel. The folding fan in the Heavenly Book scholar's hand materialized thousands of miraculous images. Plums, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums appeared together. Righteous chi coexisted with the heavens. However, the instant the Heavenly Book scholar touched the fist light, these miraculous images shattered like dreamy glass. A bloody bowl-sized hole immediately appeared in the Heavenly Book scholar's chest. He wobbled in the air like a broken kite. Damn it! When Wang Yan, who was draining his dragon essence to summon Xiao Chen and the others, saw this scene, he had no choice but to interrupt his summoning. If Wang Yan still did not make a move, Qin Ming might smash the heavenly book scholar to death. Whoosh! Wang Yan's figure flashed, moving like a phantom. Then, he caught the heavenly book scholar and slowly descended. Qin Ming revealed a look of pity in his eyes. He said softly, "You gave up on summoning?" "Had I known, it would have been gentler. However, I had no choice. I only used 50% of my strength." "Your Highness, why did you give up?" The heavenly book scholar could not help showing despair in his eyes. Given this, when the 13th prince's main forces arrived, the heavenly book scholar would not be able to escape. The 9th Prince Wang Yan's succession race would basically be over. So what if I gave up? I can't stand by and watch you die. Not bringing Shao Chen and the others here was equivalent to giving up on the succession race. Chang Ji, rest well first. Wang Yan passed a strand of dragon essence to the heavenly book scholar to nourish his heart and lungs. Then, he restrained the heavenly book scholar and stood up to face Qin Ming alone. Wang Yan's eyes turned cold as he gathered murderous intent in secret. The instant Qin Ming met Wang Yan's gaze, he felt slightly stunned. This prince before him seemed to be much stronger than he had imagined. The huge light screen in the palace showed the 13th prince leading his guests. They charged at Black Wind Ridge with surging murderous intent. This immediately startled the various feudal lords and the noble clan heads. The 13th prince is going to Black Wind Ridge. He is trying to kill the 9th prince. It does not look like he is just robbing the 9th prince. I heard that the 13th prince and the 9th prince have a grudge. This is just the first round, and he is trying to kill everyone. Isn't that too much? Ha! The 9th prince is going to be unlucky. How unfortunate. How unfortunate. Originally, the feudal lords and powerhouses thought that it was just a simple robbery. However, when they saw the 13th prince leading his guests to Black Wind Ridge, they all knew that the nature of this matter had changed. Outside the drill ground, Mo Chen, Ao Jiao, Su Yi, and the other Misty Rain Pavilion's people all showed some worry when they saw this scene. Inside the Thunder Flame Inheritance, a heavy jade strip with 9 dragon images swam about. Shao Chen absorbed nearly all the vast dragon essence in the inheritance. Huh! Just at this moment, Shao Chen frowned slightly. He had sensed Wang Yan's call from the jade strip. However, just as Wang Yan was about to ask, the call was interrupted in a hurry. Oh no! Something happened to the 9th prince. Shao Chen's expression immediately changed. Then, he grabbed the jade strip and turned into a beam of light as he flew out. Just as Shao Chen felt helpless, fearing that he would not be able to rush over in time, crunching sounds came from his storage ring. The demon blood vulture was breaking out of its cocoon. On the other side, Xiao Sua and the others also sensed that something happened. I have a secret technique that can allow us to rush over quickly. Get close to me. I hope we can make it in time. Xiao Sua took out the Scarlet Blood War banner with a grave expression. Wu Meng and Qin Zhuolin quickly approached. Chapter 2295. The 13th Prince's group, which was rushing to Black Wind Ridge at full speed, made everyone feel the severity of the situation. At the same time, this made the 9th Prince's supporters in the palace worry. The 13th Prince's disciples were the outstanding talents of the 8 great empires' sovereign emperors. They all had great desolate Ian bloodlines, and they were practically undefeated in the first round. Among the princes, his strength could be ranked in the top 3. That was because there were some princes who weren't as weak as they seemed on the surface, but their strength was definitely enough to rank in the top 5. As for the 9th Prince Wang Yan, he spent most of his time outside. His faction in the capital was practically non-existent. He had relied on Shao Chen's connections and the Misty Rain Pavilion's resources to recruit guests. There was a great disparity in strength between the two events. In Black Wind Ridge, the battle was in full swing. Hao Kai of the Golden Crow Empire was fighting 1 against 2. He was fighting Xiahou Zun, Bai Yunfei, and the troublesome White Lightning Python. Even though he had an overwhelming advantage in terms of cultivation, neither Xiahou Zun nor Bai Yunfei dared to fight him head-on. However, the two of them were outstanding talents. They were intelligent and had astonishing comprehension abilities. By relying on his powerful foundation, he actually managed to stall Hao Kai. On top of that, there was the elusive white python, which could cause serious injuries if one was not careful. No matter how furious Hao Kai was, he could not break away from the two of them. He could not free himself to help the ninth Prince Wang Yan. As for Senior Feng and Tuoba Yun, the two of them were already fighting with all their might. Everyone took out inferior grade soul tools and unleashed their full power. Dao domains clashed with Dao domains, soul tools clashed with soul tools. They were equally matched, and it would be difficult to determine the victor if there were no external forces. However, as time passed and the 13th Prince's army arrived, their advantage would become apparent. Time was not on Senior Feng's side. If they continued to fight, there was no guarantee that his mental state wouldn't change. Inside the imperial palace, all the feudal vassals, the big shots of the four regions, and the noble families were paying close attention to this battle. It was Qin Ming and the ninth Prince Wang Yan. There was no need to doubt Qin Ming's strength. He had been famous for a long time. Among the outstanding talents of the 8 great empires, the Golden Dragon race was grooming him as the next crown prince. He himself did not waste these resources. Since Xiao Chen's debut, he had used his various accomplishments to carve out the title of Dragon God Crown Prince. This showed that his reputation was not undeserved. However, although the ninth Prince Wang Yan spent most of his time outside, leading troops into battle, the ninth Prince Wang Yan was not an ordinary person. However, compared to talent, bloodline, and resources, they were all inferior. The only advantage they had was one thing. With the Yan Imperial sword in hand, Shaoqin could bring out strength that surpassed that of the other outstanding talents. The dragon fate in the sword could be converted into his own combat strength at any time. The two of them stared at each other, competing with their auras as they searched for each other's flaws. Qin Ming showed an indifferent expression, showing no joy or sorrow in his eyes. His emperor dragon might soared into the clouds. Vaguely, it turned into an enormous golden dragon that coiled in the sky, looking down at the common people from above. His clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome facial features were well defined, as if they had been carved out by a ghost axe, sharp and boundless. As Wang Yan held the Yan Imperial sword, he showed a grave expression, feeling heavy pressure. Xiao Chen's cultivation was lower than the other parties in the first place, only a two-veined sovereign emperor. Furthermore, the other party had a divine dragon bloodline, so his aura was much weaker. If not for the Yan Imperial sword, Wang Yan would have fallen long ago. However, Wang Yan's pitch-black eyes did not show any cowardice. His gaze remained resolute and calm. There was also a boundless killing intent that turned into a ferocious wild beast hiding in the depths of his eyes. This was the massacre Dao. Even if one could not defeat the other party, one would not cower. After identifying the enemy, one would not rest until one party died, fighting to the death. Qin Ming sensed this determination, so he did not act rashly. He only used his aura to slowly suppress the other party. Sha! Sha! As Wang Yan faced off, Qin Ming unhurriedly took a step forward. He took this step very slowly. It was as if the flow of time had slowed down along with this stomp. Even the surrounding scenery was affected and slowed down. Slow. However, Wang Yan, who grasped the sword hilt, could not draw it. Although the other party was slow, he did not show any openings. As he raised his foot, it even contained a great aura, making everyone feel grave. However, if Wang Yan did not draw his sword, he might not have a chance to draw his sword when the other party's foot landed. Wang Yan needed to draw his sword. The killing intent in Wang Yan's eyes slowly gathered like thousands of sparks. Just as the sparks were about to gather, just as the Yan Imperial sword was about to be drawn, Qin Ming's foot suddenly sped up. Fast. When he slowed down, time seemed to freeze. When he sped up, it was as if time had stopped. When he sped up, the boundless starry heavens in the sky changed. The starry heavens turned into a painting. Shifting. Boom. Dragon roars rang out, and the starry heavens changed. Before Wang Yan could draw his sword, Qin Ming's foot landed. Immediately, an emperor dragon's dragon might burst out from Qin Ming's foot. A gentleman is like a dragon, moving with the heavens, constantly striving for self-improvement. Qin Ming shouted, and a visible golden emperor dragon's dragon might swept out in all directions. Before the sparks formed by the thousands of sparks in Wang Yan's eyes could gather, he got knocked back, and his aura shattered. The world is like the earth, and a gentleman is virtuous. Boom! The entire ground trembled and exploded. Thousands of dragon images burst out, and Qin Ming soared into the air. Qin Ming's emperor dragon might soared in that instant. His speed was even faster than Wang Yan's as he flew back. Then, he charged over to Wang Yan at a startling speed and punched with the emperor dragon fist. The expression of Wang Yan, who was knocked back, changed slightly. He had no choice but to give up on drawing his sword. Wang Yan held the sword hilt with one hand and the scabbard with the other, holding the sword horizontally in front of him. He infused his divine energy into the sword using the massacre Dao. The dragon essence on the sword soared, and a dragon image coiled around the scabbard. Dang! Wang Yan vomited a mouthful of blood. His arm went numb, and he nearly lost his grip on the Yan imperial sword. The force of this punch knocked Wang Yan into the air. Without waiting for Wang Yan to land, Qin Ming pressed forward with a cold expression, continuously launching attacks. Immediately, the golden divine dragon's dragon might spread out. Golden dragon images filled the sky, covering the sky and covering the sun. The Emperor Dragon Fist, known as the strongest fist technique in the world, pressured everyone to the point of suffocation. Even through the huge light screen in the royal palace, everyone could feel this overbearing fist light, which made them shudder in fear. The might of the Emperor Dragon Fist was clear without a doubt. The fist light was bright, howling like the wind. With every punch, dragon images roared ferociously. As Wang Yan punched repeatedly, the flickering dragon images could only be seen flashing with golden light because the fist light was too fast. He clenched his teeth and did his best to endure. Qin Ming made up his mind not to give Wang Yan a chance to draw his sword. This was because such a person who cultivated the Tao of massacre would not be able to escape. However, once Wang Yan drew his sword, no matter how injured he was, he could erupt with startling offensive power. In the clouds in the royal palace, the Yan Emperor frowned slightly but could not do anything. Right now, Wang Yan could give up and leave. If he did not and got beaten to death, even the Yan Emperor would not be able to say anything. It ends here. The indifferent Qin Ming saw the huge opening that Wang Yan revealed. Then, he shouted coldly, and countless dragon images spread out in this world. The countless dragon images in this world gathered on Qin Ming's fist light. When he punched, Wang Yan lost his grip on the Yan imperial sword. The sword flew out of his hand and into the sky. However, Qin Ming's explosive fist light did not lose momentum, continuing mercilessly towards Wang Yan's chest. Your Highness. Senior Feng, who was fighting with Tuoba Yun at the side, could not help crying out when he saw this scene. Wang Yan stared blankly at the Yan imperial sword that flew into the air in a daze. He turned a deaf ear to Qin Ming's punches, his eyes only focused on the sword. Damn it! The heavenly book scholar, who was severely injured and unable to move, felt very anxious. His eyes turned slightly moist as he shouted anxiously, Your Highness, give up. Give up. Give up. If Wang Yan still did not give up, he would not be far from death when this punch landed. As Wang Yan looked at the swaying Yan imperial sword in the air, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Wang Yan thought about his mother's miserable death when he was young. He thought about offending his 13th brother and being forced to leave the imperial capital. He thought about the cruelty of the battlefield. He thought about Xiao Chen's scolding. What use do I have for you? Should I give up? Absolutely not. The killing intent in Wang Yan's eyes turned into sparks again. The flames of the killing intent burned fiercely in his eyes. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Wang Yan's body. The instant Qin Ming's punch landed on his chest, Wang Yan used his finger as a sword and stabbed Qin Ming's chest as well. Pu Qi. A bloody bowl-sized hole appeared in the ninth prince's chest as he went flying back. Qin Ming did not move back at all. However, when he landed, he wiped his hand across his chest. Blood covered his hand, and a gash appeared on his chest. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Wang Yan's final sword strike had also pierced through his dragon might. You are seeking death. Qin Ming immediately felt enraged. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he charged over again. However, just at this moment, a flash of scarlet light flashed in the air like a burning flame. A figure leaped up and grabbed the Yen Imperial sword in the air. Then, that figure descended like a meteor and shielded Wang Yan, catching the punch. Bang! The instant the two fists clashed, that person did not move at all. Dragon roars came from his body, not showing any fear of the Emperor Dragon might that covered the sky. Emperor Dragon Fist, driving dragons to the sky. Qin Ming's expression changed slightly as he punched. Hearing the command, Dragon soared into the sky. Supreme Dragon Fist, leaderless dragons. The newcomer was not flustered at all. He also punched out. The dragons that Qin Ming commanded collided with each other. They turned into thousands of light shadows and scattered in all directions, like headless flies in the air. Emperor Dragon Fist, Dragon's Bow. Qin Ming was enraged. This was the first time this kind of situation had occurred. Immediately, his spirit essence surged and he punched out again. Xiaochen forced the thousands of dragon images in the sky to gather under his fist light and charge down. Supreme Dragon Fist, raging at the unfair heaven. Qin Ming was angry, but the person who came was even angrier than him. He was angry at the sky that was ruled by an evil dragon. If the heavens are unfair, then I'll shatter the heavens and restore my clarity. Boom! When Xiaochen punched, the bowing dragon images shattered. The sky turned clear, and the vast starry heavens reappeared. Amidst the scattering starlight, Xiaochen said softly, I'll also return a punch to you. I, the unique and righteous. What was a supreme? In the heavens and earth, only I am supreme. Chapter 2296. In the heavens and on the earth, I am the only one. Grabbing the Yen Imperial sword, Wang Yan, who was on the ground, felt stunned. He had not expected Xiaochen to arrive so quickly. Pa! Boom! Xiaochen's expression was indifferent, but he did not have the slightest fear. Roar! The moment he said that, Wang Yan's expression changed slightly. He suddenly understood something. The moment the huge palm appeared, Qin Ming jumped in fright. He quickly stopped talking and jumped away in a panic. When Qin Ming, who was still falling, saw Xiaochen break out of his cage and charge over again, a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. He shouted, Die! Even the turbid air that Zhang Xian exhaled was forcefully forced back into his throat. Divine Dragon's secret skill, Prison Chain Frenzied Dragon. The powerful attack was like a torrential storm, it was simply breathtaking. Bang! Bang! He did not show any signs of frustration because of his previous defeat. Instead, his eyes were filled with excitement. It turned into fragments and scattered all over the sky. Horizontally and vertically, they formed a cage, trapping Xiaochen in the air. The fist light flashed and the dragon's shadow shone brightly. At Xiaochen's command, the demon blood vulture that looked like a blood phoenix in the air screeched and flew towards the electric white python. Kacha! Firmament's rage. Bang! Bang! Sword, catch! Xiaochen stretched out his hand and beckoned. The ancestor dragon's rage from the ancient great desolate Aeon appeared in the sky. Vaguely, there seemed to be a universe within it, containing the power of space. Bang! The continuous attacks made everyone feel as if a stone was stuck in their hearts, and the pressure was immense. Otherwise, the aftershock of a random wisp of sword light would cause a destructive blow to the surrounding space. An ancient king's aura spread out from his body. The so-called pure emperor dragon's might immediately seemed immature before him. I almost thought you wouldn't be able to make it. Do you think I want to kill the 9th prince? Shao Chen showed a calm expression as he took out the Heavenly Alliance envoy medallion unhurriedly. Compared to the Supreme Dragon Fist, these feudal powerhouses even felt that the Emperor Dragon Fist was not worth mentioning. Damn it, why is this strength so fierce? It could rival a strong 4-veined sovereign emperor. What did it mean by the number 1 offensive technique in the world? Unwilling to listen to the other party's nagging, Shao Chen stepped forward and stomped on the other party's head, crushing it into the ground. However, the Supreme Dragon Fist that Shao Chen executed now showed everyone what a sovereign emperor's violence was. Demon Blood Vulture, go help Senior Hao Kai. Earlier, Qin Ming had already shown them what the Emperor Dragon Fist was. However, not only had Shao Chen stopped in front of him, but his move, the unique and righteous, was also trying to send him flying. Qin Ming, who had landed on the ground, wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and grinned. After 100 moves, Shao Chen's fist smashed through the protective shield formed by the dragon might and landed on his chin. Break. It was obvious how terrifying of a force Shao Chen had exerted in this instant. At this moment, Qin Ming finally experienced what it felt like to be suppressed by someone using an offensive technique similar to the Emperor Dragon Fist. Furthermore, it continued to shrink. It looked like it would completely restrict Shao Chen's physical body and invade his flesh, blood, and soul. Shao Chen showed a relaxed expression as he turned around and tossed the Yen Imperial sword in his hand to the 9th Prince Wang Yen. When Shao Chen punched, that unruly and unyielding aura burst out from his body. Shao Chen's fist light destroyed an inferior-grade soul tool just like that. Qin Ming said coldly, "My target has been you, the dragon race rebel, Shao Chen, from the start to the end." The instant the sword light appeared, the entire world turned dark. A horrifying aura spread out in all directions. The entire ancient Yen Emperor tomb felt this terrifying sword intent. Qin Ming seemed to have an irresolvable conflict with the Golden Dragon race. A purple light flashed, and Shao Chen appeared directly in front of Qin Ming. Then, he threw a punch. Shao Chen's fist light was like a torrential storm, raining down relentlessly on the old man's chest. However, Qin Ming lived up to his reputation. In the blink of an eye, he executed the strongest move of the Emperor Dragon Fist as well. Shao Chen turned into a beam of light and stomped on Qin Ming at an unimaginable speed. When Qin Ming clashed with Shao Chen's punch, he felt his arm go numb. The huge force transmitted over, shaking half of his body to the point where he couldn't move. Qin Ming's father was the current dragon race's purple gold dragon emperor. He contained some of the dragon emperor's might. Regular dragon race cultivators would find it hard to stand stably before him. Crack. Qin Ming frantically formed hand seals with both hands. Suddenly, black dragon images appeared in the sky and on the ground. Qin Ming was incredibly strong before Wang Yen and the Heavenly Book scholar. He was nearly completely suppressed. Qin Ming could not parry at all. He could not even bring out the might of the Emperor Dragon Fist. I possess the Emperor Dragon's might. How can this person push me back? Qin Ming could not retaliate at all. Shock appeared in Qin Ming's heart. He could not imagine how Shao Chen's punch could be so horrifying. A dragon image came out of each of the two, roaring ferociously and glaring at Qin Ming. Qin Ming roared ferociously the instant Shao Chen's force scattered. In reality, the Emperor Dragon Fist was such a cultivation technique. The stronger it was, the stronger it was. However, once it suffered a true setback, it would be very difficult to gather its might again, unable to bring out its true might. This was the pure Emperor's might from the purple gold dragon Emperor. Any dragon race powerhouse would fear this dragon might. Boom! The feudal lords and various powerhouses in the palace who saw this scene were all startled into speechlessness. It was completely useless. No matter how Qin Ming struggled, he was defeated by this punch. He was defeated. No wonder this person showed disappointment in his eyes when he saw that the summoning was interrupted. The instant the cage formed, time and space seemed to freeze. An ancient restriction flickered in the dragon pillars. Emperor Dragon Fist, Sovereign Descent. 5 huge handprints immediately appeared on the ground. Qin Ming, who had soared into the air, sucked in a breath of cold air. Blood splattered in the air, accompanied by broken teeth. Blood leaked out of a corner of Qin Ming's lips as Xiao Chen forced him back a step. He revealed a doubtful expression in his eyes. The instant Qin Ming raised his head, he was about to capture Xiao Chen's figure when he discovered many fist images. 100 punches, 1,000 punches, 10,000 punches, all of them surged out in an instant. Crack. Ka-xie. Ka-xie. Xiao Chen shattered Qin Ming's protective battle armor. Suddenly, Wang Yan thought of the assassination attempt that Xiao Chen faced at Mirror Lake. The other party's cultivation was clearly the same as Wang Yan's. What was supreme? The Emperor Dragon's dragon might seemed solid as it spread out from Qin Ming's body. That was the pure dragon might of a king. I'll take your life while you're down. Qin Ming continuously executed the supreme dragon fist. Be it his Tao domain, soul energy, cultivation technique, or mental state, he was weaker than Xiao Chen. Noisy. Qin Ming's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, the other party could easily deliver such a strike after receiving 2 punches. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen could easily kill a great perfection sovereign emperor. A sword light also flew out of Qin Ming's medallion, and the dark world immediately lit up. The royal blue dragon bloodline flowed in Qin Ming's body. His name was written in the royal genealogy that had been passed down for countless epochs. Dragon images immediately filled the sky. One was golden, and the other was azure-colored. Boom! The berserk fist lights blasted Qin Ming, knocking him back and forth in the air like a broken kite. The black dragon images radiating heavy resentment crisscrossed as they flickered with light. A bright light immediately erupted from Qin Ming's forehead, and a sword light appeared. The 2 fists clashed, producing a deafening sound that shook the world. Once Qin Ming executed this move, he could force an expert like Wang Yan to not even have a chance to draw his sword. The 2 sword lights that inspired fear in peak sovereign emperors clashed in the air, clashing with each other. Then, they silently vanished. A colossal hand formed in the air. Lightning flickered in the palm, and saber light spread out. Boom! This is never-ending. Crack! Crack! The many powerhouses in the palace could clearly feel it through the huge light screen. Bang! I'll return a punch as well. Only I am supreme. As their strengths were equal, they cancelled each other out. Qin Ming truly lived up to being the dragon god crown prince. He had many trump cards. Xiao Chen felt somewhat tired of this. He activated his alloy battle armor and supported his 6th-layer Thunder Dao domain. Qin Ming roared, and the sovereign emperor's might from the divine dragon empire burst out of his body. Qin Ming went flying. The Emperor Dragon Fist of the Golden Dragon bloodline lost to Xiao Chen again. Heavy murderous intent flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. This was a sword light that the purple gold dragon emperor left in his sea of consciousness. It equaled a strike from the purple gold dragon emperor. Xiao Chen. Before Qin Ming could reveal a smile, Xiao Chen took out the divine lightning talisman and broke this restriction with a wave of his hand. It turned out that Qin Ming's target had been Xiao Chen from the very start. Chapter 2297. Ah! Let go. Let go. At the same time, he felt even more shocked. Xiao Chen was still firmly suppressing the Silver Dragon King as he fought. The Silver Dragon King was incredibly frustrated, but he could not do anything to Xiao Chen. After all, the Dragon God Crown Prince was a Golden Dragon Race 3-vein sovereign emperor. It would be somewhat difficult to crush the Dragon God Crown Prince's head with one stomp. Xiao Chen. I'll take your life. Xiao Chen snorted coldly as he unleashed his 4th-layer Ice Dao domain, stacking the 2 Dao domains. The more crucial thing was that this Xiao Chen had some fortuitous encounter, allowing him to erupt with such strength in such a short time. Boom! The Silver Dragon King wanted to take advantage of Xiao Chen's distraction to pull Qin Ming out. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, the Silver Dragon King's 6th layer Thunder Dao domain already reached the 7th layer Dao Might. Don't be rash. Any reputable person in the Yanwu dynasty would see this scene. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor could not afford to lose face like this. Sikong Shu, who was dressed like a fisherman, appeared in the air. Under his conical bamboo hat, he looked coldly at Xiao Chen, who was fighting the Silver Dragon King. However, others could not even see that silver figure's appearance. This showed how fast he was. Whoosh! Sikong Shu's Dao Might sword, reaching the 8th layer. The aura that Qin Ming burst out with was even more horrifying than when he activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. Caught off guard, Xiao Chen bore the brunt of the attack and got knocked back by a golden dragon image. However, he didn't expect to see such a situation after he arrived. Whoosh! The expected 9th Prince Wang Yan did not appear. Instead, the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming was trampled on, unable to move. Sikong Shu's figure flashed, and he landed beside the Silver Dragon King. Then, he patted the Silver Dragon King's shoulder and said, "Believe in Qin Ming." Since he endured the humiliation until now and did not give up, he definitely has a way to escape. Ka! Bang! Bang! Is that so? How do you know that I am not doing it on purpose? I am already a traitor. Why would I care about the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's face? They were still neck and neck. There was no obvious sign of Xiao Chen's decline. While Xiao Chen looked calm and collected, in reality, he had already brought out his Thunder Dao domain without anyone realizing it. It should be the bridge of the nose. Xiao Chen did not hold back when he stepped on the Dragon God Crown Prince's face. But who knew that with this pull, Qin Ming, who was being stepped on by Xiao Chen, let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. Qin Ming, who was trampled on the ground, slowly got up. Golden dragon scales appeared on his body, slowly covering his entire body. Whoosh! Hao Kai of the Golden Crow Empire was slightly startled. The Silver Dragon King also had such worries, not daring to bring out the peak strength of a 6-veined sovereign emperor. A silver light flashed, and the Silver Dragon King revealed his true body and retreated. The moment they saw this scene, a flaw appeared in their mental states. Clearly, it was not suitable for them to continue fighting. Seeing that Xiao Chen was still trampling on Qin Ming, Hao Kai shouted angrily, "Xiao Chen, don't go overboard. He is Qin Ming, the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's favorite son. Now is the succession race. Don't be too ruthless. I know you did not mean it. Let go of Qin Ming, and everything can be discussed." Since Xiao Chen had the opportunity to trample on this person, he would naturally do so ruthlessly. Xiao Chen's 30-kilometer-long body was different from his previous dermic world. Now, Buddhist might covered his body, bringing out nearly all the Buddhist might of the Mahasvara Buddha Saraira. Retreat. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Back then, what did I do wrong? The Golden Dragon bloodline chased me across most of the Divine Dragon Empire. Just because I practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist, I defeated the Emperor Dragon Fist in front of everyone? Sorry, I cannot accept this. Silver light flickered endlessly around Xiao Chen's body. Every time Xiao Chen sent out a palm strike, a berserk dragon roar rang out, stirring up mysterious phenomena. No one knew what Qin Ming was thinking at this moment. Tuo Baiyun, who was fighting Senior Feng, Xiao Ho Zun, and Bai Yunfei, who were fighting Hao Kai, were stunned when they saw this scene. However, Xiao Chen was in a slightly better state this time. When that gargantuan foot landed, Xiao Chen was trampled into a pile of mush. However, he was in a slightly better state this time. The instant that gargantuan foot landed, Xiao Chen was trampled into a pile of mush. Furthermore, with such a strong Xiao Chen, it was impossible not to reevaluate the current situation. Xiao Chen's body immediately wobbled. In the next moment, he suddenly soared up. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He turned his body to the side and sent out a palm strike. Instead, he instantly bound the dragon god crown Prince Qin Ming, who was under Xiao Chen's feet. Xiao Chen and the Silver Dragon King sensed that something was wrong and rushed over before the 13th prince. In a moment, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. The sound of something shattering came from the ground, sounding crisp and resonant. Qin Ming's broken nose should be a blessing in a misfortune. Xiao Chen did not express his emotions. However, that did not mean that Xiao Chen was a hypocrite, allowing this person to do whatever he wanted. At the thought of this, the Silver Dragon King could not help rejoicing, praising Xiao Chen in his heart. Fortunately, the Silver Dragon King did not succeed. Even so, Xiao Chen did not do anything. His spiritual sense already sensed a group of people with strong auras not far away. These people rushed over at lightning speed. Without needing to guess, it had to be the 13th prince's group. Qin Ming, who had just stood up and executed the golden dragon transformation art, revealed a trace of redness on his face. Sikong Shu was right. Qin Ming had endured humiliation for a long time. Indeed, he had been preparing in secret. Good. 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 Let Qin Ming use the golden dragon transformation art to defeat Xiao Chen. After this rebirth, he might be able to break through the shackles on the spot. Only then did everyone startle to their senses. It turned out that Qin Ming had been used as a sandbag, trampled under the Silver Dragon King's feet. The various powerhouses inside and outside the palace who saw this scene were all shocked as well. Since when did a three-veined sovereign emperor have such strength? The contrast was too great, everyone found it hard to accept. The instant Qin Ming stood up, killing qi surged from his entire body as he stared at Xiao Chen, who got knocked into the air. The Silver Dragon King gritted his teeth at Xiao Chen's shameless words. He could not help wanting to erupt again. This. Clearly, the Silver Dragon King knew about this. Outside the palace, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. His alloy dragon armor flickered with purple electric light, and dragon motifs dotted the armor. The alloy dragon armor sparkled, looking like a swimming dragon hiding in the lake, appearing indistinct. This thorn was buried in the Silver Dragon King's heart. The Silver Dragon Kings forcefully retreated and stood together. As they watched Xiao Chen trample on Qin Ming, they did not dare to act rashly. This person's dragon might soared again. Silver light covered the sky for 5,000 kilometers around, making it look like a silver lake in the sky, boundlessly vast and majestic. Whoosh! This was the dragon god Crown Prince, an outstanding talent that even a regular four-veined sovereign emperor could easily defeat. Boom! A silver light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes like a ghost, disappearing in a flash. Before the Silver Dragon King could react, the sky suddenly turned dark. In the next moment, a gigantic foot stomped on him. Just at this moment, a transparent fishing line streaked through the air. While Xiao Chen fought the Silver Dragon King, this figure appeared silently. However, it did not attack Xiao Chen. Everyone already guessed the identity of this silver figure. It had to be the Silver Dragon King, one of the two super experts by the 13th prince's side. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead, radiating Buddhist might as he formed hand seals. He watched the Kasyapa Buddha cautiously execute the lost supreme magic skill of the Buddhist sects, Dharmic world. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, a horrifying great desolate Aeon dragon might burst out from Qin Ming's body under Xiao Chen's feet. As Xiao Chen spoke, he increased his pressure on Qin Ming's foot, pressing down a few more times. Qin Ming could no longer endure the pain, squealing like a pig being slaughtered. This is not a bloodline awakening. This is the secret technique of the Golden Dragon bloodline, the dragon transformation art. Qin Ming fainted, his life or death unknown. The pride of the Golden Dragon bloodline absolutely cannot be profaned by you. Xiao Chen, I will definitely kill you today. The sovereign emperors fought until the sky turned dark, nearly tearing down Black Wind Ridge. At the very least, Qin Ming's head was still there. There was one more thing that Xiao Chen did not say. This fellow wanted to do something to Lu Ruyue, even if he had to die. Even the Silver Dragon King could not do anything to him, unable to take him down quickly. Qin Ming's miserable shrieks forced Sikong Shu, who was secretly trying to save him, to take the initiative to let go of the fishing line. Right now, Sikong Shu did not dare to act rashly, as Xiao Chen was stepping on Qin Ming. If he got careless, he could cause Qin Ming's death. Sikong Shu originally thought that the battle would end after one clash. Unexpectedly, the battle lasted for so long in the blink of an eye. Boom! A temporary calm appeared as both sides faced each other. Ice Dao Domain. Buddhist sect major magic skill, Dermic world. How did Qin Ming lose in such a sorry state? Furthermore, his face was trampled on, rendering him immobile. Chapter 2298. Xiao Chen let out a cold shout. His killing intent, which was 7 times stronger than before, suddenly condensed together. The 13th Prince and company saw a blood-colored figure flash in front of them from 10,000 meters away. The tip of the flag seemed to be streaking across his eyes. It was cold and threatening, and the killing intent penetrated deep into his bones. This was the might of the legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. When he was alive, he moved unhindered everywhere, becoming unrivaled for half his life. Even though he had already passed away, his once blood-stained demeanor was still immersed in time and space, lingering for a long time. After returning to the 9th Prince Wang Yan's side, he stood with Senior Feng, Hao Kai, and the others. What do you want? A flag fell from the sky. Xiao Chen did not say a word. He silently condensed the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal, and his killing intent immediately exploded 7-fold. Millions of li away, many princes sensed something. They all frowned, not understanding what was going on. But even so, Qin Ming was heavily injured and didn't have the strength to fight anymore. The 13th Prince Wang Yi's expression changed dramatically as he cursed in his heart. The strength of the 9th Prince's guests all gathered had completely frightened him. Compared to what he had expected, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Xiao Chen drew his Yen Imperial sword, and a sword light spread out. A dragon image of massacre swam around the sword. Xiao Chen used the massacre Dao to activate the Yen Imperial sword in his hand. Thousands of cold stars gathered in his eyes, making him look like a grim reaper. Damn it! How could this be? One could only say that the Dragon God Crown Prince had too many trump cards, after all. However, Xiao Chen did not expect the dragon might that the dragon transformation art would bring out would be even more terrifying than activating his bloodline. Under the conical bamboo hat, Sikong Shu showed an unsightly expression. After he let go, he said, "The situation is not good." He managed to survive. However, he abused his secret technique and suffered a backlash. Hey, let's watch the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Perhaps the accumulations of the Golden Dragon bloodline can allow him to return to his peak. Wang Yan rejected coldly. Sorry, many of these dragon essence came from my guests risking their lives to obtain them. I can't just give it to you for free. Even if Qin Ming was heavily injured and lost the ability to fight. The moment this saber appeared, Sikong Shu and the other sovereign emperors forced back the killing moves that they were preparing to unleash. Unfortunately, in the end, he couldn't take advantage of this great danger. With the support of the 7-kill seal, he drew his mid-grade soul weapon, Heavenly Slayer, the moment Wang Yi finished speaking. Damn it! The murderous aura had already materialized. In the thick black clouds, one could even vaguely see the phantoms of various ancient divine beasts. Buddhist might spread out. After stomping Qin Ming into a pile of minced meat, Xiao Chen's dermic world also dispersed. Damn it! 13th Prince, kill these people. The Silver Dragon King asked anxiously to Sikong Shu, who was checking on Qin Ming's injuries. Normally, Xiao Chen could use the Tyrant Saber to deal with most of his enemies. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared, preventing the other party's aura from coalescing into a whole. Right at this moment, a strange scene suddenly appeared. It was accompanied by a wave of majestic, resonant, and solemn voice that seemed to have traveled through time and space. Whoosh! Wang Yan did not back down. He could not agree to the 13th prince's request. Without a doubt, Wang Yan revealed joy on his face. With the dragon vein protecting him, it was equivalent to this land acknowledging him. He instantly held the geographical advantage. Wang Yi said after some thought, "It's very simple. Hand over half of your dragon essence to me and cut off all possibility of becoming the crown prince. Naturally, I will let you off." Earth drawing as dragon. When Shao Chen drew this saber with the 7-kill seal, scarlet lightning dyed half the sky red in an instant. Qin Ming, who was now a pile of minced meat on the ground, gave off a faint golden light as he slowly healed. Unless Shao Chen destroyed Qin Ming's divine seal and soul, he would not be able to kill Qin Ming in one strike. There was a silver dragon, a white marsh beast, a swanni, and a heavenly wolf, all terrifying divine beasts from the great desolate Aeon. All the sovereign emperors, including Sikong Shu, had to take a step back. With this thought, Shao Chen's figure flashed, taking the initiative to give up on Qin Ming's mangled body. However, he needed to draw a heavenly slayer now. Wang Yan smiled coldly in his heart. So, that is the case. However, this is really laughable. Never mind. When the banner stabbed into the ground, the entire world trembled. When the banner fluttered, it looked like a scarlet ribbon dancing in the air. This peak 6-vein sovereign emperor from the Golden Crow Empire was Ao Jiao, enduring immense pressure. A warm feeling spread in everyone's heart, including the 9th prince's people. Shao Chen, who was in the air, frowned slightly. He knew that he had lost the chance to land another strike. Qin Zhuolin casually waved his hand, and the surrounding terrain changed dramatically. A strand of the ancient dragon vein hidden in the terrain appeared, surrounding Wang Yan and the others. Originally, Wang Yan thought that the other party's strongest trump card was activating his great desolate Aeon bloodline. 9th brother, don't blame 13th brother for being ruthless. Back then, Shao Chen relied on this saber to kill the 4-vein sovereign Emperor Qin Yu's physical body and soul at the same time. Once it erupted, Shao Chen did not dare imagine how horrifying it would be. Even peak sovereign emperors, who surpassed great perfection sovereign emperors, would have to retreat. Otherwise, only death awaited them. The strength of those carefully selected to help Shao Chen went without a doubt. Even Sikong Shu did not dare to underestimate them. Furthermore, these people had the most horrifying trump cards. They could all bring out their bloodlines. Aside from suffering from Shao Chen's stomp, they also suffered from the rebound of the secret art. At this moment, their souls fell into a deep sleep. Attack! With so many outstanding talents present, who dared to fight? A terrifying mysterious phenomenon appeared in the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb. They had no choice but to retreat. When the 10-odd sovereign emperors' killing intent was forced out of their heads, the pressure on them immediately decreased. Heavenly Slayer. A tense atmosphere spread in Black Wind Ridge. The many sovereign emperors clashing gave off a terrifying aura. On the 9th prince's side, aside from Shao Chen, who appeared somewhat unfathomable, only the Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai could be considered a sovereign emperor expert. Wang Yan showed a silent expression. Then, he stepped forward and looked straight at Wang Yi. 13th brother, this succession race has just begun. Aren't you in too much of a rush to kill me already? Wang Yan felt admiration for Wang Yan's decision from the bottom of his heart. Many times, one did not need to make the right decision, but one needed to be decisive. This was a peak medial grade soul tool forged from demonic tribulation lightning gold. The ancient thunder cliff tree was the handle, and the ancient thunder dragon's true soul was infused into it. The demonic tribulation lightning gold was a transcendent grade divine material born from Mo Juning's true god tribulation. It could only be found and not sought. Boom! The demonic tribulation lightning gold was ferocious and tyrannical, containing the heavenly Tao's killing intent. It was sharp and could trigger the demonic tribulation divine lightning, like a heavenly punishment. If the demonic tribulation lightning gold drove it at full power, it could cause the sky to crack, the sun and moon to dim, and stars to fall. Although it was a medial grade soul tool, its might was infinitely close to that of a superior grade soul tool. The instant the terrifying killing intent erupted from Wang Yan's body, the sevenfold saber intent tore the dense dark clouds in the sky into pieces. Since that was the case, Shao Chen might as well give it his all. The 13th prince still had the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, two super experts. Aside from them, there were Tuoba Yun, Bai Yun, Sikong Shu, and 10 odd sovereign emperor outstanding talents. They all possessed great desolate Ian bloodlines and were elites selected from great perfection sovereign emperors. To the prideful Qin Ming, such an outcome was worse than death. Given this, even if the 13th prince defeated the other party, it would be a miserable victory. My name is Scarlet Blood. My body is scarlet iron, and my blood is scorching. For half my life, I drifted from place to place. For half my life, I was unrivaled, moving about without fear. My body is like a sword. The other person only needed to take advantage of this opportunity to snatch away Qin Ming's body. Everyone inside and outside the palace felt startled when they saw this scene on the light screen. The Silver Dragon King was enraged. Murderous intent flared in his eyes. Now that Qin Ming was already like this, he no longer had anything to fear. Whoosh! A golden flame appeared in Hao Kai's eyes. Pure solar true flame burst out of his body and burned fiercely. Even though Hao Kai knew that he would lose, he did not cower in fear. Instead, he gathered his wills and focused. It's Heavenly Slayer! Wang Yi shouted coldly, and the guests behind him immediately burst out with startling murderous intent. The murderous intent of the 15 sovereign emperors burst out in shock. Dark clouds instantly covered the sky, which was so clear that one could see the starry river. Even Shao Chen could not retreat when facing the might of the Scarlet Blood War Banner's inheritance head-on. Fight! The Silver Dragon King felt incredibly anxious. He snatched back Qin Ming's body in the time it took for a spark to fly, worry filling his face. How dare you! All Shao Chen needed was one more kick to end this. Between Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, one of them would definitely hold him back. Xiao Sua, Wu Meng, and Qin Zhuolin also fell along with the banner. Boom! Sikong Shu, how is it? The 13th Prince Wang Yi did not care. He mocked, "Ninth brother, don't tell me that you don't understand the principle of the strong preying on the weak. Just be frank. I have an old grudge with you. Even if first brother or eighth brother became the crown prince of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, I would not worry too much. Only you, it is hard to guarantee that you will not take revenge. Although your chances of becoming the crown prince are slim, I still have to guard against you." Rage flashed in Wang Yi's eyes. Clearly, he had not expected the 9th Prince's team to be so united. Once he brought out the Heavenly Dao's killing intent, he would injure himself if he did not kill. Whoosh! At this moment, Qin Zhuolin was extremely weak. The body of a sovereign emperor had already transcended the mundane. Whoosh! Xiao Sua pulled out the Scarlet Blood War Banner. Then, the Scarlet War Banner suddenly unfurled and thrust its tip forward. This startled the Silver Dragon King. According to Sikong Shu, even if Qin Ming recovered from his injuries, he might not be able to return to his peak state. Chapter 2299. The others might be slightly inferior. However, Shao Chen's Heavenly Slayer, Xiao Sua's Scarlet Blood War Banner, the Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai, and Qin Zhuolin drew out the dynasty's dragon vein. The 13th Prince's group had to take this seriously. Should they continue fighting or not? To the 9th Prince Wang Yan and the others, it would naturally be best if they could avoid fighting. On the whole, the difference in strength was very obvious. The number of guests on the other side was more than double that of their side. Moreover, they all possessed great desolate bloodlines. If their bloodlines were activated and they fought to the death, it was certain that their side would lose. However, the 13th Prince's side had to think about the consequences of forcefully fighting. They would definitely win this battle, but without a doubt, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. After this battle, aside from Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, none of the other guests could guarantee a safe retreat. As for the 13th Prince, Wang Yi, he would be reduced from a popular candidate for the crown prince position to a supporting role with no hope of competing. In a flash, Wang Yi thought of all kinds of possibilities, and his face became frighteningly gloomy. He had never thought that he would fall into such a dilemma. After the 9th prince's guests displayed their strength, the people inside and outside the palace felt that this battle would not happen. However, the problem now was that Xiao Chen trampled on Qin Ming, ruthlessly trampled on him. The 13th prince would find it hard to accept retreating like this. It was a simple sentence, but there was no suitable way for him to leave with dignity. Just think about it. A group of people came over aggressively and then left with their tails between their legs. How funny was that? 13th brother, do you think there's a need to continue fighting? Wang Yan said when he saw the 13th prince's expression. He knew what the 13th prince was thinking. Wang Yi said coldly, I can withdraw, but you must pay for injuring my guest. Otherwise, even if I have to fight to the death today, I will not withdraw. I'm afraid you have no choice but to retreat. Wang Yan said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yi looked around, and his expression changed slightly. In just a short period of time, many princes had secretly rushed over, watching the tigers fight from the sidelines. It made sense. The battle between Xiao Chen and Qin Ming had already alarmed all directions. The other princes thought that it was the birth of some incredible treasure. At this moment, so many sovereign emperors were gathered in this startling confrontation. It would be hard for anyone not to notice such a phenomenon. Sikong Shu closed his eyes for a while before opening them again. 13th prince, we need to go. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. I'll settle this score with you later. At this point, even if Wang Yi was unwilling, he had to leave dejectedly. Xiao Chen was not foolish enough to start a huge battle with Wang Yan while the other princes watched. So. The 13th prince's group withdrew their auras and quickly left. It looked somewhat comical and inconceivable. However, in reality, the moment Xiao Chen drew Heavenly Slayer, this battle was destined to never happen. When Xiao Suo charged over with the Scarlet Blood War banner, he destroyed Wang Yi's final hope. After this group of people left, a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. His face had lost a lot of color. What happened? Wang Yan hurriedly stepped forward and asked. It's because of that saber, right? Hao Kai asked after glancing at Xiao Chen sheathing Heavenly Slayer. Then, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Xiao Chen did not deny it, not saying anything more. The reason went without saying. When Heavenly Slayer was drawn, it would trigger the Heavenly Dao's killing intent. If one did not kill, one would end up harming oneself. However, this result was what Xiao Chen sought, so he had no complaints. If Xiao Chen truly decided to fight, he would definitely use the Tyrant Saber. He would only draw Heavenly Slayer after he was certain that he could kill the other party. Xiao Chen drew Heavenly Slayer to dissuade the other party. If a huge battle really broke out, Xiao Chen would not fear it. However, the fate of Wang Yan and the others would be hard to predict. The other party had Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, as well as a group of outstanding talents with great Desolate Ian bloodlines. In the end, they were much stronger than the 9th prince. It's fine. This is a troublesome place. Let's quickly leave. Xiao Chen looked around. There were at least 8 princes hiding in the dark, with some experts among them. Wang Yan looked around and nodded. Come, let's go deeper into Black Wind Ridge. With a thought, Xiao Chen quickly understood Wang Yan's intention. With the reputation of the Black Wind Ridge, they could completely avoid the trouble at the back if they walked further in. By the time Wang Yan's group was far away, Xiao Chen had already arrived. What a pity. I didn't make a move. The 8th Prince Wang Feng shook his head and stepped forward with a regretful expression. The Divine Sword Pavilions Dao Yan, the Profound Heaven's Holy Sun Wenrenyu, Mu Yunju, and Gu Yuhan were all disappointed as well. If a great battle could really happen, just thinking about it was incomparably wonderful. The 9th Prince would definitely be defeated, and the 13th Prince would no longer have the right to fight for the title of Crown Prince. The 13th prince could only rely on the 9th prince to obtain the greatest benefits. But 9th brother's strength has really exceeded my expectations. Senior Dao Xian, this time I am unable to help you kill Xiao Chen, I am sorry. Wang Feng retracted his gaze and said apologetically. The murderous intent in Dao Yan's eyes vanished. He smiled and said, Your Highness, what are you saying? In my heart, nothing is more important than Your Highness becoming the crown prince. Personal grudges are nothing. Wang Feng felt satisfied with Dao Yan's respect. He nodded slightly and looked at the profound heaven's holy son, who carried a zither on his back. Brother Wenren, what do you think? Haha. You are the main characters in this succession race. We will follow the 8th prince's instructions. Wenren, you came only for the ethereal immortal palace and did not care about anything else. Wang Feng knew what Wenren Yu was thinking, but he did not expose him. It was fine as long as he could help Wenren Yu for now. Just as Wang Feng was about to leave, he glanced around and saw a group of people walking over. The one leading the group was the low-profile 6th Prince Wang Ming. This person was even more low-profile than the 9th Prince Wang Yan, which Wang Feng found somewhat unfathomable. Greetings, 6th brother. Wang Feng performed a cupped fist salute, showing a respectful elder brother as he greeted softly. Holy son, that is Yan Sangming, he is from the underworld God Hall. We fought with him in the final blood battlefield. His death Dao domain is very terrifying. Mu Yunju's expression changed slightly when he saw Jin Yuan and Yan Sangming behind Wang Ming. There is no need to care about him. As Mu Yunju and Mu Yunju communicated, Wenren Yu's gaze happened to meet Yan Sangming's. The two smiled faintly as if that life and death battle had never happened. Wang Ming nodded faintly and said softly, 8th brother, have you ever thought that 9th brother's target is Black Wind Ridge, the Forbidden Land? Oh. Wang Feng felt slightly stunned. What do you mean? Could it be that 9th brother did not choose to go further away to avoid us? Haha. Who knows? Since it is a forbidden land, there must be something incredible. Perhaps it will be of help to him in the second round. Otherwise, 13th brother would not charge over. He must have discovered something. Wang Ming smiled faintly. Although he said that, he did not lead the group into Black Wind Ridge. After saying goodbye to Wang Feng and the others, Wang Ming led the group of Abyssal Underworld sovereign emperors away. This fellow is really scheming. He already left, and he still wants to lure me into Black Wind Ridge to clash with 9th brother, Wang Feng said with some disgust. After that person left, Wang Feng's expression changed, and he spoke with some disgust. Wang Feng looked at the depths of the Black Wind Ridge and frowned. He thought to himself, could there really be something going on? Your Highness, the 6th prince's people are somewhat strange. As Dao Yan watched the other group leave, he said with a somewhat grave expression, if I guessed right, they should be the people of the Abyssal Underworld. The 6th prince is taking an unorthodox path. If he does not succeed, he will die trying. If the 6th prince did not become the crown prince, the imperial ancestral temple would definitely pursue the matter. Wang Feng recovered his wits and said somewhat angrily, all of them normally hide so deeply, only to reveal themselves in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. They are all not good people. When Wenren Yu's group heard this, they smiled to themselves. You're a hypocrite, a two-faced person. I'm afraid you're not a good person either. One could only say that the truly ambitious princes were not people to offend. The princes who had been hiding in the dark kept showing themselves one after another. If the 13th prince were still here, he would definitely rejoice that he did not make a move. Otherwise, there would be nothing left. However, no prince chose to enter Black Wind Ridge in the end. The confrontation between the 9th prince and the 13th prince came to an end. This farce made the 13th prince feel dejected, and he suffered a huge loss. This also showed the 9th prince's strength and accumulations, piquing their interest in him. After the farce ended, the first round of the succession race slowly came to an end. Half of the 40-odd princes would be eliminated, forced out of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb along with their guests. Chapter 2300. In the depths of Black Wind Ridge. Sinister winds blew in all directions and demonic clouds surged. Everyone felt that something was wrong and couldn't proceed any further. This place is giving me an ominous feeling. I can't go any further. Geomaster Qin Ming said as he looked into the depths of Black Wind Ridge, where the sinister wind grew increasingly denser and the strange atmosphere. Whoosh! The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai rushed over from behind. He looked at Wang Yan and said, "Your Highness, as you expected, no one followed us." Wang Yan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Now that he was completely sure that they were safe, he said softly, "Everyone, let's rest for a while. Those who are injured should rest more." Speaking of injuries, Wang Yan and the Heavenly Book Scholar were the most severely injured. The only one left was Xiao Chen. The others were fine. The three of them took out medicinal pills and swallowed them, then sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes to heal. The others stood guard around them while observing their surroundings. Black Wind Ridge? Elder Feng, why is this place called a forbidden area? Qin Zhuolin seemed to be very interested in this place's origin, so he asked Senior Feng, who understood this place the most. Senior Feng said after some thought, "I heard that this place is also an inheritance. In the history of the Yanwu dynasty, a tyrant was buried here. However, almost none of the people who entered the core returned alive. As more people died, it gradually became a forbidden area. Very few people went to explore it, and it has always been a mystery." When Xiao Suo saw that Qin Zhuolin seemed to be interested in this place, he frowned and said, "There seems to be great danger hidden in the deepest part of this place. It is similar to some of the taboos I ran into in the sea. It's mysterious, evil, and frightening. It's best not to casually touch it." Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. I am just somewhat curious about where the depths of Black Wind Ridge lead to. I will not really put myself in danger." As the group chatted idly, Wu Meng remained silent, guarding Xiao Chen and keeping a wary eye on the surroundings. After a while, joy appeared on Wu Meng's face. "Xiao Chen, you're awake." The others immediately stopped chatting and looked over. Feeling everyone's concern, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I'm awake. I did not suffer any heavy injuries. I only suffered from the backlash of the soul weapon." He just needed to meditate for a while. However, he would not be able to use Heavenly Slayer for the time being. "By the way, how much dragon essence have you collected?" "Hee hee. I have collected quite a lot." Qin Zhuolin laughed and took out his jade strip. The resplendent jade strip seemed to contain clear spring water, heavy and translucent. There were 4 dragon silhouettes swimming around the jade slip, flying up and down. The moment this jade slip appeared, a series of exclamations immediately rang out. Both Senior Feng and Hao Kai's eyes lit up. "Your harvest is truly astonishing. Hao Kai and I only managed to gather 2 dragon images each. However, you managed to gather 4 dragon images by yourself." Elder Feng could not help but exclaim. Now that there were 2 dragon shadows, the difficulty of condensing 3 dragon shadows had doubled. Someone like Qin Zhuolin, gathering 4 dragon images in 1 jade strip, was truly incredible. A jade slip with 4 dragon images was comparable to 10 jade slips with 1 dragon image. This was the difference. Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, "Fortunately, this is the result of the 3 of us working together." Just at this moment, Wang Yan and the Heavenly Book Scholar opened their eyes. Senior Feng said quickly, "His Highness is awake. Everyone, let's transfer the dragon essence to the 9th prince." "For dragon images?" When Wang Yan saw Qin Zhuolin's jade strip, he felt slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "You really gave me a pleasant surprise. Originally, I already had enough dragon essence. Now, my dragon essence will rank within the top 10 among the princes." After the others transferred their dragon essence to Wang Yan, the dragon essence around the Yan Imperial sword in his hand grew to 63 meters. "Hold on to this. Don't use it for now." Xiao Chen stepped forward and handed his jade strip to the other party. However, Wang Yan's jade strip was indeed wrapped in a silk pouch. He could not see how many dragon images it contained. This is? Wang Yan put away the jade strip, feeling somewhat confused. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen in confusion. It's fine. Given the dragon essence in your Yen Imperial Sword, you will definitely clear the first round. You should keep this dragon essence of mine. It might be useful later. If I guessed right, you should not have any more chances to collect dragon essence in the next 2 rounds. Xiao Chen did not say anything more. He only told Wang Yan not to use his dragon essence for now. All right. Many thanks. The others were also curious about how much dragon essence Xiao Chen collected. However, since Xiao Chen did not say, no one asked. Ninth Prince, what is the content of the second round? Qin Zhuolin asked. There was not much time left in the 30 days. The first round would end soon. The others were curious about Qin Zhuolin's words. Wang Yan replied after some thought, after the first round ends, 8 altars will appear in the core of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The altars lead to the Yen Imperial Sword, and their purpose is to allow the princes to refine their Yen Imperial Swords, allowing the prince's Dao to truly merge with the dynasty's dragon veins. Each altar can be used only once. After the second round, only 8 people will be able to compete for the crown prince position. After some thought, Xiao Chen said, the refinement process will not be easy, right? Wang Yan nodded. During the refinement process, aside from the princes undergoing a test from heaven, the altars will also suffer attacks from ferocious beasts. Normally, there will be at least 9 waves of ferocious beasts. Aside from that, the other princes and guests will interfere. Once they fail, they will be chased off the altar. In the second round, there would be no need to preserve strength. There would be no room for compromise. If 2 princes had their eyes on the same altar, it would be a battle to the death. Xiao Chen asked, can you tell me in detail what ferocious beasts we will meet? Wang Yan pondered for a while before replying, I can't say for sure. The specifics have to do with the various princes' great Dao. I cultivate the massacre Dao. The ferocious beasts we meet might be harder to deal with than the other princes. That is to say, we will meet ferocious beasts with even more murderous intent. If the other princes cultivate the ice great Dao, they will run into ice-attributed ferocious beasts? Xiao Chen confirmed with Wang Yan based on his understanding. You could say that. Hao Kai said after some thought, since it is a ferocious beast wave, then we will have to prepare some large-scale killing moves. We have to prepare them in advance. Those who are good at large-scale killing moves will focus on dealing with the ferocious beast wave. The remaining people will have to protect His Highness from the other prince's guests. The group discussed how to deal with the ferocious beast wave in the second round, expressing their opinions. However, they were somewhat insufficient. The 9th prince only had 7 guests left. His disadvantage in numbers would become apparent in the second round. Huh. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen frowned slightly as he looked into the depths of Black Wind Ridge. There, sinister winds and death chi filled the pitch-black darkness, giving off all sorts of mysteries. However, Xiao Chen did not know whether it was a misperception or reality, but he vaguely heard a voice calling out to him. Just as Xiao Chen felt uncertain, that voice appeared in his heart again. When he tried to grasp it seriously, it disappeared in a flash, and he could no longer find it. Strange, feeling suspicious, Xiao Chen looked at the others and asked, did you all hear that voice? No. Xiao Chen, don't scare us. This place is strange enough in the first place. You can't be thinking of going in, right? Everyone was startled. Aside from the sinister winds and evil chi, they did not hear any other voice. I'll go and take a look. Wait for me here. Don't follow me. If you can't wait for me, then leave on your own. Whoosh. After speaking, Xiao Chen's figure flashed before anyone could say anything, entering the sinister winds and vanishing from sight. This, Wang Yan and the others felt somewhat confused by Xiao Chen's decision. Let's wait for him. Don't act rashly for now. Wang Yan appeared somewhat helpless, but he did not overthink it. However, he was somewhat worried about Xiao Chen's safety. After all, Black Wind Ridge was infamous. They already felt fear when they ventured deeper, not daring to advance any further. Strange. It doesn't seem as threatening as the rumors say. As Xiaochen dodged the nearly solid sinister winds, he did not run into much danger as he traveled. The sinister winds were strangely cold. If one got careless and got caught, one's soul would be damaged. However, if that was all, Black Wind Ridge would not live up to its reputation as a forbidden land. At the very least, while the sinister winds were not easy to deal with, they did not pose much trouble for Xiaochen. Most importantly, a voice kept appearing intermittently, guiding Xiaochen in the right direction. As a result, he did not get lost in this forbidden land where the sinister winds blew and spiritual sense was limited. Just at this moment, an incredibly vast pit suddenly appeared in front of Xiaochen. The pit was empty, devoid of anything. However, just the pit alone sent a chill down one's spine. There should be something ominous in the pit. Xiaochen frowned slightly and prepared to enter the pit. Just as he was about to enter the pit, the soil in the center of the pit suddenly split open, and a strange face appeared, opening its eyes. Chu Chaoyun. Chapter 2301. A human face emerged from the strange pit. It was the Chu Chaoyun that Xiaochen recognized. Just as Xiaochen felt uncertain, Chu Chaoyun broke out of the pit and flew towards him. Whoosh! Xiaochen gently pushed off with his feet and took a step back. Then, he looked at the dirt-covered Chu Chaoyun and sized him up. Feeling it strange, he asked, "Who chased you so badly that you even used the move of hiding in a pile of corpses?" Without a doubt, the person before Xiaochen was Chu Chaoyun. If it were not Chu Chaoyun, there was no way to explain who guided Xiaochen to this place. Then, Xiaochen looked at Chu Chaoyun's state. Clearly, he had sustained significant injuries and had not recovered yet. Xiaochen concluded that Chu Chaoyun had fought with someone and suffered significant injuries. Then, he hid here. Perhaps by chance, Chu Chaoyun obtained the inheritance of this place and discovered Xiaochen. Xiaochen felt that his guess was close to the mark. Chu Chaoyun did not deny anything. After some thought, he said, "I called you here to tell you about this. Be careful of one person." Who? The Xuewu dynasty's first prince, Shi. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and asked softly, "You mean the black-clad half-masked man beside the first prince?" "Yes. I have been investigating him for a long time on orders from the Universe Origin sect. Previously, I found some clues in the abyssal underworld. The situation is not good." "What do you mean?" Chu Chaoyun closed his eyes. After thinking for a while, he opened them and said, "You should know about the great war between the righteous and demonic factions 100,000 years ago. The Black Dragon King united the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld, breaking the world tree and destroying the deity world. From then on, there were no more true gods. I know about this. All the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms should know about this as well." "Then, what are you trying to say?" Xiaochen revealed a confused expression. He had heard this many times and knew about it many years ago. In that battle, many deities fell, the heaven-bridging peak shattered, and the world tree snapped. The martial epoch actually ended. However, because of one person, he defeated the Black Dragon King and sealed it, forcefully saving us from the calamity, allowing the martial epoch to continue. Xiaochen did not deny it. He knew that Chu Chaoyun was referring to the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, who had already defeated the Black Dragon King with the Wings of Time, a transcendent grade soul tool. Without interrupting him, Xiaochen signaled Chu Chaoyun to continue. "But that's not what I want to say. What I want to say is actually related to you." "Something to do with me?" Xiaochen frowned slightly. What was Chu Chaoyun trying to say? The great war between the righteous path and the demonic path resulted in the fall of all the eternal true gods. From then on, no one in the world could live forever, surpass reincarnation, and become independent of the world. Anyone with ambition can guess that the martial epoch will end. They all want to start a new epoch and become the new epoch master. The epoch master. Xiaochen felt slightly stunned. This was nothing new. The dragon spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace had said that to Xiao Qin as well. It wanted Xiao Qin to restore the glory of the Blue Dragon bloodline, establish the Divine Dragon Dynasty, and start a new epoch. Simply put, that dragon spirit wanted Xiao Qin to end the martial epoch and lead the Blue Dragon bloodline to rule the new epoch, making him the new epoch master. Perhaps you do not understand. Let me explain it this way. You can think of the martial epoch as a dynasty. After the Great War between the righteous path and the demonic path, this dynasty was on the verge of collapse. The feudal lords all wanted to change dynasties. Chu Chaoyun said after some thought, after that, 50,000 years ago, your Blue Dragon bloodline's Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun finally could no longer hold back. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the other party with some shock and said, "This is a shocking secret. Even if you are the Universe Origin Sect's Tao disciple, logically speaking, you might not know all this." Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. After some thought, he said, "Don't worry about how I know for now. How much do you know about this Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun?" "I only know that after his ambition swelled, someone defeated him. Then, the Blue Dragon bloodline was destroyed, and the Golden Dragon race took over." Xiao Qin gave a half-truth and half-lie. He felt some anticipation for what Chu Chaoyun could tell him. Indeed, Xiao Qin knew very little about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. Even the dragon spirit had not told him in detail. At that time, aside from being the dragon race's Dragon Emperor, he had another identity, the demonic Tao Palace's Palace Master, Chu Chaoyun said unhurriedly, shocking Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin smiled embarrassedly and said, "Speak. I'm listening. Let's see what else you can say." "That is not important. What is important is that he nearly won back then. Unfortunately, he still lost to that person. Now that so many years have passed, no one has the courage and strength that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had back then, able to topple this tottering dynasty and start a new epoch." Chu Chaoyun continued, "However, it is different now. The foe god experts of the various super factions feel an increasing sense of threat and urgency. Although they do not know the exact reason, they are not surprised, as the epoch changes and cycles endlessly. The peak experts of the old epoch will be wiped out along with the old epoch sooner or later, just like the martial gods in the past. It is very close. This time, whether they are willing or not, the various super factions will have to make a choice. When the calamity descends, no one can avoid it. The person who defeated Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun can only watch it happen helplessly." Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes. After some thought, he said, "I roughly understand why you know these secrets." "Why?" Chu Chaoyun looked at Xiao Qin with interest. "Because the Universe Origin Sect is ambitious as well. They placed their hopes on you, hoping that you will become the epoch master and start a new epoch, protecting the Universe Origin Sect's interests in the new epoch. As for why you investigated Shi, it must be because he is the hope of the demonic Tao Hall." Xiao Qin explained his guess unhurriedly. Now, he more or less understood that this succession race of the Yanwu dynasty gathered all the people qualified to become the epoch master. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "You can say that. Do you want to know who the person who defeated Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun is?" "There's no need. I can guess that he is the epoch master of the martial epoch. That is the Holy Lord, who currently controls the foe god world. In reality, the 5 righteous Tao super factions are his pawns. However, the situation is already set. The martial epoch will be destroyed. These pawns will no longer be willing to be manipulated by him." Xiao Qin said calmly, "Given that, the 5 super factions are actually responsible for the destruction of the Blue Dragon bloodline back then. Hence, the 5 super factions work together to make the matter of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun a taboo." Shock flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin managed to connect the dots so quickly. It looked like Chu Chaoyun had somewhat underestimated Xiao Qin. Perhaps Xiao Qin knew many secrets that Chu Chaoyun did not. "So, you came to look for me now to work with me to deal with Shi?" Chu Chaoyun nodded. "This person is too strong. The scarier thing is that he formed an alliance with the abyssal underworld. With the strong working together, I cannot think of anyone who can resist him. With the appearance of the ethereal immortal palace, the wings of time will probably be his. In this vast ancient Yan Emperor tomb, you are the only one who can trust me and earn my trust. If it were in the past, when Chu Chaoyun said this, Shao Chun would have agreed without hesitation. However, things seemed different now. If Chu Chaoyun really wanted to start a new epoch, the two of them would have to fight. Epochs came and went in an endless cycle. The martial epoch was coming to an end. Fate carried a boundless momentum. These people looked like the children of heaven, like the blazing sun. However, in reality, they had no choice in this surging tide. They could only make their own decisions. As Shao Chun remained silent, the atmosphere between the two turned somewhat strange. Let's not talk about the distant, let's talk about the near. If the ethereal immortal palace appeared and she was defeated, would Chu Chaoyun give the wings of time to him? How did you get here? Suddenly, Shao Chun looked up at Chu Chaoyun and asked an unrelated question. Me? I came alone, not with any prince. I roughly understand what you are thinking. Business is business. In that case, let's not talk about friendship, just benefits. If you agree, I will lend you a hand. This place is a copy of a certain tyrant of the Yanwu dynasty. Before he died, he killed more than 1 million cultivators and turned them into Yin soldiers to be buried with him. After some thought, Chu Chaoyun said, if you agree, I will give you the commander's tally and let you control these 1 million Yin soldiers to help the 9th prince clear the second round. Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, a black metal medallion floated out of Chu Chaoyun's palm. The black medallion had a great desolate Yin ferocious beast carved on it, looking like it was alive. A scarlet light as thick as ink wrapped around the medallion, making it look even stranger. Shao Chun shifted his gaze from the medallion to Chu Chaoyun's face. Then, he revealed a meaningful light in his eyes. Shao Chun avoided the many experts of the imperial ancestral temple and entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb without a prince. How did Chu Chaoyun do it? How about it? Deal. Shao Chun stretched out his hand and grasped the tyrant's commander's tally. Then, he turned and left. Chapter 2302. Deal. Shao Chun held the tyrant emperor commander's tally in his hand and turned to leave. Sinister winds blew endlessly in the depths of Black Wind Ridge, and a baleful aura pressed down. Resentment surged into the sky in the pit, condensing into lingering sin in the air. As Chu Chaoyun watched Shao Chen's figure slowly disappear into the sinister winds, his expression turned somewhat complicated. Helplessness and disappointment appeared in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Helplessness. The cycle of epochs came and went. Amid the overwhelming changes, there were startling fortuitous encounters that came only once every several million years. Who could remain unscathed? The weak could do nothing but drown in the torrent. Those with ambition would be like the blazing sun, doing their best to fight. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, they would be dragged forward by the overwhelming momentum. This was helplessness. Anyone would feel some helplessness. However, what was the disappointment? Chu Chaoyun could not figure it out, unable to put it into words. Suddenly, Shao Chun turned around. Just one step away from entering the boundless sinister winds, Shao Chun stopped. Without any warning, without any trace, Shao Chun suddenly drew his tyrant saber. The saber light was like the blazing sun, resplendent and dazzling. Then, it burned fiercely, looking like the blazing sun illuminating the sky. Chu Chaoyun frowned slightly, as he sensed some rage in this saber light. Immediately, he found it strange. Where did Shao Chen's rage come from? Boom! Just as Shao Chen felt confused, the saber intent on Shao Chen's body soared wildly. Soon, it reached the peak of his saber domain. Then, it quickly broke through the shackles and rose again. Then, he swung his saber at the boundless sinister winds before him. In that instant, a strong wind blew. The saber light instantly scattered the sinister winds for 50,000 kilometers around, making everyone's eyes light up. Suddenly, they felt that this place was boundlessly vast, with nothing in sight. He broke through. Chu Chaoyun could clearly sense that Xiao Chen's saber Dao domain had broken through from the second layer to the third layer. Compared to the elemental great Daos of wind, thunder, fire, and earth, the great Daos of saber and sword were much harder to improve. This was especially so for Xiao Chen. Since he was proficient in 3 Dao domains, the difficulty was even higher. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen drew his saber in rage, instantly breaking through the shackles of his Dao domain by 1 layer. The chilly wind dissipated, and Xiao Chen's blurry figure appeared clearly in front of Chu Chaoyun. He held the saber and stood there, using one saber to scatter the cold wind that had been circling here for 10,000 years. It was difficult for ordinary people to know how terrifying this saber strike was. However, Chu Chaoyun, who broke through the inheritance, was very clear on this. More importantly, the saber intent completely shattered the baleful Yin energy. Kacha! Sheathing his saber, Xiao Chen disappeared from Chu Chaoyun's sight with a few leaps. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyun's expression turned solemn, as if he had understood something. However, he still chose to use the saber in his hand to forcefully carve out a path for himself. Can one choose one's fate in their own hands? Chu Chaoyun asked somewhat self-deprecatingly. Then, he left, vanishing from Black Wind Ridge, where the baleful Yin energy no longer existed. Whoosh! 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 On the way back, Xiao Chen ran into the 9th Prince's group, which he was familiar with. Wu Meng, the Heavenly Book scholar, Hao Kai, and the others were there. When they saw Xiao Chen, they heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Chen, what happened? We sensed that you ran into trouble earlier. The 9th Prince Wang Yan asked after sizing up Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. It's dealt with for now. I already obtained the inheritance of this place. Everyone felt that something had changed with Xiao Chen. However, since he did not say anything, they naturally did not pursue the matter. On the other hand, the Heavenly Book scholar's eyes lit up. He said joyfully, I more or less understand the inheritance of this place. I want to change the way we play the second round of the succession race. In the 9th Prince's team, the Heavenly Book scholar basically played the role of a strategist. Wang Yan relied on the Heavenly Book scholar's suggestions and Senior Feng's experience for many of the plans and countermeasures. What do you mean? Wang Yan looked at the Heavenly Book scholar, waiting for his analysis. After some thought, the Heavenly Book scholar said, in the second round, we need to protect His Highness and not be disturbed during the refinement. We also need to split some people to deal with the ferocious beast waves. Furthermore, we need to preserve our strongest combat power to fight the guests of the other princes. We simply do not have enough manpower. That was right. Right now, the 9th Prince only had 7 guests. Compared to the other princes, the 9th Prince was at a great disadvantage in the second round. My original plan was to work with the other princes to attack the princes occupying the altars and muddy the waters. While preserving our strength, we could continuously disrupt the situation and reduce the number of guests of the other princes. Only by doing so would we have a chance of surviving the second round. This plan is too risky. It is easy for the other princes to work together to suppress us. If we are not careful, we might fail. However, there is no need for that now. We will take the initiative and occupy the altars. Then, we will wait for the other princes to attack. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows, and a commander's tally wrapped in a viscous scarlet light appeared in his palm. He looked at the Heavenly Book scholar and said, it looks like you understand this commander's tally very well. The commander's tally of the dead that can summon 1 million Yin soldiers. Senior Feng was greatly startled. Clearly, he had not expected this rumored treasure to actually exist. Wang Yan sighed softly, I read about this ancestor in the royal court's secret records. His character was tyrannical and his means were cruel. He was a tyrant through and through. During his 100 years on the throne, he suffered the wrath of heaven. However, before he died, he killed 1 million imperial guards to accompany him in death. The Heavenly Book scholar said softly, there is no need to care about that for now. Every time this tyrant's tally is used, it can summon 100,000 Yin soldiers. It can be used at least 10 times, easily dealing with the ferocious beast waves. Given that, we only need to focus on protecting His Highness. After discussing for a while, everyone felt that this plan was feasible. Although it was somewhat radical, it was worth a try. 2 days later, the first round of the succession race officially ended. Whether they were willing or not, the princes and their guests who did not collect enough dragon essence were forcefully sent out. Whoosh! 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 Several figures appeared out of nowhere in the palace's drill ground. Half of the princes were eliminated at the same time. The princes and guests showed different expressions. Some of the guests gained a lot and felt satisfied, showing joy on their faces. In the first place, these princes did not expect their princes to clear the first round. The harvest in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb was the key. The unlucky ones hung their heads dispirited, showing unhappy expressions. Clearly, they did not gain anything. There were also some princes who showed expressions of pity. They felt that if they had been slightly luckier, they would have definitely cleared the first round. He would definitely be able to get through the first round. He was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. The various powerhouses in the treasure hall and the clouds discussed the many eliminated princes. Many of the princes that they thought would be eliminated stayed, much to their surprise. This is really surprising. The 9th prince's dragon essence actually ranks within the top 10. Previously, I could not tell that he had such potential. There is nothing much to say. Since he could force the 13th prince to leave helplessly, we can guess the result. As for the 4th prince, everyone mocked him for only hunting ferocious beasts and not seeking inheritances. To think that he managed to clear this round. There is also the 6th prince Wang Ming. His guests are very incredible as well. The first prince is indeed the strongest. No one can shake his position. The first round of the succession race was a test of the waters. The true strength of the princes would be revealed, and in the second round, it would be completely unleashed. With only 8 spots, the competition would be even more intense. In the Misty Rain Pavilion's group, Mo Chen, Su Yi, and Ao Jiao showed anxious and excited expressions. He passed the first round, but it is hard to say for the second round, Su Yi said somewhat worriedly. The 9th prince's accumulations were very weak. Originally, he did not have any intention of competing. After listening to Xiao Chen's words, the 9th prince came to his senses and decided to fight for the crown prince position. Now, the 9th prince only had 7 guests left. He did not have an advantage over the other princes. Mo Chen and Ao Jiao did not place much importance on the succession race. The two cared more about Xiao Chen's survival. It was fine as long as he was safe. Uncle Hao Kai, I'll leave it to you. Ao Jiao stared at the flickering light screen on the drill ground, not hiding her selfish motives. She recruited Hao Kai into the 9th prince's team for only one purpose, to have him protect Xiao Chen at the crucial moment. Ancient Yan Emperor Tomb, the 9th prince's group, which cultivated in Black Wind Ridge, and a demon blood vulture roaming in the air, prepared to depart. Wang Yan looked into the distance. That was the core region of the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb, which contained even greater danger. Of course, greater fortuitous encounters accompanied danger. Chapter 2303. Go. The 9th Prince Wang Yan left Black Wind Ridge with Xiao Chen and the many guests, heading for the core region of the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb. At the same time, all the princes were getting ready to leave, and they were making their final preparations. After slaughtering ferocious beasts for 30 days, the 4th Prince Wang Yun appeared very excited. He actually managed to pass the first round. The strength of the 9th Prince's guests ranked below average among the many princes. On the surface, they were much weaker than the 9th Prince Wang Yan. Mr. Yuan, thank you very much, Wang Yun said as he looked at the hooded Yuanzhen. You're welcome. A hoarse voice came from Yuanzhen's mouth as he said calmly, this is very normal. As long as the other princes fight for the inheritance, they will definitely suffer losses. With great opportunities came great risks. We slaughtered the beasts from the very beginning. As long as he can persevere until the end, he will definitely pass the first round. Your Highness, you don't have to be too surprised. This guy, the fourth prince's guests all felt that Yuan Zhen was overly calm. They were dissatisfied with the faint pride that came from Yuan Zhen's head as he spoke. However, Wang Yun did not care what these people thought. He asked, Mr. Yuan, are we still going to compete in the second round? I feel that our chances are not high. However, I am rather happy to be able to clear the first round. After we leave the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, I will properly thank everyone. If Shao Qun could survive the first round and leave the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, he would definitely be conferred a higher noble title than the princes who left early. He had never dared to dream of such benefits in the past. Thank you, Prince. The guest cupped his fists and expressed his thanks. To be honest, although they didn't find any inheritance in the first round, they killed many beasts. All of them possessed dragon essence, and their entire bodies were treasures. After slaughtering for 30 days, the accumulated materials of these vicious beasts would also be a huge fortune. Furthermore, the rewards promised by the fourth prince made this trip worthwhile. Only Yuan Zhen smiled coldly and said, why not? In this round, our chances are limitless. If we had to be careful in the first round, then we would have to be careful. In that case, there was no need to worry about the second round. Just wait, it wouldn't take long. There will be other princes looking for His Highness to discuss the matter of cooperation. Why? Wang Yin asked doubtfully, a confused expression on his face. Yuan Zhen explained, in the first round, many of the other princes' guests suffered losses. Some of the princes who were neither strong nor weak but were full of ambition would definitely pull other princes to help them. Promise them a bunch of benefits first, and then kick them away after the deed is done. Fourth prince, not a single one of your hanger-ons is missing. Furthermore, you are famous for being weak. Everyone felt that they could control him, not fearing that he would cause any trouble. I don't believe that you're still not in high demand after all this. The moment Yuan Zhen said that, the fourth prince's expression turned slightly unsightly. He did not really believe Yuan Zhen's explanation. Suddenly, Wang Yun revealed a strange expression. He looked at Yuan Zhen in disbelief. Earlier, the third prince, the 18th prince, and the 17th prince all sent me a voice projection. They asked me to join their teams and promised me some benefits. They were very sincere. Ha 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 ha, under the hood, Yuan Zhen guffawed a few times. Then, he said after some thought, follow whoever promises you the most benefits. Such people are usually the most unreliable. Just agree to him for now. When he thinks that he has you under control, give him a fatal blow and kick him away. These people all think that you are a pushover. However, in reality, you are not weak at all. Killing ferocious beasts in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb is actually the most stable way to raise your strength. Under such spatial pressure, the more you fight, the more you will adapt to the spatial pressure, and the stronger your combat prowess will be. The eyes of the fourth prince's other guests immediately lit up. They could not help viewing Yuan Zhen in a different light. Wang Yun appeared somewhat depressed, his expression changing unpredictably. After some thought, he said, all right, I'll listen to Mr. Yuan. Since they all want to use me as a stepping stone, there is no need for me to be polite with them. I'll do it. Under the hood, Yuan Zhen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a strange smile that no one else could see. 8 mysterious altars guarded the core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The altars were several hundred meters tall, looking like small hills. Ancient talisman scripts covered the altars. The Yan Emperor holy flame burned endlessly in the center of the altars, waiting for the chosen one to arrive. However, it would not be easy to charge up the altars. Colossal lava beasts guarded the altar's surroundings. To obtain the right to use the altars, one had to defeat the colossal lava beasts. The strongest person, the first prince, had arrived long ago and was currently fighting the colossal lava beasts. The flames on the altar burned fiercely, and from time to time, giant lava beasts would jump out of it. It looked like there was no end to them. The first prince stood at the back, showing a calm expression as he watched his guests block these colossal lava beasts with the strength of a sovereign emperor. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the first prince's guests were not using their full power. They only casually dealt with these colossal lava beasts, showing no intention of killing them. Your Highness, that should be enough. Zuiyu, the Imperial Guard commander beside Wang Fei, said as he looked at the nearly 500 colossal lava beasts. In reality, as long as one did not kill the colossal lava beasts that jumped down from the altars, one could use them when one ascended the altars. These colossal lava beasts could help one guard the altars and block the ferocious beast waves. If one ascended the altars early, one would not be able to use many colossal lava beasts. Of course, only the princes with stronger accumulations could afford to use this move. The other princes would not dare to release so many colossal lava beasts. Wang Yan's expression did not change. He looked at the black-clad masked man not far away and asked softly, "Lord Shi, what do you think?" She smiled faintly and replied, "I can add another 100. Any more and I will not be able to do it." Just at this moment, the 8th Prince Wang Feng led Dao Yan's group to the core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Wang Feng looked around and saw the first prince's group fighting the colossal lava beasts. First brother is really fast. Dao Yan withdrew his gaze, and a disdainful look flashed in his eyes. He said, "Your Highness, this might be an opportunity. I see that there are only 2 guards by the first prince's side. The other guests are fighting the colossal lava beasts and will not be able to free themselves for a while. If you are determined to die, you can use this opportunity to kill the first prince with a lightning-quick strike, eliminating your greatest threat." It had to be said that this was a crazy plan. Once he succeeded, the first prince would be killed by him in the second round. This was indeed a great opportunity. But there were too many uncertainties, and the risks were huge. Wang Feng's heart pounded heavily. After a long time, he finally suppressed this huge temptation. He said in a deep voice, "There is no need to take such a risk. Let's play it safe this round. There are still 7 altars left. Just pick one." When Dao Xian heard this, he was slightly disappointed, but he did not say anything. "I'm afraid it's time to stop. Your Highness, please ascend the altar now," she said softly with a slight frown. Confused, Wang Fei asked, "Why?" Zuiyu glanced at the 8th prince's group and said after some thought, "Lord Shi is worried that the 8th prince will charge over and surround the 3 of us. At that time, if the other guests are entangled, they might not be able to intervene. I can't guarantee Wang Fei's safety." She raised his eyebrows and smiled mysteriously as he looked at Zuiyu. A look of admiration flashed in his eyes. Wang Fei pondered this for a while. That was indeed the case. The black-clad man and Zuiyu would definitely be able to protect themselves against an encirclement. However, it was hard to say for himself. Onto the altar. Whoosh! Wang Fei soared into the air and flew past the many colossal lava beasts, heading for the altar. Colossal lava beasts continuously leaped up to block him. The Black Lotus Holy Son, the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter, the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, and the other guests all blocked Wang Fei's path. Just as Wang Fei was about to ascend the altar, he drew his Yen Imperial sword. A dazzling sword light appeared, looking resplendent and dazzling. The sacred flame burned relentlessly, releasing a heat wave that illuminated Wang Fei's entire face, making him look flushed and somewhat crazed. "The Crown Prince position belongs to me." Wang Fei shouted ferociously and stabbed the Yen Imperial sword into the fierce flames. A beam of holy light immediately burst out of the altar, piercing the clouds and the starry sky, forming a resplendent pillar of light. A dragon image soared into the sky in the pillar of light, roaring in all directions. The previously ferocious colossal lava beasts below the altar all lay down obediently after the dragon roared. Shi, Zuiyu, and the others stepped on the kneeling bodies of the colossal lava beasts and ascended the altar step by step. In the distance, the various princes' expressions changed slightly when they saw the pillar of light. Their footsteps quickened significantly. Chapter 2304. Boom! After the first prince activated an altar, another beam of radiant holy light shot out from the ancient Yan Emperor tomb's core region. The radiant holy light on the altar was resplendent and dazzling, with dragon images circling it. No matter where one was in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, they could see it clearly. The core region originally had 8 altars. Now, only 6 remained. The princes, who were still on their way, grew even more anxious. They had to increase their speed. 6 hours later, the 9th prince's group finally arrived in the core region. At this moment, the ancient Yan Emperor tomb's core region was already extremely chaotic. 7 altars had already been activated. Countless ferocious beasts rushed over from all directions. Some princes and their guests mixed in, attacking the princes who already occupied altars. Xiao Chen looked around and discovered that aside from the 1st prince, the 8th prince, and the 13th prince's altars, the other princes also occupied altars. Aside from the other princes, all the other princes had altars. However, this was within expectations. After all, these 3 princes were the strongest. No one would try to deal with them when they had a choice. Ruler's Great Tao? When Xiao Chen noticed the 1st Prince Wang Fei's Great Tao, he felt slightly stunned, somewhat surprised. The ruler's Tao was not a great Tao that ordinary people dared to cultivate. Without sufficient fate and luck, one could not carry the banner of the ruler's Tao. Instead, one would be burdened by it. However, once one reached great perfection, one could not underestimate it either. This person was indeed an ambitious person. A murderous intent flashed in Wang Fei's eyes. Xiao Chen ignored the 1st prince for now. Then, he quickly swept his gaze across the other altars, entering deep thought. Are we going to attack the altars of the other princes, or are we going to fight for the final altar? Qin Zhuolin asked the 9th prince and the others after withdrawing his gaze. 7 princes gathered at the last unactivated altar. The competition there was intense. If one attacked the other activated altars, they would have to face pressure from the ferocious beasts. There were only 2 choices before them. There were both pros and cons. As for the final decision, they would have to listen to everyone's opinions. Wang Yan's gaze fell on the heavenly book scholar and Xiao Chen, waiting for them to speak. Needless to say, Xiao Chen's strength was enough to secure his position as a core guest of the 9th prince. The heavenly book scholar calculated the lives of the common people. He could read people's fates and accurately grasp the strength of the various princes' luck. Choosing the weak and avoiding the strong was what he was best at. A brilliant light bloomed in the heavenly book scholar's eyes as he erupted with an unfathomable aura. The remnant might of the heavenly Tao flowed out of his body, looking mysterious and unfathomable. Apart from the 2nd prince, the other princes who currently occupy the thrones are thriving and showing no signs of decline. However, the 3rd prince, the 4th prince, the 17th prince, and the 18th prince have their eyes on the 2nd prince's throne at the same time. If we attack it, we might face the combined attacks of the 5 princes. After some thought, the heavenly book scholar said, Xiao Chen, I lean towards snatching the remaining altar from the other princes. What do you think? Xiao Chen nodded. I have no objections. After listening to the other guests' suggestions, Wang Yan already had an idea. He said calmly, we'll do as Chang Ji said. Whoosh. 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 Just as everyone was about to take action, a group of people appeared from the side. It was the 7th Prince Wang Yun and his guests rushing over. The 7th Prince Wang Yun was one of the strongest princes. His accumulations were much stronger than the 9th Prince Wang Yan's. Every one of his guests was a great perfection sovereign emperor. 9th brother, you came at the right time. Are you interested in working with me to attack 6th elder brother's altar? Wang Yun invited the 9th prince with a faint smile. In Wang Yun's opinion, the 9th prince Wang Yan did not possess the strength to become the crown prince. He would definitely be eliminated in this round. Wang Yun invited the 9th prince, giving him a chance to obtain this round's fortuitous encounter. There should be no reason for him to reject. Sorry, 7th elder brother. I have no intention of working with anyone for now. Wang Yan rejected decisively. Without saying anything more, he led the group to charge towards the 2 altars that had not been occupied yet. The group left in a hurry, leaving behind a stunned Wang Yun. After a while, Wang Yun startled awake. Damn it! This ninth brother is really not giving me any face. This is going to be problematic. Wang Yun's eyes wandered about as he muttered to himself, sixth elder brother is deeply hidden. Without anyone working together, it will be hard to take down his altar. The other altars that are occupied are not easy to deal with either. A skinny old man beside Wang Yun smiled faintly and said, Seventh Prince, since that is the case, let's not forcefully touch the princes that have already occupied their altars. We will rest here and wait for the ninth prince to fight the other princes before we reap the benefits. Wang Yun said softly, Humph. That's fine. If you want to put on a brave front, I want to see how strong you are. Let's go. Don't follow them first. Let's deliberately divert them. At the last altar that no one had activated, hundreds of colossal lava beasts occupied the surroundings. Hundreds of giant lava beasts occupied the surroundings. Their bodies formed by lava were like mountains, emitting steaming hot flames. The 7 monarchs split into 2 groups, currently fighting a chaotic battle. No one wanted to give up on this last altar. However, it was hard to determine a victor immediately. There were simply too many princes gathered here. This deterred the latecomers from choosing this altar. This was because occupying this altar would definitely result in the combined counterattack of the 7 princes. At that time, just thinking about it would be a headache. The leaders of the 2 groups were the 2nd prince and the 15th prince. With the help of the other princes, victory was hard to determine. Furthermore, with the presence of the colossal lava beasts, the situation became even more chaotic. Just as the 2 sides fought, a scarlet war banner descended from the sky. Boom! The scarlet blood royal might that erupted from the war banner swept out in all directions, forcibly separating the princes and guests fighting each other. Xiao Suo slowly descended. Holding the scarlet blood war banner, he looked coldly at the surroundings. Ninth brother? Ninth brother. The 2nd prince and the 15th prince, who were the leaders, were slightly stunned. Clearly, they had not expected the low-profile Wang Yan to act so strangely. Instead of working with the other princes to occupy the altars that were already activated, he wanted to challenge them. However, the situation did not allow them to overthink. Xiao Suo used the Scarlet Blood War banner to forcibly separate the princes. A golden crow image formed by the solar true flame descended from the sky and charged over. Boom! The golden crow image immediately scattered the many colossal lava beasts surrounding the altar, forcibly carving out a bloody path. Wang Yan quickly followed, using this opening to soar into the air and fly to the altar. Damn it! Stop him! Stop him! Immediately, several of the guests of the 7 princes burst out with startling murderous intent as they charged at Wang Yan. They wanted to stop him from ascending the altar. Senior Feng, it's up to you. Hao Kai smiled faintly as he spoke to Senior Feng beside him. Got it. Senior Feng showed a grave expression as he quickly formed hand seals, sending a killing move into the 9th prince's body in advance. The killing move activated from afar. In that instant, a strong wind burst out of the 9th prince's body. This wind blocked the guests who wanted to charge at him. After blocking the first wave of attacks, Wu Meng, Qin Zhuolan, and the Heavenly Book Scholar made their moves at the same time, landing behind Wang Yan. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hao Kai and Senior Feng moved to Wang Yan's sides, helping him block the others. Xiao Suo, who was on the ground, used the Scarlet Blood War banner to delay the remaining guests. For a moment, Wang Yan walked unimpeded toward the blazing altar step by step. You want to ascend the altar? It is not that easy. The 2nd prince felt enraged. He wanted to draw his Yen imperial sword. However, the instant the 2nd prince grasped his sword, a bone-chilling killing intent assaulted him, forcing him to look away from Wang Yan. At some point in time, a long-haired cultivator wearing silver battle armor decorated with dragon motifs and carrying a saber on his back appeared in front of the 2nd prince. 2 ice-cold corpses lay at the 2nd prince's feet. When the corpses were alive, they clearly wanted to stop the 2nd prince. Unexpectedly, they ended up losing their lives. The second prince felt a chill run down his back. He did not even know how these two people died. He had not noticed them at all. The second prince's hand, which grasped his sword, trembled slightly. The person responsible for his safety was about to make a move. "Stop!" the second prince shouted. He felt that even if these two people made a move, they would not be able to stop this dragon-armored bladesman. Xiaochen reached out and grasped the handle of the tyrant saber on his back. Then, he formed the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal with his left hand, expanding his killing intent by 7 times. What was even more terrifying was that this explosive killing intent spread out in all directions like flowing water. However, none of it landed on the second prince's body. It was like a lotus flower never touching water or the sun and moon never remaining in the sky. The Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal was real and illusory, putting immense pressure on one's heart. In the second prince's eyes, this dragon-armored bladesman's surroundings were like a boundless hell, pitch black and horrifying. However, the second prince himself was like a lotus flower in clear water, clean and untainted by dust. Strange, too strange. As Xiaochen walked over, step by step, the second prince felt a mountain-like pressure. Sweat continuously dripped off his forehead. The second prince could not draw his Yen imperial sword. Give up or die. Choose. The dragon-armored bladesman stopped and drew his saber by 1 centimeter. Clang! A dazzling saber light appeared like the blazing sun, so bright that the second prince did not dare to open his eyes. Chapter 2305. Forfeit, or die. Xiao Chen's words were filled with murderous intent. When he drew the tyrant saber by 1 centimeter, the second prince's mental defenses crumbled. Bang! 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 The second prince's eyes burned with pain. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he took a few steps back. The second prince stumbled and nearly fell. The other princes endured the immense pressure and stepped forward to support him. Second brother. How is it? The second prince covered his eyes and said sullenly, Go. Don't bother about me. Let's go together. We still have a chance. Do we still have a chance? A sour feeling welled up in the second prince's heart. He let the other princes go but not him. It was not that he could not, he did not dare to. This was because Xiaochen did not allow the second prince to leave. He only gave the second prince 2 choices, either die or forfeit. If the second prince did not want to die, he could only forfeit. The second prince had no other choice. The second prince pushed the other princes aside and shouted, I told you to go, so go. Don't bother about me. I forfeit. After the second prince's voice rang out, his figure slowly turned indistinct. Then, he vanished, forcefully sent out by the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders. Whoosh! His 10 guests left with the second prince. Immediately, the pressure on Wu Meng and the others, who were protecting Wang Yan in the air, decreased. Clang! Xiaochen sheathed his saber and looked around. Then, he fixed his gaze on the other 2 princes with the first prince. Go! 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 The 2 princes' hearts pounded wildly. A chill invaded their limbs and bones, feeling horrified. They quickly called out to their guests and quickly left this place. Ignoring the princes who left, Xiaochen turned around and looked in another direction. The demon blood vulture was suppressing the 4 princes, led by the 15th prince, by itself. Most of the prince's guests had already gone to attack Wang Yan, who was in the air. Not many remained on the ground. The demon blood vulture was like a blazing scarlet phoenix, dyeing the sky scarlet. Occasionally, it flapped its wings, kicking up a bloody rain and wind. The bloody rain was poisonous and corrosive, and the wind contained inattributed flames. If one was not careful, one would be covered in wounds. Roar! Suddenly, the demon blood vulture opened its mouth, and a horrifying suction force burst out. Rumble! A strong wind blew, and a boundless suction pulled these people towards the demon blood vulture's mouth. The 4 princes drew their Yen imperial swords with unsightly expressions, doing their best to resist. However, Xiaochen still could not avoid the demon blood vulture suction. The Yan imperial sword in the prince's hand could provide him with boundless combat prowess in the Yanwu dynasty's territory. In the ancient Yan emperor tomb, this kind of support could be multiplied. However, after these princes drew their Yan imperial swords, their situation did not improve. This showed how horrifying the strength of the demon blood vulture was after breaking out of its cocoon. When the demon blood vulture saw that it could not devour these things, it became somewhat frustrated. The scarlet flame on its body flared up. His body grew rapidly, and as he spread his wings, everything within 5,000 kilometers was plunged into darkness. Phoenix fire ablaze. Then, it suddenly turned into a raging flame and swooped down. The raging flames instantly covered the ground, burning fiercely. The flames were so large that they were like a vast ocean, the waves roaring angrily. The four princes, without exception, fell into the sea of fire at the same time, screaming miserably. Your Highness. When the guests surrounding Wang Yan saw the situation, they were startled. They had no choice but to give up on stopping Wang Yan from ascending the altar. Then, they turned around and landed to save their princes. Wang Yan, who had been approaching the altar step by step, no longer faced any obstruction. He leaped into the air and landed on the altar. Wu Meng and the others heaved a sigh of relief, revealing joy on their faces. Earlier, they had blocked 40-odd sovereign emperors, putting them in a perilous situation. Fortunately, they managed to pull through. On a slope far away from the altar, the seventh prince and his group were observing everything that was happening in this place with great interest. When Wang Yun saw Xiaochen scare off the other princes by himself, he frowned slightly. This Xiaochen is somewhat scary. No wonder he could ruin first brother's wedding. He cannot be underestimated. The skinny old man at the side smiled coldly and said, haha. No matter how difficult he is to deal with, he is just a three-veined sovereign emperor in the end. There is no need for your highness to worry. Wang Yun nodded. After some thought, he said, right, I naturally know that. How can this prince be trash like second brother, forced to give up without even drawing his sword? Seventh prince, look over there. Wang Yun looked around, and shock immediately appeared on his face. He was completely stunned by the demon blood vulture's strength. What demonic pet is this? The skinny old man narrowed his eyes slightly and said, demon blood vulture. It should be a demon blood vulture. Furthermore, it is a demon blood vulture with a mutated bloodline, continuously reverting to its ancestral state. Interesting. Greed flashed in Wang Yun's eyes as he said, demon blood vultures are rare in the first place. One with a mutated bloodline is even rarer. If it were in my hands, it would be incredible. Come, charge with me. Ninth brother is about to reach the altar. Ha ha ha. It looked like Wang Yan was about to reach the altar. Wang Yun, who had been waiting impatiently, laughed maniacally and immediately prepared to charge over. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Wu Meng, Hao Kai, and the others had just finished a huge battle and had not rested yet to take advantage. Wind. However, just as the group leaped off the mound and was about to take action, a strong wind carrying a boundless saber aura surged over. The wind swept up sand and sand, causing the group's clothes to flutter. They could not keep their eyes open. What's going on? Wang Yun squinted his eyes and looked forward. He saw a blurry figure slowly walking out from the sandstorm. That figure slowly became clearer in the sandstorm. That figure wore familiar silver battle armor with dragon motifs swimming around it. His facial features were delicate and distinct, and a sharp light radiated from his face. With just one look, Wang Yun felt a solid tyrannical aura surging over. If this was not Xiaochen, who else could it be? How arrogant! Someone among the seventh prince's guests shouted and used his emperor's might to push back the sandstorm. Xiaochen, who was wearing the alloy dragon armor, showed a faint smile on his face, not minding it. He allowed the strong wind to blow on his body. As his long hair fluttered, he exuded an air of calmness and calmness. Wang Yun's expression turned sullen as he said coldly, Xiaochen, Do you think that I am trash like second brother? Do you think that I will give up in fear before you even make one move? Xiao Chen replied softly, naturally not. The reason why the second prince could be frightened by me was because none of his followers were by his side. The seventh prince's guests are around, so he is naturally confident. The moment Xiao Chen said that, Wang Yun felt an irrepressible rage in his heart. He was a smart person and immediately understood what Xiao Chen meant. Xiao Chen was saying that Wang Yun was trash like the second prince, just that he had more guests by his side. The skinny old man smiled faintly and patted the seventh prince's shoulder. Seventh prince, there is no need to get angry. Leave this brat to me. You all quickly go and occupy the altar. He is buying time so that the ninth prince's guests can recover some strength. He. Trying to play tricks before me? Young man, you are still too inexperienced. Wang Yun was startled upon hearing that. This brat nearly angered him into losing his mind. Now was the best time to occupy the ninth prince's altar. Wang Yun did not have time to waste with this Xiao Chen. Humph. Let's go. There is no need to care about him. Whoosh. Whoosh. A group of people soared into the air, wanting to bypass Xiao Chen and charge towards the ninth prince's altar. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, showing a calm expression. Sixth layer Thunder Dao Domain. Fourth layer Ice Dao Domain. Second layer Saber Dao Domain. 3 Dao domains layered over Xiao Chen's body. The pure Dao might in his body even surpassed that of a small world formed by a 10th layer Dao domain. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, drew his saber, and drew it. Xiao Chen carried the Dao might that surpassed a 10th layer Dao domain. The tyrant saber in his hand erupted with a boundless saber aura. The saber aura soared into the clouds, covering the sky and covering the ground. As Xiao Chen's saber descended, it seemed like it was one with heaven. The guests that looked like they were about to fly over Xiao Chen's head all grunted as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths as if they had suffered a heavy blow. The boundless saber aura that descended from the sky severely injured them. Then, they fell like meteors at lightning speed. Bang! 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 This saber strike forced back the 9 great perfection sovereign emperors, as well as the 7th prince. The Dao might that surpassed the 10th layer Dao domain made Xiao Chen, who wore the alloy dragon armor, look like a dragon god descending from the heavens. As Xiao Chen held his saber horizontally, he looked straight at the skinny old man. Then, he said indifferently, I did not agree to let them pass. Your words do not count, mine does. Chapter 2306. Since arriving in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, Xiao Chen rarely drew his saber. He mostly used the Supreme Dragon Fist to fight. However, it would be a huge mistake to think that the tyrant saber on Xiao Chen's back was just for show. After his conversation with Chu Chaoyun, Xiao Chen felt an irreversible rage and helplessness at the cycle of epochs. This allowed his saber Dao domain to break through to the 3rd layer, improving his saber Dao further. Once Xiao Chen drew his saber, he could bring out a saber move that surpassed the 10th layer Dao might. When Xiao Chen swung his saber, he stunned the 7th prince and the guests that were forced back by the momentum. Dao Yan grasped a 10th layer Ice Dao domain and condensed it in an ice small world. His strength could be considered unrivaled in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. When Xiao Chen layered his 3 Dao domains into saber moves, he was no weaker than the other parties. If one treated Xiao Chen as a mere 3-veined sovereign emperor, that would be a joke. With one saber, Xiao Chen forced the 7th prince's group to a standstill amid the vast sandstorm. Xiao Chen had never thought of killing all these great perfection sovereign emperors alone. That would be too exaggerated. All Xiao Chen needed to do was block these people and give Wu Meng and the others time to recover their divine energy and soul energy. Actually, many people felt that this goal was unrealistic. However, the truth was that the might of Xiao Chen's saber forced all these guests back. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the 7th prince Wang Yun, who was currently wiping blood from a corner of his lips. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Xiao Chen raised the tyrant saber in his hand and charged over. Whoosh! Leaving behind a purple electric mark, Xiao Chen's figure flashed. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of the seventh prince. Protect the seventh prince. The expressions of the other guests changed slightly as they quickly stood up to block Xiao Chen. In the end, there was only one person. Xiao Chen could not bring out a might surpassing the 10th layer Dao might with every saber strike. There was only one way to stop the other party from advancing. After killing the seventh prince, Xiao Chen continuously attacked, forcing the other guests to stay and protect him. This was an overt plot. Even if they saw through it, they could not do anything about it. As the weapons clashed, Wang Yun paled at the sight of Xiao Chen charging over. While the other guests were obstructing Xiao Chen, he hurriedly retreated. The many sovereign emperors tried to detain Xiao Chen several times. However, Xiao Chen did not linger in a battle. He retreated upon contact with his saber moves and killing chi. From the start to the end, it had enveloped Wang Yun, causing him to flee in all directions in a panic. Xiao Chen's 6th layer Thunder Dao domain allowed him to bring out the limits of the divine movement 9 variations. If he was determined to leave, few could keep up with his pace. Stay here. Boom. Suddenly, Xiao Chen sensed a dangerous aura and saw 4 tree trunks growing out of the ground. Ka, ka, ka. The tree trunks were stacked together, forming a wooden cage. Ka ka ka. When the tyrant saber struck the surface, it produced a metallic clang. Despite the might of the tyrant saber, each saber strike only left a shallow mark. Humph. Now that you have entered my heavenly wood cage, you can forget about leaving. The skinny old man, who had been enduring without making a move, hovered in the air. He showed a cold smile as he looked at Xiao Chen in disdain. No matter what, you are just a 3-vein sovereign emperor. Kill him. The other great perfection sovereign emperors had already had enough of Xiao Chen. When they saw this opportunity, they did not hesitate to execute all sorts of killing moves. In that instant, boundless emperors' might shook the sky. All sorts of mysterious phenomena covered the sky. A horrifying killing chi spread out, creating a startling lineup. Even the princes on the altars could not help looking over, wanting to see what was happening. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, in the mortal realm. Xiao Chen did not panic at all. He showed no fear in the face of danger as he executed in the mortal realm. Bang! The supreme killing Buddha that descended instantly burst the heavenly wood cage. That killing Buddha figure bloomed with the Buddhist mark on Xiao Chen's forehead and expanded continuously. Then, it pushed with both hands and blocked the killing moves from all directions. Rumble. Amid loud sounds, the sky shook and the ground shook. When the many great perfection sovereign emperors worked together to bombard this ancient land that had existed since the ancient immemorial era, a huge, boundless pit appeared. A purple light flashed, and Xiao Chen leaped out of the huge pit. The shocked guests once again fixed their gazes on the 7th prince, Wang Yun. When Wang Su met Xiao Chen's gaze, he gritted his teeth in frustration. He simply did not want to run anymore. He simply did not want to run anymore. Xiao Chen chased him like a dog. However, his subordinates could not catch him. Wang Su had had enough. I'll spare your life. I'll take it later. However, Xiao Chen did not charge over as he expected. After saying that indifferently, he turned around and left. Detain him. The skinny old man shouted. Xiao Chen could come and go as he pleased. How could there be such logic? Can you detain him? Xiao Chen turned around and swung his saber, executing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques resolving the mundane, sending out an eternal and inextinguishable saber light. Boom! When the saber light swept out, the guests who were chasing Xiao Chen had no choice but to stop and block this move. When the shock waves scattered, the Buddhist might vanished. When everyone looked around, Xiao Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. He had already turned into a flash of purple light, firmly drifting towards Wang Yan's altar. He came like flowing water and left like the wind, whoosh. Xiao Chen's figure moved like the wind as he landed firmly like a falling leaf. The others on the altar had already recovered and were waiting for Xiao Chen to return. Seeing Wang Yan look over, Xiao Chen nodded. Everything went without saying. A sacred flame burned fiercely on the altar. The fiery light shone on the faces of Xiao Chen, Xiao Sua, Wu Meng, Hao Kai, and the others. All of them looked incredibly resolute and determined. These people shared the same thought. They had killed their way here, waiting for this moment. Wang Yan stepped forward and drew his Yan Imperial sword. The Dao might of his massacre Dao domain spread into the surroundings. The thick killing intent made the hearts of the people present tremble slightly. Just as Wang Yan was about to stab the Yan Imperial sword into the altar, Xiao Chen suddenly asked, "Ninth Prince, do you know what the origin of the massacre Dao is?" "Oh. I have never thought about this question. I would find it difficult to cultivate the massacre Dao to the 10th layer within a few hundred years," Wang Yan answered, feeling slightly surprised. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Xiao Chen and answered, "The end of the massacre Dao is the demon. Without a heart to pursue the demon, one will never be able to touch the origin of the massacre Dao. This demon is not what you understand it to be. Just make your move. Don't bother with my words." Xiao Chen still wanted to say something. However, after thinking about it, he did not say anything. Wang Yan frowned slightly. He often guarded the borders, fighting with demonic Dao cultivators. Even if there were not 10,000 demonic Dao cultivators who died at his hands, there were at least several thousand. However, Wang Yan found Xiao Chen's words somewhat incomprehensible. "I will remember what you said." However, Wang Yan was still willing to believe in Xiao Chen. This trust stemmed from the fact that they had gone through life and death together. Furthermore, there was Xiao Chen's unique air and the things that happened to him that inspired respect. "Thank you." Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered, and his memories unfurled like a painting. The Wang Yan before him reminded him of someone. An old friend of the Kunlun realm, an old friend that Xiao Chen could never forget. Yan Shisan of the Massacre Sword Dao. During the final battle of the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity, he became a demon with one sword strike, killing to seek benevolence. At that moment, Xiao Chen understood that the origin of the Massacre Dao was the demon. If Xiao Chen could defeat the Massacre Dao, he would be able to grasp the Massacre Dao's origin. However, back then, Yan Shisan felt that he could not grasp the origin of the Massacre Dao. He chose to commit suicide, leaving behind a tragic legend in the Kunlun realm. Boom! The Yan Imperial sword surrounded by the aura of massacre stabbed into the fierce flames. A holy light soared into the clouds, and dragon roars rang out. Xiao Chen finally occupied all 8 altars. The second round of the succession race reached its most intense moment at this moment. Grim Reaper Lin Feng looked over from the altar occupied by the 11th prince in the distance. When he saw this scene, he revealed a faint smile. Lin Feng had no choice but to become the 11th prince's guest. However, he had never stopped paying attention to Xiao Chen. Seeing that the 9th prince occupied an altar as well, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The universe origin sex Chu Feng, who was beside Lin Feng, showed a different expression. He had a grudge with Xiao Chen in the faux god world. They could be considered mortal enemies. This fellow is becoming more and more unfathomable. The 11th prince said, "Focus. The second wave of ferocious beasts is about to arrive." Lin Feng and Chu Feng withdrew their gazes and looked at the boundless ferocious beasts in front again. At this moment, ferocious beasts occupied the entire core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The ferocious beasts densely packed the area, stretching as far as the eye could see. The princes who did not occupy altars mixed in with the ferocious beasts, attacking the princes refining their Yan Imperial swords. Wang Yan, who occupied the last altar, could not avoid being targeted by the other princes. Chapter 2307. There were 8 altars in the core region. Each altar was built on the Yanwu dynasty's ancient dragon vein. The dynasty's dragon vein had been passed down for a long time, looking vast and heavy. What the princes needed to do was firmly embed their great Dao mark in the dragon vein. The Yan Imperial swords in their hands would eventually become unique, becoming a true holy sword of the dynasty. I'm going in. I'll leave the ferocious beast wave to everyone. Wang Yan turned his head to look at the group as he looked at the Yan imperial sword in the fierce holy flame. Before Xiao Chen and the others, Wang Yan leaped up and entered the holy flame to sit down cross-legged. The refinement officially started. Only the princes knew how dangerous it was. No one knew whether they could succeed or not. However, if they could not block the ferocious beast wave, they definitely would not succeed. Whoosh! As Wang Yan leaped into the holy flame to refine the Yan imperial sword, the altar under his feet slowly trembled. Auspicious signs drifted down from the sky like snowflakes. When the auspicious signs landed on the group, they turned into a warm current that nourished their bodies, making them feel comfortable. Xiao Chen carefully sensed the auspicious signs that came from the dynasty's dragon vein descending. He felt his divine energy changing slightly. To think that there is such a benefit. If I receive enough auspicious signs, I can completely stabilize my newly advanced three-vein sovereign emperor cultivation. Surprise flashed on Xiao Chen's face as he felt some joy in his heart. Everyone knew that after breaking through a bottleneck, one needed some time to stabilize their cultivation. It was not advisable to raise it blindly. Right now, the auspicious signs that descended nourished the physical body and condensed divine energy had outstanding effects. They could help Xiao Chen during this period. Rumble. As the group marveled, the ground shook. A black mass of figures appeared in the distance. Countless ferocious beasts surged over like the tide. After some thought, Qin Zhuolin said, I understand. These ferocious beasts are here for the auspicious signs. As the princes deepen their refinement, the auspicious signs will grow stronger. At that time, the ferocious beasts that are attracted will also grow stronger. The ferocious might of the ferocious beasts put immense pressure on the group from afar. The towering altar swayed under the pressure of the ferocious aura. The ferocious beasts seemed to be charging over ferociously. The heavenly book scholar looked around with a grave expression. He said softly, Brother Qin, you are skilled in the dragon-seeking art. You can connect to the luck of the mountains and rivers. How about you command the lava beasts under the altar? Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly. No problem. I happen to have the same intention. Senior Feng, Senior Hao Kai, the two of you are six-vein sovereign emperors. Can you protect the prince and prevent other guests from sneaking up on him? If something happens to His Highness, we'll all be finished. Naturally, Elder Feng and Hao Kai were duty-bound to agree without hesitation. Brother Xiao Sua, you have the Scarlet Blood War banner. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you and Brother Wu Meng to lead the charge. No problem. Xiao Sua laughed heroically and soared into the sky with Wu Meng. Then, they leaped off the altar and charged at the many ferocious beasts. The heavenly book scholar's arrangements were logical and clear. Finally, his gaze landed on Xiao Chen. He asked somewhat uncertainly, Xiao Chen, can I use the Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally? The Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally was a supreme treasure. It could hold 1 million Yin soldiers, a great killing tool. Ordinary people would find it very difficult to give it up. If Xiao Chen was unwilling, all right. Just as the heavenly book scholar was thinking about how to persuade Xiao Chen directly handed the Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally to him. What do I need to do? Xiao Chen asked directly, feeling that the heavenly book scholar had a pretty good grasp of the big picture. This gave him more confidence in the heavenly book scholar. On the other hand, the heavenly book scholar was stunned for a while before receiving the Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally. He smiled and said, many thanks for your trust. Xiao Chen, you are the strongest among us. I hope that you can patrol the surroundings and wait for an opportunity to kill the beast kings and force back the other princes. That's what I was thinking. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and turned into a flash of purple light. When he landed, the demon blood vulture happened to catch him. Now, only Hao Kai, Senior Feng, Qin Zhuolin, and the heavenly book scholar remained on the altar. Brother Qin, these magma beasts contain a vast amount of dragon essence. If you can strengthen them with the dynasty's luck, you will be able to summon them. If you can use the dynasty's luck to support them, these colossal lava beasts can grow stronger. The Heavenly Book scholar said to Qin Zhuolan as he tightly grasped the tyrant sovereign commander's tally. Is that so? Let me try. Qin Zhuolan casually pointed and said softly, drawing earth as dragon. Boom! A mass of dragon aura burst out from the ground where the 200 magma beasts were standing. With the support of this dragon aura, the dragon aura was extremely powerful. With the support of this dragon chi, the colossal lava beasts' bodies continuously gave off crunching sounds. Their colossal bodies shrank at a visible pace. After a while, the colossal lava beasts shrank by half. His body had shrunk by half, but his aura had doubled, shocking everyone. Qin Zhuolan smiled and said, "It is really effective." The Heavenly Book scholar did not show any surprise. He looked to the front and said, "They are coming." At the very front, Xiao Suo and Wu Meng watched the ferocious beasts approach. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. More than 1,000 ferocious beasts that rivaled one vain sovereign emperor's surged over. Even the sky darkened before these ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts came in all shapes and sizes. Their attributes were also different. Some were covered in blazing flames. Some had snow-white fur, looking cold and sinister. Some hid in the ground and squirmed slowly. The ferocious beasts were sovereign emperors. However, they were ferocious beasts, after all. A human cultivator could easily kill a ferocious beast of the same strength as a sovereign emperor. In terms of intelligence, martial techniques, experience, schemes, and understanding of the Great Tao, ferocious beasts were far inferior to humans. However, when the number of ferocious beasts reached a certain level, such shortcomings could be made up for. Rise! Scarlet blood battle hunger! Xiao Suo roared and ferociously waved the scarlet banner in his hand. The blood-like flag fluttered in the wind like ripples in the waves. As the banner fluttered, the entire sky turned into a surging sea of blood. Wu Meng, who was at the side, felt startled. The battle hunger contained in this scarlet blood war banner was somewhat horrifying. No wonder the Heavenly Book scholar dared to let Xiao Suo take the lead. With Xiao Suo here to restrain the ferocious beasts, the number of ferocious beasts that could charge over would be reduced by half. Xiao Suo grasped the war banner tightly with both hands, and a towering scarlet figure suddenly appeared behind him, holding a war banner as well. Boom! The scarlet blood war banner ferociously swung at the surging ferocious beast tide. Waves of blood surged in the strong wind. The ferocious beasts at the very front were immediately knocked into the air. Several of them crashed into each other and shattered, filling the air with blood. The startling strike of the scarlet blood war banner immediately disrupted the ferocious beast tide surging with killing chi. At least dozens of ferocious beasts were instantly crushed. The most important thing was that this group of ferocious beasts lost their insufferably arrogant auras. Kill! Xiao Suo and Wu Meng exchanged glances. Then, killing chi erupted from their bodies amid maniacal laughter as they charged over. Xiao Qin, who was circling in the air, looked around the ferocious beast tide before withdrawing his gaze. There were no beast kings in this first wave of ferocious beasts. They were just ordinary ferocious beasts. Given Xiao Suo and Wu Meng's strength, even if they got trapped, they would not get trapped. They could easily break free at any time. Rumble. The two blocked several hundred ferocious beasts. The remaining ferocious beasts continued charging towards the altar like the tide. However, the ferocious beasts had lost their formation and momentum. They looked like a group of scattered soldiers. It's my turn. Qin Zhuolan smiled faintly and pointed to the front. Boom! The colossal lava beasts that had shrunk to a size below the altar suddenly stood up. In that instant, these colossal lava beasts erupted with startling auras. Roar! These colossal lava beasts roared endlessly. The flames on their bodies burst forth with resplendent light, burning the sky. Countless flaming rocks rained down like meteors. Under Qin Zhuolan's command, this group of evolved colossal lava beasts charged forward, charging at the ferocious beasts that wanted to destroy the altar. A sacred flame burned endlessly on the tall altar as Wang Yan sat in it. A black aura of massacre shrouded Wang Yan's body, and his expression flickered. It would not be easy to imprint the mark of massacre into the dynasty's dragon vein. Hao Kai and Senior Feng stood to the left and right, cautiously watching the other directions. There were also blood-colored flames circling the altar in the sky. The surroundings of the altar were impenetrable, not even a single drop of water leaking in. This made the princes gathered in secret curse. They could not find any openings in this formation. Chapter 2308. Damn it, the 9th prince's guests advance and retreat in an orderly manner. They switch between offense and defense seamlessly, unable to see any openings at all. The 15th prince's group, which the demon blood vulture chased away earlier, gathered together. As they watched the heavenly book scholar and the others deal with the ferocious beast wave from afar, they frowned heavily and showed sullen expressions. Originally, the 2nd prince and the 15th prince had gathered a group of helpers to fight for this altar. Unexpectedly, the 9th prince Wang Yan led a group of people to snatch it away. On one side, the 2nd prince and Xiaochen forced them to give up. On the other side, the demon blood vulture put them in a sorry state and forced them to retreat. The 15th prince Wang Qi was rather strong. Furthermore, he had the support of the 3 princes. Originally, his momentum had been high. However, after the demon blood vulture's killing moves and regrouping, the number of guests decreased by half. Originally, the 15th prince planned to charge over when the ferocious beast wave arrived while the 9th prince's guests were flustered. Unexpectedly, under the heavenly book scholar's command, Xiao Chen's group of 7 did not show any openings. The first wave of ferocious beasts did not even get within 50 kilometers of the altar before it was wiped out. 15th elder brother, how about we give up? Xiao Chen's demonic pet is too strong. It cannot deal with the demon blood vulture. We have no chance of victory at all, a prince in the crowd said with lingering fear. The demon blood vulture already had a shadow in his heart. The 15th prince showed an uncertain expression. The 15th prince's expression flickered. He was unwilling, but he couldn't think of a way to deal with it. None of the many guests here dared to step forward to fight the demon blood vulture. I promise anyone who can delay that demon blood vulture an inferior grade soul tool, a rank 9 heavenly pill of their choice, and 250 tons of origin liquid. Wang Qi gritted his teeth and promised to give away all the resources he could offer. However, when he looked around, no one dared to meet his gaze. They all modestly avoided his gaze. This angered Wang Qi into cursing, "Bunch of trash." Actually, these words were somewhat unjust. The guests under him were rather strong. The problem was that these guests did not listen to him. They only used him to obtain fortuitous encounters. There was no loyalty to speak of, but it was not a problem to protect your life. After all, if the prince left, the guest would have to leave as well. But if you want them to risk their lives, then you're thinking too much. The demon blood vulture's bloodline had clearly mutated. It now had divine might, which meant that it was infinitely close to the great desolate Aeon's blood phoenix. In the face of such a magical beast, the slightest bit of carelessness could cost their lives. Who would be so foolish as to stand out? No matter how big the world was, it was not as important as one's own life. Furthermore, these experts were divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperors. No matter where he went, he would be the overlord of a region, enjoying the courtesy of everyone. He did not show much respect to the princes. Thus, no matter how angry the 15th prince was, it was useless. Hee, 15th brother. Why are you so angry? Everyone here is a sovereign emperor outstanding talent, much stronger than you and me. If they're trash, then what are we? So. A discordant voice came from afar. When that voice rang out, a group of people appeared before the 15th prince. Rage flashed on the 15th prince's face. When he saw the leader of the group, he demanded, "7th brother, are you here to teach me a lesson?" This person was the 7th prince, Wang Su. Xiaochen toyed with him until he was in a sorry state. Naturally, he could not swallow this frustration. After Wang Su reorganized himself, he immediately charged over. Greetings, 7th Prince. The many guests around the 15th Prince did not show much change in expression when they heard Wang Su. However, they more or less acknowledged him in their hearts, so they greeted him. After Wang Su responded politely, he looked at Wang Qi and said, 15th brother, you no longer have the ability to pose a threat to 9th brother. No matter what, you have to admit this. Wang Qi's eyes sank slightly, and his lips curled up in mockery. He mocked, so what if I am? Could it be that you have the strength to pose a threat to him? I saw that you were helpless when that Xiaoqun chased you earlier. These words sounded somewhat provocative, but Wang Su did not get angry. He said indifferently, indeed, I do not have much of a chance of victory. However, if you are willing to help me, 9th brother will definitely lose this round. As for the demon blood vulture that you are worried about, my guests can deal with it. As for the remaining Xiaoqun, I have already thought of a countermeasure. Are you serious? Wang Qi asked in disbelief as he looked at Wang Su with a contemplative expression. Do you still have a choice? You can either choose to follow me now or go around asking for favors and wait for the second round to be eliminated. If I can clear the third round, you will definitely receive many benefits. Hee hee. The ancient Yan Emperor tree will appear in the third round. There is no need for me to tell you what kind of fortuitous encounter there is, right? Wang Yun chuckled. He had a confident look on his face, not worried that the other party would reject him. 15th brother, just agree. 7th brother is stronger than us. If you do not agree, we will follow 7th brother ourselves. In any case, it is the same as everyone else. When the princes who followed the 15th prince heard Wang Su's words, they all felt tempted. Wang Qi's expression changed. After some thought, he said, as long as you can deal with that demon blood vulture, there is no harm in me taking a gamble with you. Wang Su turned his head and looked at a middle-aged man among his guests. Mr. Lu, I will leave the matter of the demon blood vulture to you. That middle-aged man wore strange clothes and gave off a faint demonic might. He was actually a demonic Dao sovereign emperor. Mr. Lu nodded with an indifferent expression. The demon blood vulture was born in the ash-gray sea. Although it is incredibly strong, it is not without weakness. I have a way to deal with it. However, I am not a match for that Xiaoqun, so I can only rely on Senior Ma. The skinny old man chuckled and said, don't worry. No matter how strong he is, he cannot do anything to me. The difference in cultivation is not that easy to deal with. I just need to change my mind and delay him until you chase the 9th prince out of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Good. We will make our move after 2 more waves of ferocious beasts. Sure. After making up their minds, this group of people started to make preparations in secret. Including the 7th Prince Wang Su, there was a total of 5 princes. With so many princes gathered, the powerhouses of the feudal lords outside the palace's drill ground felt nervous for the 9th Prince Wang Yan. The princes occupying altars only suffered attacks from 3/5 princes at most. However, a total of 5 princes targeted the 9th prince. This 9th prince is really worrisome. Indeed. In the first round, the 13th prince targeted him, nearly wiping him out. In this round, 5 princes targeted him at the same time. It will be difficult. With 5 princes gathered, there are more than 40 sovereign emperor outstanding talents under them. The crucial thing is that this group of people is still very cautious. Based on their stance, they will only make their move after 2 more waves of ferocious beasts. The powerhouses of feudal lords and noble clan heads paying close attention to the 8 altars started to worry about the 9th prince. At the same time, the chaotic battles in the core region slowly reached their peak. Naturally, the first prince Wang Fei had the smoothest refinement. He had many subordinates, all of them geniuses and experts. Be it the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter, the Black Lotus Church Holy Son, or that mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, they could all be considered super experts. There was also the even more horrifying Shi, who hid in the dark and did not make a move. The most convenient thing was that no other prince dared to target the first prince. This allowed Wang Fei to focus on refining the Yan imperial sword, unable to worry about anything else. However, the first prince chose the ruler Dao, the ruler Great Dao. Even without any interference, completing the refinement would not be easy. However, once the first prince succeeded, his strength would soar. Up until now, nearly everyone thought highly of the first prince. No matter who the other princes were, they were all slightly inferior. Aside from these princes, some of them could not be underestimated either. For example, the 8th Prince Wang Feng. When Dao Yan brought out his ice small world and sealed thousands of sovereign emperor ferocious beasts with a wave of his hand, everyone felt shocked. This level of strength could be said to be invincible. In the entire ancient Yan emperor tomb, aside from the 8th prince, no one else had brought out a 10th layer Dao domain. Furthermore, the profound Heaven Holy Land's 3 experts, the Holy Sun Wenrenyu, Mu Yunzhu, and Gu Yuhan, also showed the strength of super experts. The 3 waves of ferocious beasts easily destroyed the ferocious beasts 50,000 kilometers away from the altar. The 13th prince's altar showed another mysterious phenomenon. The royal teacher Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King spread out their great desolate Ian divine might at the same time, forcing the surrounding ferocious beasts to tremble, not daring to approach. This method of winning without a fight was breathtaking. The other noteworthy ones were the 11th prince and the 6th prince Wang Ming. Each of them had an expert skilled in the Death Dao domain. They used the mysteries of death to revive the dead sovereign emperor ferocious beasts as corpses. They easily dealt with the endless ferocious beast waves, not flustered at all. The first prince, the 8th prince, the 13th prince, the 11th prince, and the 6th prince. In the opinion of the spectators, they would have no problems clearing the second round. As for the other princes occupying altars, there were many variables. They might even get chased off. This was the general situation in the core region. To these powerhouses, there would not be any other variables. Chapter 2309. It's the 4th wave. On the altar, the heavenly book scholar looked at the boundless ferocious beast corpses on the ground with a grave expression. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood, the ground was covered with rivers of blood, and the corpses were piled up like mountains. The dragon essence contained in the ferocious beasts' bodies gave off a green light after they died, flickering like ghost flames. Xiao Sua, who was at the very front, was expressionless. One could not make out much of his expression. The scene before Xiao Chen no longer found it strange. Compared to the Scarlet Sea and the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, the Scarlet Sea and the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance was nothing. Even so, it paled in comparison to a great sorcerer. It was still far from being comparable. Wu Meng sat on the corpse of a ferocious beast, wiping the blood off his weapon. He was also proficient in the Tao of Massacre, so he did not show much fatigue. However, each wave of roaring beasts was more ferocious and powerful than the last. Both of them could feel that the pressure on them had multiplied, and they were no longer as relaxed as they were at the beginning. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. The sky was as auspicious as snow. It was much denser than before. Catching it, Zhang Xian allowed it to melt in his palm. After feeling the auspicious signs fusing with the divine sea, Xiao Chen muttered to himself, "The 5th wave is coming. Clowns, are you still not going to show yourself?" As he said, a black light appeared at the edge of his vision, surging over like a wave. Looking around, he did not see any other princes or guests. It seemed that after the first lesson, this group of people knew how powerful he was and didn't dare to be careless again. He hid himself and restrained his aura. If they did not expose themselves, it would not be easy for Xiao Chen to pull them all out in this chaotic situation. After a few waves of beasts, Xiao Chen had nothing to do other than kill 2 beast kings. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen secretly refined the auspicious signs to stabilize his 3-veined sovereign emperor cultivation. It moved. Raising his eyebrows, Xiao Chen sensed a powerful killing intent gathering in the surroundings. This group of people finally couldn't hold back anymore. North. Turning around, Zhang Xian swiftly looked toward the north. Xiao xiao xiao. 5 streaks of sword light appeared at the same time and gathered together, illuminating the sky. The imperial might was vast and mighty as it slowly approached. Above the sword light, a majestic dynasty was condensing. Those were 5 yen imperial swords drawn at the same time. The horrifying imperial might startled the other princes in the core region. On the altar, the heavenly book scholar showed a grave expression. After some thought, he said, "Don't panic. Everyone, hold your positions. The plan will not change." Hao Kai and Senior Feng, who had the heavy responsibility of protecting Wang Yan, raised their guard, not daring to be careless. The prince's Yen imperial sword could multiply his strength in the ancient Yen emperor tomb. The stronger the draconic luck, the more powerful the battle prowess. When the 5 Yen imperial swords appeared at the same time, no one dared to lower their guard. They all felt a mountain-like pressure. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and a purple thunderbolt mark streaked across the sky. He was ready to check out the situation. A figure flew over from the sky, carrying a towering emperor's might, forcibly blocking Xiao Chen's path. This person was the 7th prince's subordinate, the skinny old man. Xiao Chen had some impression of this person's heavenly wood prison. Move aside. As the 5 princes led their guests closer to the altar, Xiao Chen did not have time to waste with this old man. Boom! Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he drew his tyrant saber and chopped down. Grass grows and shadows fly, growing and never extinguishing. The skinny old man smiled coldly, and an exuberant life force burst out of his body. Layers of emerald green tree branches grew and condensed into a ball around him, growing and extinguishing. No matter how tyrannical Xiao Chen's saber moves were, he could not destroy this ball of tree branches. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen sent out more than 1,000 saber strikes. Saber light spread out, and electric images crisscrossed. However, that skinny old man relied on his advantage in cultivation to defend and not attack. As long as Xiao Chen could not severely injure the old man in one go, he would not lose. Sawdust fluttered in the air and filled the sky. The scrawny old man's figure was faintly discernible in the tree ball's life and death. He said with a cold smile, "I'm an entire major realm higher than you. The profoundness of my divine essence isn't what you can imagine. Although you're terrifyingly strong, if I don't make a move, there won't be any flaws." Who? Xiao Chen turned around and stopped attacking. He frowned slightly. Encountering such a shameless old thing was indeed difficult to deal with. A trace of retreating appeared in his heart. He did not want to waste any more time. Saving the 9th prince was more important. "You want to leave? I didn't agree to let you go. This old man has the final say." The skinny old man was obviously dissatisfied with Xiao Chen blocking the entire team of the 7th prince. When he saw the helpless look on Xiao Chen's face, he couldn't help but feel pleased. Dao might erupted, and a terrifying wood Dao domain spread out, instantly filling the sky. The instant the wood Dao domain supported the wood shavings that filled the air, the wood shavings scattered everywhere. The densely packed wood shavings flew towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen showed a cold expression as his 3 Dao might layered over each other, materializing a boundless saber move. Xiao Chen sent out an impenetrable screen of sabers to protect himself, not leaving any blind spots. However, this skinny old man's attack was extremely strange. The wood shavings actually stuck to the saber light. Then, they grew wildly, like grass growing under a rock. When they burst out, they could even send the rock flying. These wood shavings relied on this life force to forcefully break through Xiao Chen's screen of saber light. After that, wood shavings continuously landed on Xiao Chen's body, growing wildly. Soon, Xiao Chen's body was covered in trees. These trees tore at his physical body. The roots were like tentacles that pierced through his skin and penetrated deep into his body, destroying his internal organs and absorbing the life force in his body. Xiao Chen's strong blue dragon divine body gave these trees an even better space to grow. The rapidly growing trees shocked even the skinny old man somewhat. Haha! Do you feel that you lost unjustly? Many times, the stronger an existence looks, the weaker it is. On the other hand, the unremarkable things like a blade of grass or a piece of wood are extremely tough and can bring out incredible power. The skinny old man smiled sinisterly. Then, he held his palms together and continuously infused his divine energy into the many trees on Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked extremely strange. Xiao Chen stood in the air with many huge trees covering his entire body. Even his face could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of eyes peered through the intertwining branches, calmly looking at the skinny old man. The skinny old man allowed the divine energy to infuse into the trees on his body. It seemed like he was helpless and resigned to his fate. Slowly, the skinny old man could no longer keep smiling. He felt that the life force in Xiao Chen's body seemed boundless. The wildly growing trees even seemed somewhat uncontrollable. The life force they exuded was so dense that even the skinny old man felt afraid. How can it be like this? Given his cultivation, after my seed absorbed so much life force, he should have turned into a dried corpse long ago. The skinny old man felt greatly startled. However, he could no longer stop. He could only clench his teeth and continue. I really want to continue playing with you. However, I don't know what method you used, but you managed to restrain the demon blood vulture as well. This ends here. Fiendish saber inheritance, all things rejoicing together. Xiao Chen shouted in his heart, and the many trees growing wildly on his body assimilated with all things rejoicing together. Every tree, every branch, and every leaf burst out with resplendent saber light at the same time. The life force that terrified the skinny old man turned into countless saber lights and surged over. Whoosh! Without giving the skinny old man any chance to react, the saber lights filling the air surged over. When the saber lights scattered, the skinny old man's entire body was pierced through. Like a broken kite, the skinny old man wobbled and fell heavily. The many trees wrapped around Xiao Chen's body. He gently twisted his body and slid down like water. The roots of the trees in his body tried to grab hold of him but could not. The instant Xiao Chen left, the many towering ancient trees in the air without the vast life force in his body shattered and turned into ashes. The skinny old man looked incredibly weak. Then, he gently drifted down and walked forward step by step. The skinny old man appeared incredibly weak. Wounds covered the skinny old man's body, but he laughed maniacally. Xiao Chen, it's over for you. You can turn around and take a look, turn around and take a look. Then, you will know what despair is. The 5 yen imperial swords above the altar where Wang Yan was gave off resplendent sword lights. Boundless sword moves encased the entire altar. The heavenly book scholar, Hao Kai, and the other two showed extremely unsightly expressions. Right now, it was not about whether Wang Yan could block the peak strikes of the 5 princes' yen imperial swords. Even if they managed to block it, the shockwaves from the explosion could directly destroy the entire altar. Wang Yan, who was in the eye of the storm, would definitely die. Below the altar, Qin Zhuolin controlled the colossal lava beast and fought an intense battle with the 5 princes' guests. Qin Zhuolin showed rage on his face. He wanted to help, but he could not. On the other side, the demon blood vulture's belly pressed against the ground as it screeched miserably. The demon blood vulture did its best to spread its wings and fly. However, when the wind blew, no matter how much it screeched in pain, it could not fly. A black ball as heavy as a planet stuck it to the ground inside the demon blood vulture's body. Mr. Liu stood upright in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. He smiled sinisterly and said, "After swallowing my imprisoning star pearl, no matter how horrifying you are, you will have to lie down obediently." Xiao Suo and Wu Meng, who were at the front lines, were trapped in the ferocious beast tide. At this moment, Qin Zhuolin, who should have led the colossal lava beast to reinforce them, was held up. The two were in unspeakable misery. They could only do their best to hold on as danger surrounded them. The 9th prince is finished. Outside the palace in the clouds, the powerhouses of the feudal lords in the palace in the cloud sighed as they watched the scene on the huge light screen. Although this was somewhat sorrowful, it was within expectations. How could the ninth prince stand a chance against the 5 princes? Such an outcome was just a matter of time. Something's not right. Look! However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A saber light flew over. Everywhere the saber light passed, the saber move sliced the sky in half like it was a piece of cloth. Ka-ca. Something strange happened in an instant. Before the ninth prince could see where the saber light came from, the 5 princes with surging auras above the altar got chopped in half at the waist. The peak strike of the Yen imperial sword crumbled, looking like fireworks in the air. Go in peace. Then, Xiaochen sheathed Heavenly Slayer and stepped forward. His tall and straight figure looked like a lone mountain. The instant Heavenly Slayer returned to the scabbard, the tip of the scabbard flew towards the severely injured, skinny, old man at lightning speed. The incredibly weak, skinny, old man's face filled with despair. He muttered, turn back, sorry, I do not have the habit of turning back. Boom! Heavenly Slayer closed the scabbard and landed, crushing the skinny, old man into powder. The remnant might scattered his divine seal. The skinny, old man did not see Xiaochen turn back even as he died. The skinny, old man did not understand why there was a need to turn back after Heavenly Slayer was drawn. Chapter 23:10. While Xiaochen was defeating the 5 great princes' joint counterattack, the 5th prince was not so lucky. The first prince's altar burst out with resplendent light, looking like the sun, illuminating the entire ancient Yen Emperor tomb. All of them were forcefully sent out, turning into streams of light and disappearing. The group of people laughed at the same time. Clearly, they had always looked down on this Wang Yun, treating him as a joke. Yuanzhen chuckled as he looked at Wang Yun. According to Yuanzhen's plan, he should have made a sudden attack at this moment, killing off the unguarded 3rd prince. Could it be that Big Brother is going to go on a killing spree? Wang Yun said with some certainty. He rushed towards Xiaochen and Wu Meng, who were trapped in the ferocious beast tide. The 4th prince Wang Yun could not accept this at all. However, he endured it. After all, Yuanzhen had not missed anything since the start. But no matter what, a prince was still a prince, and the other guests would more or less have some scruples. Congratulations, 3rd brother, hehe, 3rd brother is really amazing. I believe there must have been some commotion in the refinement of the Yen imperial sword. 4th brother, I will take my leave first. Qin Zhuolin startled to his senses and quickly directed the colossal lava beast to turn into a surging flood. Like the roar of a raging river, huge waves surged and rushed towards the horde of beasts. But no matter what, the 9th prince's crisis had been resolved. On the altar, the 4 princes looked at the blazing sacred flame with different expressions. King's Way. In the midst of the blazing sacred flame, the princes all wore horrified expressions. Those fellows were even capable of getting the 1st prince to collude with the Shuawu dynasty. Ah! After Xiaochen left, Wang Yun said somewhat angrily, Mr. Yuan, can you give me an explanation? With your strength earlier, you could have killed 3rd brother in one move when he let his guard down. Why did you just give up? I've killed so many berserk beasts that I want to puke. Seeing a berserk beast's corpse makes me sick. This 4th prince is still as foolish as ever. He must have become foolish after killing so many ferocious beasts. Even now, you are still thinking about the berserk beasts. 4th brother, we won't leave. We will protect you. Not only Wang Yun, but the other guests were also confused, expressing their confusion. He was well aware of his own strength and his own capabilities. However, it looked like the 1st prince's Yen imperial sword was about to complete its refinement. The 3rd prince smiled and said, this 4th brother of mine is good at everything, but he's a little silly and honest. But he's not stupid. He won't give us a chance, right? The Yen emperor in the clouds remained calm. He did not show any rage or killing intent because of Xiao Chen's attack. 50%? So. If he is allowed to merge his king's mark with the dynasty's dragon vein, he will soar into the sky. No one knows what will happen. Given the selfish nature of the imperial ancestral temple's elders, it was practically impossible for them to be willing to pay a high price. The demon blood vulture soared into the air and let out a carefree cry as it charged at the ferocious beast tide. A hint of surprise flashed in the third prince's eyes. "Fourth brother, are you not going to stay and share the dragon vein with us?" In reality, princes had fallen in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb in every succession race. The 5 princes were split in half by a medial-grade soul tool. It was hard to say whether they could survive or not. When Wang Yun recognized Yuan Zhen, he felt greatly startled. The other guests were similarly startled. "Those who submit to me will prosper, those who oppose me will die." "Mr. Yuan? Why aren't you making a move? We have not suffered any losses yet. This is the best opportunity." When Heavenly Slayer was drawn, there was no need to turn back. The scene of Shao Chen chopping down 5 princes with one saber strike was simply shocking. Wang Yun's heart pounded heavily. He had never thought that he could become the crown prince. After the 5 princes were forcefully sent out of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, their guests naturally could not remain. However, Shao Chen used Heavenly Slayer. According to legend, if one did not kill, one would injure oneself. When it was unsheathed, one would definitely die. A murderous intent flashed in the 4th Prince Wang Yun's eyes, but he did not make a move. Yuan Zhen removed his hood, revealing his shiny bald head and the 12 ring scars on it. Yuan Zhen did not panic. He smiled faintly and said, "Before coming, I did not know that the first prince chose the king's Tao. I also did not know that his refinement would be so smooth." The sword qi released by the 5 yen imperial swords on the altar scattered like fireworks. "There's no need. There is a limited number of auspicious signs. If we fight over them, it will be hard to avoid harming our friendship. Third elder brother, just remember your agreement with me. I'll bring my subordinates to the core region to sweep the area. The ferocious beast corpses covering the ground are great treasures." Yuan Zhen had 3 purposes in coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. This is a little too exaggerated. After this, the 9th prince's situation turned around. He should not have any problems in the second round. The 3rd prince, the 4th prince, the 17th prince, and the 18th prince formed an alliance. They found an opening and directly chased the 5th prince off the altar, forcing him to forfeit. Senior Feng and Hao Kai exchanged glances, not saying anything for a long time. Before the 3rd prince could reply, Wang Yun leaped off the altar and quickly led his guests far away. If Xiao Suo and Wu Meng had not rushed over, they would have died in battle. The succession race was not a friendly game. It was a cruel competition to the death. The first was to help Wang Yan become the crown prince. The second was the ethereal immortal palace. The third had always been hidden in the depths of Yuan Zhen's heart. Earlier was clearly an excellent opportunity. The 4th prince might have occupied the altar and succeeded in refining it. Wang Yun said seriously, "I trust Mr. What should I do now?" The other princes sneered as they watched the 3rd prince leave. After a while, Elder Feng voiced out his concern. When Senior Feng turned his head to look, he happened to see Shao Chen sheathing his saber. This scene stunned Senior Feng. His mind short-circuited, and he forgot to move. If it were any other weapon, it would be fine. All he needed to do was use natural treasures and recuperate for a while, and his life would not be in danger. Yuan Zhen laughed maniacally. Then, he revealed an unfathomable smile under his hood. "Do you think the 5 princes have any chance of surviving?" Seeing that Wang Yun trusted him completely, Yuan Zhen smiled and asked, "Have you heard of the 9th altar? Do you know what the kingly Tao is?" "The kingly Tao is that those who submit to me prosper, and those who oppose me die. Aside from me, everyone else is an ant. The kingly Tao is to show such might. The stronger one is, the stronger one's Tao might and strength will be. They complement each other. What do you think will happen next?" The 1st Prince Wang Fei roared as he drew the Yen Imperial sword in his hand, startling all the princes refining the Yen Imperial sword to their senses. Shao Chen looked at the imprisoning star pearl in his hand, feeling its heavy weight. Then, he fiddled with it for a while before putting it away. The powerhouses of the feudal lords had long since grown accustomed to the deaths of princes. Qin Zhuolan had been commanding more than 100 colossal lava beasts to fight the 40-odd guests. Now that his opponents were gone, the pressure on him lessened significantly. Just at this moment, something strange happened. The entire core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb shook intensely. The terrifying imperial might caused the other altars that were far away to shake and tremble. The other guests felt somewhat dissatisfied as well. However, what does that matter? You might consider these things, but Xiao Chen would not care at all. In his opinion, this is a fight to the death. Either the 9th prince dies or the 5 princes die. The moment he drew Heavenly Slayer, he did not intend to turn back. Or rather, when he decided to help Wang Yan, there was no reason for him to turn back. Even if a prince died, it would normally be at the hands of another prince. Few guests would directly kill a prince. This somewhat cruel scene immediately elicited startled cries. To think that Xiao Chen was so bold. The book scholar shouted from the altar. As he spoke, he immediately leaped off the altar. Amid loud rumbling, a kingly Dao's emperor's might swept out in all directions, covering the sky. The two halves of the 5 princes suddenly appeared in the palace's drill ground. Senior Feng felt stunned. After a while, he no longer bothered with this question. Wasn't his question pointless? It turned out that the mysterious person that he looked down on was actually the top true inheritor of the hidden spirit temple. Hao Kai said calmly, everything points to disaster. However, he can definitely be saved. It just depends on whether the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders are willing to pay a sufficient price. The 3rd prince, who was the leader, rejoiced. He said seriously, many thanks to little brothers for helping. Otherwise, would never have been able to climb this altar. The 3rd prince did not reveal any of this, enduring silently. However, in his heart, this 3rd goal was far more important than the first 2. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Chen. Compared to Senior Feng, Hao Kai's understanding of Xiao Chen was more thorough. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's experts showed hurried expressions as they quickly took away the bodies of the 5 princes. Brother Qin, quickly go and save Xiao Suo and Wu Meng. In their opinion, aside from the 1st prince, they could give up on the others. Yuanzhen said coldly, I removed my hood in hopes that you will trust me more. This is a great opportunity that comes once in a blue moon. You should know that this land of absolute beginning had the help of the hidden spirit temple's ancestors. That was how the 1st generation Yan Emperor managed to locate this place as the imperial tomb. Now, Yuanzhen actually said that he had a 50% chance of becoming the crown prince and ascending to the throne. Everything went as Yuanzhen expected. The 4 princes worked together and successfully chased away the strong 5th prince. Ha 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 ha. Actually, you don't have to care about this, because your opportunity is here. If you only had a 20% chance of becoming the crown prince before, it has now risen to 50%. Under the hood, Yuanzhen looked around and sent a voice projection. Hee hee. There's no rush. I sense that something is about to happen. Just wait a little longer. This altar is not important right now. Let your 3rd brother have it. What? Boom. The murderous intent in the 4th prince Wang Yun's eyes vanished. Yuanzhen. You are the hidden spirit temple's Yuanzhen. Doesn't the hidden spirit temple never interfere in the succession race? Chapter 23:11. Those who submit to me will prosper, those who oppose me will die. These words echoed endlessly in the vast core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The sovereign Dao's might shook the world. A resplendent holy light shone on the 1st prince's altar, illuminating the entire core region like the sun. This made the altars of the other princes pale in comparison. This is the sovereign Dao. Amid the blazing holy flame, the yellow papers on the various altars opened their eyes at the same time. Intense horror flashed in their eyes. No one expected the 1st prince Wang Fei to merge his sovereign Dao with the dynasty's dragon vein so quickly. It was simply unimaginable and unbelievable. Everyone expected the sovereign Tao to be much more difficult to merge than the other great Tao. It was impossible for the first prince to succeed so quickly before the other princes. Inside the palace, even the aloof Yan Emperor felt shocked. As he held the genuine Yan imperial sword in his hand, his body trembled slightly as he said, "Impossible. Why is it impossible? The facts prove that the first prince is indeed the chosen one, the leader of our Yanwu dynasty's resurgence." The Yan Emperor looked back and saw the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor. Then, he suddenly understood something. You have already crossed the line. The ancestral teachings say that the succession race has to be fair. If you go against the ancestral teachings, my Yanwu dynasty will be destroyed. Everyone knew that the imperial ancestral temple controlled the entrances to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. They knew most of the secrets of the mausoleum. If they were willing to lend a hand, they would definitely be able to survive. If they helped, the first prince could merge his sovereign Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein at an incredible speed. However, this was equivalent to deciding who the crown prince would be. This completely went against the ancestral teachings, ignoring the ancestral teachings and shaking the foundation of the nation. A great calamity is approaching. The Yanwu dynasty is in the eye of the storm. If it does not change, it will self-destruct. Don't think that I do not know that you secretly went to Spirit Vulture Mountain. That group of bald donkeys did not agree to help you, right? The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor's expression did not change as he looked coldly at the Yan Emperor, appearing exceptionally cold. The Yan Emperor felt stunned. Clearly, he had not expected the other party to know him so well. Based on your confused expression, that group of bald donkeys from the hidden spirit temple probably did not agree to help you. This bunch of bald donkeys have always been high and mighty, acting as if they were otherworldly masters, but in reality, they're just collecting incense and worshipping the devil Buddha. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor said indifferently, "Do you want to draw your sword? You can't pull it out, right? You are already a thing of the past. A new Yan imperial sword will be born. Watch carefully, accompany us to the end of the last play, and obediently pass on the throne." So. Right after Shao Chen spoke, many experts of the Imperial Ancestral Temple appeared in the palace high in the clouds. The Yan Emperor had an unsightly expression as he looked at the elders walking out from behind the sovereign ancestor. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. Suddenly, he somewhat understood why the abbot did not agree to his request that day. This was because the dynasty was no longer under his control. The clan elder's influence was deeply rooted in the dynasty's bloodline. In the great hall below, the feudal vassals and the big shots of the aristocratic families were present. They did not know that a coup had quietly taken place in the palace in the clouds. The current Yan Emperor was stripped of his throne by the joint efforts of the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders. In the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, the first Prince Wang Fei soared into the air amid resplendent holy light and looked around coldly. A tyrannical kingly Tao that looked down on the world made the four princes tremble. Damn it! How can this be? The eighth Prince Wang Feng felt startled and angry. His wind great Tao was only half a step away from perfectly merging with the dynasty's dragon vein. In Wang Feng's opinion, no matter what, he should be ahead of Wang Fei. Merging the wind great Tao was much simpler than merging the sovereign Tao. Oh no! The expressions of Tao Yen and the profound heaven holy sun Wenren Yu changed at the same time. This was because Wang Fei, who was high in the sky, fixed his gaze on Wang Feng, who was in the sacred flame. Eighth Prince, quickly leave the altar. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Wang Feng showed an unresigned expression. Give me a little more time, and I can perfectly merge the wind great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein. There is no time. It is enough that you have already imprinted it. Tao Yen and Wenren Yu did not give Wang Feng a chance to speak. They worked together to pull him out of the sacred flame and shouted, "Quickly move away." However, they were still one step too late. Wang Fei drew his sword, and a vast dragon image appeared. The accumulations of the dynasty that had existed for 100,000 years were vividly displayed in Wang Fei's sword. When the sword light landed, the altar that the 8th prince was on suddenly crumbled, turning into countless shards. Wang Feng appeared somewhat dispirited. My altar. The scattered shards of the altar were like bubbles in a beautiful dream to Wang Feng, drifting in all colors. It's gone, it's all gone. A terrifying shockwave spread out as boundless dragon energy poured out from the shattered altar. The dragon essence turned into many dragon images, continuously heading for Wang Fei in the air, causing his might to soar. Ha ha ha. Those who submit to me will prosper, those who oppose me will die. When Wang Fei felt the overwhelming power contained in the Yan imperial sword in his hand, he entered a frenzied state as he shouted again. The might of one sword strike destroyed his greatest competitor's altar. The swelling energy made Wang Fei's heart grow infinitely larger. Oh no. The 13th Prince Wang Yi's expression changed slightly. Then, he said decisively, retreat. After dealing with the 8th brother, there was no doubt that first brother's target would be him. Since that was the case, he might as well retreat earlier. There was no need to insist on a perfect merger of his great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein. Since the mark was already there, it meant that there was still hope. There was still hope. The altar was already useless. If he insisted on perfection, he would definitely be destroyed. Damn it. Although Wang Yi calmly analyzed the pros and cons in his heart, he still felt a strong sense of unwillingness. Whoosh! Sikong Shu, the Silver Dragon King, and the other great desolate Ian bloodline outstanding talents protected the 13th Prince Wang Yi as they jumped off the altar and fled. Bang! Nearly the instant Wang Yi jumped off the altar, the first Prince Wang Fei's attack arrived. The altar shattered in that instant, and the sacred flames scattered on the ground. The burning ferocious beasts howled miserably as they fled in all directions. Withdraw. Wang Fei smiled coldly. The Yan imperial sword in his hand frantically absorbed the dragon essence leaking out of the altar. Aside from me, everyone else is an ant. The sovereign Tao, this is the sovereign Tao. The greater one's momentum, the stronger one's strength. After Wang Fei destroyed the 8th prince and the 13th prince's momentum, his own momentum swelled to a level that no one dared to look directly at. Below the altar, Lord Shi's group showed calm expressions as if they had expected this. How terrifying! How can first brother be so strong? The 3rd prince, who had just occupied an altar, had just jumped onto it. He did not even have time to refine the Yan imperial sword. When the 3rd prince saw everything that happened before him, he was completely stunned, unable to continue fighting. Oh no. The 3rd prince's expression changed dramatically. He felt a killing chi encasing him, preventing him from moving, and his entire body trembled. First brother. First brother. I have no intention of fighting with you. I'll give up now. Fear filled the 3rd prince's heart. He stuttered, wanting to cry, but no tears came out. Boom. However, Wang Fei did not give the 3rd prince a chance to speak. When his sword descended, he destroyed the 3rd prince along with the altar. This happened again and again. Wang Fei sent out 3 sword strikes, destroying an altar with 1 sword strike. 3 sword strikes destroyed 3 altars. Those who paid attention could tell that this was no longer Wang Fei's own strength. He seemed to have borrowed the momentum of the dynasty's dragon vein. Before the other princes could perfectly merge their great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein, the dynasty's dragon vein already treated Wang Fei as the true crown prince. The dynasty's dragon vein already treated Wang Fei as the true crown prince. In this ancient Yan emperor tomb, the dynasty's dragon vein was equivalent to the Yanwu dynasty's 100,000 years of accumulations. As for the first prince Wang Fei, he was the embodiment of this dynasty's accumulations. With the Yan imperial sword in hand, he carried the mandate of heaven. When the 4th prince Wang Yun saw the dead 3rd prince in the distance, he felt a chill run down his spine. If the 4th prince had not listened to Yuan Jin earlier, he would have been the one dead. Wang Yun said sincerely, Mr. Yuan, many thanks for saving my life. Shock also flashed in Yuan Zhen's eyes on his calm face under the hood. Clearly, he was somewhat surprised by the strength that Wang Fei displayed. There's no need to thank me. We are in the same boat. Saving you is saving myself. Wang Yun did not care about Yuan Zhen's words. He asked somewhat anxiously, Mr. Yuan, where is the 9th altar that you mentioned? Yuan Zhen smiled faintly and said, there's no rush. This is not the time for you to be anxious. There is someone even more anxious than you. Wang Yun felt slightly stunned. Then, he looked in the direction of Yuan Zhen's finger and saw the 9th Prince Wang Yan's altar. Chapter 23:12. There's no rush. Now is not the time for you to be anxious. There is someone even more anxious than you. Ah. Wang Yun looked in the direction Yuan Zhen pointed. It was the altar where the 9th Prince Wang Yan was. Confusion flashed in his eyes. Haha. Stop looking. Hide first. Yuan Zhen pulled up his hood, hiding his face even deeper. Then, he turned around and said, Mr. Yuan, tell me, where is the 9th altar? Wang Yun asked anxiously as he pulled up his hood and shifted his gaze to Yuan Zhen. Wang Yun retracted his gaze and shifted it to Yuan Zhen. Then, he said anxiously, a crazed look flashing in his eyes. Wang Yun asked anxiously as he withdrew his gaze and shifted it to Yuan Zhen. Wang Yun had never felt so close to the crown prince position before. Since he was young, he had always been a joke among the many princes. Wang Yun clenched his right fist tightly, feeling a surge of hot-bloodedness. Yuan Zhen glanced over and saw Wang Yun's expression. Then, he smiled faintly and said, not bad. I like your current state. However, this is indeed not the time to tell you. Come and hide with me first. The destruction and the battle later will surpass your imagination. Battle? Wang Yun appeared somewhat confused. First brother was so strong now. Who would dare to fight him? Wang Yun felt helpless to have such an idiot. Yuan Zhen sighed in his heart. Then, he gave a simple explanation, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. When your brothers wake up, they will understand this principle. They will only have a chance if they work together and destroy your first brother's altar. Don't you see that your first brother's guests are guarding the altar, not daring to move at all? Wang Yun looked around. Indeed, that was the case. Although the Shuawu dynasty experts and the 6 vain sovereign emperors Wei Yu appeared relaxed, they did not relax at all. However, he did not let his guard down at all. He warily looked at his surroundings, his defense airtight, not revealing any openings. When Wang Yun thought of the battle that Yuan Zhen spoke of, he immediately felt horrified. If it was as Yuan Zhen said, just the ridiculously strong guests of the 8th prince and the 13th prince working together would not count the guests of the other princes. What kind of destructive power would that be? Wang Yun did not dare to imagine. Startled to his senses, Wang Yun shouted, Go! 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 Let's leave quickly. Don't move. Follow me. Yuan Zhen shook his head slightly. Then, he led the way, leading the group of guests and the 4th prince far away. The storm in the core region intensified. The 1st prince, who had absorbed another altar's dragon essence, became even more ferocious. He was so strong that he was beyond reason. Just a look from him was enough to make people tremble in fear. At this moment, aside from Wang Fei's altar, only 3 altars remained. They were the 11th prince, the 9th prince Wang Yan, and the 6th prince Wang Ming. The other altars were either destroyed or abandoned. Grim Reaper Lin Feng and the Universe Origin Sect's Chu Feng both had ugly expressions on the 11th prince's altar. Should we defend or abandon? The 11th prince looked at the two of them. He was still hesitant and conflicted. Chu Feng said after some thought, there's no rush. He will definitely target the 9th prince Wang Yan with this sword strike. Your Highness, you should focus on refining the Yan Imperial Sword. Only by perfectly merging one's great Tao will one have a chance to compete with him. Lin Feng glanced around and said calmly, there are still many uncertainties. I think that the 8th prince and the 13th prince can't wait any longer. That's right. 8th brother and 13th brother will definitely not sit back and watch 1st brother continue to be strong. The 11th prince made up his mind, no longer conflicted. Then, he focused on refining the Yen imperial sword. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. The 11th prince did not want to give up yet. Amid the fierce sacred flame, Wang Yan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the first prince Wang Fei. The shock in his heart had yet to fade. Too fast. It was simply too fast. The first prince Wang Fei did not give anyone much time to react. He destroyed the 4 altars with an unstoppable momentum. At this moment, he was so strong that no one could bear to look at him directly. The tyranny of the kingship Dao made Wang Fei's heart swell to the point that it nearly distorted. Wang Fei was ruthless and decisive when he attacked. Wang Fei eliminated 2 of his greatest threats and 2 of the weakest princes. At this moment, no one could compete with him. 9th prince, your fate is already in chaos. I can see the situation of the various places. The fate of heaven is in chaos. The heavenly book scholar frowned heavily. At the crucial moment, his fate failed, making him feel somewhat guilty. However, your highness's fate is a clash of yin and yang. It is hard to determine good or bad. I suggest that your highness avoid it for now. Those who submit to me prosper, those who oppose me die. After Wang Fei finished refining the newly absorbed dragon essence, he looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yan while laughing maniacally. As everyone expected, the target of Wang Fei's sword strike was the 9th prince Wang Yan. Xiao Chen, do you dare to receive this sword strike of mine? When Wang Fei saw Xiao Chen on the altar, the murderous intent that he had been suppressing for a long time finally erupted without fear. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian raised his sword and brandished it. The foundation of a dynasty that had more than 100,000 years of history. The 100,000-odd years of accumulations of a dynasty turned into a towering sword light, looking like a sharp saber piercing through the sky as it descended on the altar where Wang Yan was. This already equaled the peak strike of a 7-veined sovereign emperor, perhaps even more horrifying. Most importantly, this was in the depths of the ancient Yan emperor tomb. Even a true 7-veined sovereign emperor or an 8-veined sovereign emperor would find it hard to display such might. The unparalleled sword light far surpassed the previous 4 sword strikes. This sword strike contained the vast sword light of the dynasty's might. It was also the legendary body of the dynasty that had weathered the river of time. The might of the sword made the vast and boundless core region seem incredibly insignificant. Should he defend? Or retreat? It all depended on Wang Yan's thought. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and let the strong wind caused by the sword might flutter his clothes and long hair. Wang Fei had specifically asked Xiao Chen to receive this sword strike. However, it was not up to him whether he wanted to receive it or not. It was not a matter of whether Wang Yan could receive it or not. Instead, if Wang Yan chose to retreat, receiving this sword strike would be meaningless. This king has never let anyone down in my life. Since everyone did not let me down, I will not let everyone down. Please help me receive this sword strike. We will live and die together. Wang Yan's calm words were indistinct before the vast sword might. However, it was like tar, igniting the hot-bloodedness in the hearts of Qin Zhuolan, the heavenly book scholar, and the others. They no longer showed any intention of retreating when facing this startling sword strike. Fight. My name is Xiao Suo. Today, I wield the flag with my body of flesh and blood. Scarlet Blood Pirate King, please bestow me an undefeatable fighting spirit. Half a lifetime of ups and downs, wandering from place to place, half a lifetime of invincibility, running amok. Xiao Suo shouted and burned his life force. The Scarlet War banner fluttered in the wind. The undefeatable battle hunger that Xiao Chen inherited from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King crossed time and space, breaking through the barriers of time and space from the distant past. It turned into a blood-red sun and lit up the area, forcing back the sun-like radiance of the Wang Fei dynasty. The sun is like the sky, the true fire will never be extinguished. The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai's expression did not change. Then, like tar, he turned into the solar true flame and started burning. His eyes turned golden, and his great desolate Ian bloodline was completely activated. Immediately, a golden crow circled around the altar, pointing at the sun as the sky, drawing the earth as the dragon. Qin Zhuolan brought out his dragon-seeking art to its limits. He pointed one finger at the sky and the other at the ground. The location of his finger happened to be the blood-colored sun formed by the undefeatable battle will, and it instantly turned into a small altar. Under the sword that was formed from the foundation of 100,000 years of the empire, it forcefully propped up the sky. His other hand pointed to the ground, drawing the earth as a dragon, summoning the image of a dragon vein to soar up with the resplendent golden crow. Righteous chi of heaven and earth, sun, moon, and galaxy. The heavenly book scholar could not care too much. He slowly opened the folding fan in his hand. Borrowing the sun, moon, and stars, he transformed his righteous chi into a blessing for this world. Aside from Shao Chen, Wu Meng and the others on the altar did their best, even overdrawing on their life force. To block the unparalleled sword materialized by the 100,000 years of the dynasty's accumulations. Kill. Shao Suo took the lead. He held the blood-colored war banner in his hand as he charged toward that brilliant sword light. It looked like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a suicidal move. Even the feudal lords outside the palace could not bear to watch. Dang! The instant the scarlet blood war banner clashed with the sword light, Shao Suo vomited a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared in his right hand, which held the war banner. Shao Suo's undefeatable battle hunger actually blocked that unparalleled sword light for a moment. Everyone was shaken. This scene was just too inconceivable. Even the 8th prince and the 13th prince did not dare to receive this sword strike. To think that a guest of the 9th prince blocked it. Brother Shao, I'll help you. Whoosh. It looked like the cracks on Shao Suo's arm would spread to his entire body. Then, 5 figures soared into the air at the same time. Qin Zhuolan gathered all the power of the world that he could connect to himself. He turned into a dragon image and attacked the sword light materialized by the dynasty, one from the left and one from the right, together with the golden crow that Hao Kai turned into. Crack. Crack. Before everyone's incredulous gazes, cracks appeared in that sword light, showing signs of crumbling. The first prince's expression changed dramatically. How can it be like this? The kingship Dao that the first prince cultivated could not tolerate such failure. Once the kingship Dao failed, it would harm the great Dao's origin. However, just as the first prince prepared to attack again, he suddenly felt a chill. When the first prince looked in the direction of the chill, he saw that Shao Chen had opened his eyes at some point in time. A towering azure-colored dragon image materialized behind him, containing the pure royal divine dragon's dragon might.